can outshoot me. Captain Chemo on duty.
Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust 'em, Pix. Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Change arrangement.
Hey guys, welcome to the Icon Series second qualifiers. I'm keeping this in. With me is Hungry, and we are in for a pretty exciting day, I would say. I know that they talked a lot of stuff about me on the last broadcast, saying that they're the reason why Fish had to come back out of retirement home, but I mean, I think things turned out pretty well.
It was really fun, right?
Things turned out pretty well. So you should be thanking me.
Yeah, I mean, okay, at least I got the opportunity to flame Fish on stream, and he didn't take it very well. He didn't take it very well, I'll be honest. Like after the stream, we had some words, right? We almost caught some hands.
You flamed him a lot. There are a lot of highlight clips with that.
The thing is, right? Fish doesn't cast very often. It's like a double rainbow. It's rare in occasion. So once it does come out, you have to take like the full opportunity to just make fun of him as much as possible before he goes back to the retirement home. Leave him with that zinger, right? So he feels bad for a bit. Just regrets his decision, so he stays in the retirement home. Then after a while, when it goes away, he comes out to cast again. And then rinse and repeat.
It's rinse and repeat. And all of that was brought possible by our wonderful sponsors and the event organizers. We have 100 Plus, our official drink for this entire broadcast. I think he is you mentioned how he's gaining a bit of weight. You told me he had what, 15 bottles in 2 days? I'm going for 60.
The thing is, if you guys are competing, right, I highly advise you swap to like the 100 Plus zero.
No.
Just keep the sugar off. You gotta keep the macros in count. You know, just
Definitely
just
not.
Granite and his weight,
I
weight
refuse.
building and body lifting and bodybuilding and weightlifting. Excuse me. He has to keep the macros in count, right? So go with the 0.
I refuse. But that being said, there are great drinks to have with us, and of course we have Elephant who has who are running the broadcast. You know, so that's great stuff too. And of course the Secretlab chairs that we're sitting in. You know, he's his XL size because of his
Titan big boy.
XL Titan big boy, 1,500 plus chairs. Right, that's the kind of stuff that you need when you can't carry the weight of your team alone. You put your teammates on a Secretlab.
You know what's interesting also, if you guys look carefully at the set, right, the 100 plus fridge is behind us because we kind of swapped the setup a little bit. I kind of like this one a little bit more, right? It's very comfy. Very
It's accessible for me because I just turn around.
That's the thing.
And I go in.
Last week I asked Fish like, hey man, you know, there's a nice fridge behind you. I'm a bit thirsty. Can you grab me a drink? He's like, no, I can't. I'm like, well, partly because, you know, it's because he's not very flexible with the chairs and everything. But the second thing is also, it was just, you know, a position a bit further away.
He doesn't even have to be on stream for you to play, man. This poor guy.
Coming in here with shots.
Poor guy.
From downtown.
Can't even defend himself. That being said, we have our first BO3 coming in, right? It's going to be Team OK versus Team NSR, needlessly small rods.
I mean,
right?
That's an interesting name, right? That's an interesting name. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but Team OK actually was a team that we saw last week. We talked a little bit about them. They are like the PC, you know, League PC, if you know Asterix, the brand. More or less this all-girl team coming into Wild Rift. Of course, there are some roster changes, which we'll mention as we go on as well. But, you know, super excited to see what they bring to the table because last week, their games, we had this running joke between Fish and I. Like, they didn't play macro at all. Every time they played macro, they just lost the fight, right? So we decided, screw the macro, we're just going for team fights. And Candy Burn on that Diana last week just popped off, man. So this week, I think we'll stand to see something similar as well.
I actually got to talk to Aya a little bit, I think last night, right? And asked her a little bit about like what her thoughts were coming into like the second game, and she was mentioning that the game is just so fast, right? You can't really play the way that you kind of have that muscle memory for, right? You have to play things a little bit faster, you know, move forward, keep up with the times. And I was saying that, you know, I think I'm a little bit gated, right? I play by thumbs. Right, this is some hardcore limitation for myself. I know some people are like adapting in all kinds of crazy ways. I'm waiting for the day that, you know, we're going to start seeing like some next level like we already see this.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine what the next phase of this is going to be.
I think Fish was talking and our mutual friend Hawksness, like the way they play mobile FPS is like this, right?
But
we're still playing like, you know, apes. You know, use
no, that's us.
Right.
That's us. I
well,
can't say for all the
generation,
players, right? Like Alliance, I maybe probably.
I don't know, man. I'm not gonna comment. Shinsuke might be watching this. Is like, don't say no.
Are we gonna see like hand cams eventually? You know, we're gonna start seeing some like interesting things coming in.
But that's the thing, right? The adaptation that you're talking about, the idea of the game being so much more faster compared to League PC. I think that's very true, especially when you see how the teams are adapting. So last week we saw teams struggling to really play split push compositions, especially because teleport is now an enchantment as opposed to like a summer spell, right? You think about how teams have to abuse the fact of globals and pay very careful mind to the map in itself. It took a while for people to adapt. Mayo 90, especially from Team OK, had a very good showing on Camille when she started to split push and she started to get the feel and the pace of the game, right? But before that, it was very tough for them to play macro.
Yeah, it definitely has a bigger challenge with the fact that you're able to have the enchantment come in. I know there are a lot of other kind of viable options too. I think especially for like I think you guys were mentioning in the previous broadcast, support matchups almost exclusively running barrier and heal in those lanes, right? And that's taken away a lot of utility that you would otherwise need for some of the items. Maybe you could delay the locket rush, and you know that could feed into some other decisions coming in, right? So the teleport definitely becoming much more viable option.
The name of the game becomes like efficiency, right? Because we also see supports just straight up finishing boots and then rushing like the redemption enchantment just for team fight. Like first dragon, everyone has redemption, just like throw that AoE heal, throw that AoE DPS, and everyone just like pivots that way now. This week we should see some more of that. I think teams are starting to grasp onto the tournament meta because it is like, you know, a bit more long form if you think about it. It's not just, oh, we're gonna play one weekend and we're over, right? We had last weekend, we had this weekend, and we have the playoffs to come, and all of that's leading up to the Super Summer Cup. So within this tournament itself, not just Singapore, but every region is going to develop their own unique meta. When they meet in the Super Summer Cup, that's going to be, you know, another deciding factor. How are we going to split the pins on that one, right?
Yeah, story of honestly every big Southeast Asia tournament, I think that was the case for even the Wild Rift show match before,
This is
right?
true.
Like every region kind of had their own kind of play style, a little bit of their own meta, and when they clashed together, you kind of started to see what works and what doesn't work. And teams that were really looking quite good in their own region were suddenly like, oh my goodness, this is a composition that totally counters what we have, right? So we might see something like that happen, but moving into this one at least, in today's competition, it's a double elimination, right? So we get to see the top and the lower brackets, best of 3 most of the way, so shouldn't have all too many issues, and it's a pretty nice prize pool for the teams that end up coming up ahead. They get a bunch of these nice shares, I think 5 of these shares, right? So I don't know how
That's
the
for
rest...
first place.
For first place,
if you get the comfort. If you get second and third, you just sit on the plastic songkra chair.
right, well... I think those guys actually are the ones that need the chance least, right? I mean, they already have good teammates. They don't need to carry that extra weight.
This is true. This is true, right? And again, you know, what's at stake here, right? I think it's $20,000 in terms of prize pool, USD that is, between first, second, and third. So a lot at stake in terms of what you're trying to play for. And also, as someone that's been watching these games and seeing our representatives go up across regional talent, I do want the best team to represent Singapore for the Super Summer Cup. Show that in the grand scheme of things, Singapore is not too far behind when it comes to PC, or in this case, Wild Rift.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Wild Rift, as much as we still like to think of it as kind of like a League of Legends on mobile, I think it's starting to push in a slightly different direction as well, right? And I mean, personally, for me, the fact that I get to see Rammus come into the game now, and I don't know about you, but Rammus is running me down like half my games.
It's quite scary, right? When I was talking to Fish about this, like, your brain is still stuck in like the old days of Rammus, where if he hits you with the Powerball, you probably die, but now it's like he can jump on you.
Yeah.
You're like, what is going on then?
It's a different dynamic, right? And I know that there are plans to have, like, that's the Rammus rework coming into the PC too, but the way that it plays on mobile is entirely different because you don't have a champion on the PC version that can jump on you, have your entire screen away. Right, it's gonna land in your face, and then you're gonna take all your HP gone.
There are a lot of adaptations you have to make as well. Like you talk about, people thinking of this like a mobile version of League of Legends. It's entirely different too because the game is starting to distinguish itself away from the PC version. A lot of the tactics that you use in PC is just completely out there, right? You think about how even dragons are not like your Elder Soul, the kind of old school style, or not the current style of PC. It's more of like the old school style where you get drakes, and then an Elder Elemental Drake, right? So I think all that in itself, like the removal of Soul, the objectives and how they work, just translates to very different tactics that you have to use in Wild Rift.
Definitely agree with you there. But that being said, I think there is still some of the really strong points and really good points that Wild Rift borrows over from League as well. Like the amount of vision control and the amount of information that are generally missing in, I would say, an oversimplification by some other titles, right? And I think that's something that I enjoy a lot of seeing, right? They've been able to maintain the integrity, that ideal level of macro gameplay that is otherwise a little bit absent from what we've seen.
Yeah, I've been casting some other games, right? I'm like, the lack of vision is so frustrating because then you don't have that deeper level of strategy where like you set up and then you hold out chokes, right? I think the good teams and the teams that understand how to play macro in Wild Rift are set apart from the lower half of the teams, right? There are teams that just run around like headless chickens, and ones that are able to get off the board and really get things going. So we'll see if any teams really impress us today. I think there are some returning teams from last week. To note, of course, is Team OK, which will be playing our first BO3. We also have Celestials, I believe, and Log X Bears, which will be returning. Not to mention, I think Neasley's Small Rods also did sign up last week, but they weren't able to make it. They couldn't check in time.
Right. I think it was one that plays an issue and couldn't make it for the competition. So now this is a chance. This could have been a matchup in qualifiers one. Now we get to see in qualifiers two. All the players came in so early, and I'm pretty excited to see how things pan out.
Speaking of things panning out, let's take a look at the brackets for today. Right now, we're looking at the upper brackets. Of course, anyone from here that drops a BO3 will be moving into the lower brackets. So in our first game of today, we have Neasley Small Rods versus Team OK. That's the second one. Of course, following that, we have some seeded teams already, and these are like randomly drawn out, right? So I think Team Bears, which is a returning team, YOLO Gaming, and Team Artisan will be seeded in. They'll get an advanced berth. So we won't see all too much of them early on, but later in the day, they will be making an appearance.
So we have quite a number of games to go through. I think we have 2 best-of-3 sets to qualify, and then we'll look at the upper brackets first, and then we'll move into the lower brackets before we go into the final game of the day, and all of this will kind of determine where our qualifier 2 standings are going to be, and then we will have our next I think our next playoffs are going to be on the 28th and 30th.
Yeah, 28th and 30th and 28th.
29th, 30th,
yeah,
right?
28th, I was like,
to
yeah,
30th.
28th to 30th, then what we doing on 29th? Yeah. I mean, it's also interesting because we already have 4 teams that qualified last week. Now we're looking for the next 4, right? So these top 8 are eventually going to be, the playoff teams, and that's where, the strategy again develops, and we'll see this separation. We separate the wheat from the chaff when it comes to the top 8 teams for Singapore Wild Rift. Interesting to note is that Team SGW last week, who had a interesting person, I think a lot of the meme clips were going around with Fish shouting, Wismo Team Punam Fei. Now they changed their name to Chickens Can't Fly, so they obviously heard us on broadcast and they're like trying to, play into the joke. I'm down for that,
we're down. Yeah. We're down. This is a chance for the chicken to become the phoenix.
Yes, hopefully, hopefully.
I feel like that's such like a Chinese novel kind of reference. I'm not sure how many people are actually gonna catch that. Yeah. But we might see the chicken is going to become the phoenix.
Oh, this is so poetic, right? Brandon's actually like, you see, the way he speaks is very westernized, but he's actually old Chinese, man. He believes in Confucianism. The Taoist way.
Tao Te Ching is my go-to book.
Yeah, he has like a giant yin yang tattoo on his back or something. I don't know.
Do I? I don't think so, but do I?
Alright guys, we should be going to picks and bans relatively soon. A lot of light banter and fun games to open up this Saturday here. As we see on your screen, we have team needlessly small rods on the blue side, team OK. On the red side, really digging the logo this time. Thumbs up to Jolene for coming with the Ramus. Okay, we'll give you the thumbs up.
Yeah, so looking to see what they have in store for us. We've been seeing a couple of interesting picks. I really do quite like the Diana pick for the most part. I think it fits into a lot of different compositions. Just the fact that it's also kind of been able to deal with a lot of these control mages too, because we've been seeing the Oriana, the likes, and you were mentioning in that kind of matchup, level 5 is such a pivotal moment because the Diana can easily go for a solo kill if you're not careful.
Yeah, just to highlight right now, you can see on your screen on the right side, Lustreless is filling in the jungle role this time. So this is, in effect, if I'm not wrong, the full FSL Asterix roster, right?
This is full roster,
this is the full roster. This is like, now their moment has come. They're here to qualify, they're here to make it all the way through the top 8. I'm excited, to see what they have in store for us. Lustreless, let's talk about her in terms of background, because when we were casting FSL way back, right?
Yeah.
Her jungle pathing and execution tends to be, I would wager to say hit or miss, right? Remember we had that one FSL game where she played Karthus and, it didn't really go too well.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what kind of pick she does lean towards in the jungle, especially for Wild Rift. Right now the meta is very heavily dependent on your Lee Sins, your Vi's, your Gragas's as well. Yeah.
I think she's actually okay on those champs because we've seen her also play Kindred and she has been able to solo carry games before, right?
This is true, yeah.
But I also know that Jolene has like 2 different moods, right? Her team plays around her 2 different moods. The mood is, I'm gonna carry, and then she pops off, and then it all booms, right? And the other mood is, I'm gonna play a tank, and just hope that, and then I'm just gonna do what I can to make impact. So things like maybe like a Gragas, I think that was Zach before, but maybe they might play a Ramus in this position, right? It is still pretty up for contest right now. Akali gonna be banned out early on.
I fully expect like the 4 bans to be Akali, Lee Sin, Camille, Gragas. Like some variation of that. Occasionally you toss in the Diana, occasionally you toss in the Ziggs. But that's gonna be the full extent of it, right? Akali super strong in the top lane now. If you don't know the matchup, or if you're like not proficient in the matchup, you will die at level 5.
Yeah.
That's how punishing this champion is in the top lane. And you have the additional flexibility of putting it in the mid lane as well. Speaking of additional flexibility, you see the Galio being hovered, possibly being banned. So these are the 5 prio picks I would say constitutes the first pick ban phase, priority. Akali, Lee Sin, Galio, Camille, and Gragas.
Right. So looking to see what they want to get rid of as well. The Vi looking like it's hovered for a little bit. Not sure how Vi kind of fits into the grand scheme of things, especially since I'm not sure if it's entirely first pick worthy. I do know that there's a lot of emphasis around aggressive junglers, but then even if you give away the Vi, you could still counterpick with some very strong options after. And so, but they are gonna go for it. All right. So let's see what NSR has in store for us. Early first picks, I imagine, are probably gonna be high priority junglers right now because I think a couple of them been rid of. Maybe even something like Jarvan.
The thing is, Lustreless is probably gunning for a Jarvan here. I feel like these bans are signaling a Jarvan or a Camille, right? Something with some control, early game presence. That being said, I would love for NSR to take the Camille away from Mayo and possibly Lustreless. It's a very strong, like, it's a very strong pick to steal away.
Yeah.
The Rakan early it signals trouble to me because Rakan in Wild Rift is very similar to League of Legends in the sense that he functions as engaged peel, but at the same time, you're not bringing a lot to the lane. He's a very weak laner in Wild Rift, especially if you're gonna go up against the likes of something like Alistar, Kai'Sa, or Kai'Sa, Janna, right? You're just gonna get poked out, right? So there you go, Camille. Should have picked that away, now you're gonna get punished. Team okay, they can flex this in mid or top. Jungle or top. And I think Mayo more likely is gonna be playing this Camille.
It definitely feels like it's going to go up into the top lane, especially since Camille is able to work so well into so many different matchups. Even champions like Jax that traditionally have been able to effectively deal with the Camille, it feels like in recent patches. I think especially the latest one. Right? We've seen some of the changes, especially to Conqueror. I think that Camille, it's a nerf to Conqueror, but Camille actually feels like it hasn't made a difference to Camille, whereas a lot of other champions that are heavily reliant on it have taken a big hit.
You can see they're hovering the Malphite as a direct answer to the Camille, which is okay in the early laning phase, right? The moment she starts picking up some items though, the Precision Protocol, her first skill, dealing true damage is going to shred through the Malphite. You look at the composition right now, if they pick up Braum, you probably lose this game straight off the Braum pick. And I'm going to explain that, right? So right now what they have is a very strong engaged front-to-back composition. Braum or Gragas similar to that. Gragas could go in the jungle here, and they could still pick up the Braum in the end.
Same idea, right? It's a displacement,
yes,
right?
It's a displacement. It sets up so well first because you engage with Camille, Diana onto the prior target. In this case, it's going to be Varus. No mobility, no dashes, you're dead the moment you get caught by Camille. And then they just fight from front to back. Ezreal throws Mystic Shots if he has Braum in front of him, just puts up the Unbreakable and just fighting from back to front. It's a very easy to execute composition, low margin for error, almost impossible to misplay in terms of as long as your team is on the right page.
Not sure how I feel about this Orianna pickup. Orianna feels like, to me, in this composition, a little bit too ambitious, trying to go for the same plays. You know, it's like you're going to go for a big team fight, maybe something quite critical with the Shockwave, but at the same time, it feels too immobile. It feels like something that could be punished heavily, especially when you know the Orianna likely has to go catch a side wave. Camille could be hiding in the flank, depending on if the Diana is there, maybe the Gragas could be there. You know, so many options could potentially be a threat. I do like the Xin Zhao pickup though. Aggressive jungler can match this Gragas.
It also allows you to reset the fights, right? So you think about what the Xin Zhao does here for this composition. If the backline gets dove, you could use the Crescent Vanguard to push Camille outside of her Hextech Ultimatum. Allows you to reset the fight. So right now we see the swaps come in. It's actually gonna be Gragas in the top lane and Lustreless picking up the Camille. So now this Orianna in the mid lane is gonna be pressured even more, right? Your early ganks coming from hookshot into Diana is probably gonna force you to use your flash early on. Level 5 you probably get solo killed. I do like the Seraphine with the Ezreal. This is what I was talking about. Like, think about what Rakan brings to the lane. Now you're going up against double range with heavy poke. This guy has no sustain unless he hits his Q, right? Yeah. He's gonna be half health throughout the whole laning phase. It's not fun at all.
It's definitely going to be a difficult time, right? You know, if there were two ways they could have played that out. They could have either gone for, alright, we'll engage you harder, right? Or we're just going to let you try to engage me, but I'm sitting one screen away from you. You can't reach me. Also, I think we should take a quick note that Gragas is going up to the top lane, and so now you've just totally nullified the effect of the Malphite, right? Because Malphite was supposed to be able to hold down the Camille and deny the Camille as much as possible, and now they say, well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to put Gragas on the top lane. My Camille can match your Xin Zhao, and so the aggressive Xin Zhao pickup isn't as impactful as it was going to be otherwise.
I hate to say this, but Camille is just a better Xin Zhao, right? Think of like the matchups 1-for-1. Camille has more on-demand CC, she has a stronger lockdown, and more early pressure compared to the Xin Zhao. And in terms of clearing your waves and trying to hit the lanes, the Camille does a lot better, right? To talk a little bit more about the Gragas versus Malphite, you hit the nail on the head. The Malphite was meant to answer the Camille, and now you have the lane, you know, 2 wet noodles, and Gragas is going to scale infinitely better than Malphite. When he has, you know, maybe 1-2 items, Malphite is just going to be an outbot. Whereas Gragas can consistently provide CC for his team. As long as you're alive, Body Slam is great, you know, the slow from the barrels is also great. Malphite does nothing apart from the Unstoppable Force.
You know, it feels kind of awkward because their composition looks like one that says we can only go one way in, deeper, further in. Because once the Xin Zhao dives in, there's no way out, you know, you have to commit to the fight. Maybe he might be able to use his last stand can to knock away some players and reduce some damage taken, but at the same time, I worry that for Team OK, they might get a little bit too comfortable, right? Especially because I do see them being able to win now some of these early fights, and then they go, alright, we're fine, we're doing good here, and then gets hit by the unstoppable force, gets hit by the shockwave, and the entire fight goes haywire. You know, they always have to be aware of that.
Exactly that. If you're Team OK here, the way you play out your fights is you don't overcommit with the Ezreal Seraphine, right? You always have the Diana and Camille kind of running interference. They want to be the ones diving the backline, and then you have this sort of front-to-back composition which allows the Ezreal and Seraphine to poke their way forward. You don't really have to full commit, and as a last resort, Explosive Cast and Encore for the Seraphine is very good peeling tools. It allows your Ezreal to get off jail-free cards, so I think Team OK here, they have the better draft in terms of executing a lot lower margin for error. It's easier to play into the mid and late game. For NSR though, they really need to hit all the notes. I think what we expect to see is a big wombo combo. That's the one that's going to win them the fights.
Is it because the Seraphine pickup hit all the notes?
Yeah, exactly.
That is terrible. Knock off the good. That being said, alright, so we're going into this first game of the best of 3, the first match that we've seen today, right? The winner of this matchup will go into the second game already with a determined opponent, right? And then we will take a look at, I think our next set, I think it's already been planned out, right? It's going to be $1 Lighters versus Celestials SG, right? That's going to be our next best of 3 that we're going to watch after this one.
So actually, Mayo picked up the Camille instead, so it was an overlay issue, it was a bit of a bug coming in, but at least there's some value in the Malphite here. Still, the late game problems, it's always going to be there. Camille scales infinitely better than the Malphite once you get some items, Precision Protocol, True Damage, cuts through the Malphite like a hot knife through butter, so that's still a problem, right? Now you have a jungling Gragas that's going to exert a lot more pressure similar to the Camille, and now that your Camille is going to be getting farmed, she can be a late game side lane option.
Especially I think since laning gives a significant more amount of golden EXP per time, so the Camille being able to scale up a little bit faster and being able to hit those power points early on is going to make a big difference. Meanwhile, aggressive play coming through, looking for this blue buff on the side of NSR. Doesn't seem like they have enough information. The ward was placed early, but the counter ward over in that brush by the river gives them enough information to protect this aggressive play.
And meanwhile, bot side, we see exactly what we expect, right? The Ezreal Seraphine is going to be pushing them in, and again, the Rakan has no answer, right? Unless he's able to hit the Q and get the heal off, he's always going to be pressured out. So right now, all the lanes have lane priority, which means that Lustreless is free to do absolutely everything she wants on the map. Nothing's off limits. She can take double crab, she can go in for the invade if she needs to. Right now, she's pathing to the top side because looking to pressure or at least keep the Camille safe here.
Right, not going too aggressive for the double crab. Instead, the rest of Team OK looking to try and pick this one up, denies away the Xin Zhao, and that's a little bit unfortunate, you know, especially considering how much golden EXP that thing is worth. The fact that he just kind of has to give that one away is a little bit painful. Lustrel is looking a little bit impatient, trying to force a play up top side, but you can't really do much against this Malphite.
The logic was sound though. You can see where she's sitting in the brush because the wave is set.
Oh,
solo kill. Okay, there you go. Level 6. Like we said, Granon, you need to respect the Diana, and there was no respect there, no barrier from Maestro means that he dies to the all-in.
Yeah, that is an interesting choice. Going for the Ignite in a matchup that you're expecting the enemy assassin to be able to play aggressive in seems a little bit overreaching. You know, I don't want to criticize it too much without understanding the full thought process about it. But at the same time, it does seem like it has some serious consequence because I don't see how many targets they can really kill. If your Orianna is in range to use Ignite, I think something's wrong.
You're playing Orianna wrong, right? If you have to Ignite someone to kill him, you're playing Orianna wrong. So the ideal choice is Barrier or Heal if you're going for 2v2s. Of course, I do like Barrier more. Lower cooldown, keeps you alive more often. Now that Candy Burn has gotten that solo kill though, that first dragon fight is gonna be huge because she's gonna back off, pick up items and start the snowball running and always have pressure on the Orianna. You can see that even in a ranged versus melee matchup, she has to play back. She's not walking up in the lane.
being able to... Okay, we see a couple items being picked up right now. The Man Immune looking pretty solid. Around 340 for the Ezreal, so we should be able to see it evolving pretty soon. A little bit earlier, in fact. I think on pace is just about 410, 420. So a little bit earlier, so that's going to be a nice little pickup. This does mean that Team OK is going to have to spend a little bit more time scaling up. And so I think this is a bit of breathing room for NSR. They should look to try and make good use of this opportunity, but mid lane looking to be the target once again. The boot's gonna be used to chase forward. They get the knock up. Good engage coming through. Lockdown onto the Orianna. They find the kill. Maestro goes down once again. And Team OK are abusing this mid lane.
Using the shockwave there, a bit suspect, and now this dragon is gonna go the way of Team OK because, first of all, it's a 4v5. You can take that any day, and then second, the shockwave is down, so no more wombo combo. They're taking their time with this one, not really pulling the trigger just yet, but with the rotations coming through, I think Illustrious should be starting this right here, especially with the bot lane pushing up as well.
Right, I think... Oh, okay, actually gonna back away from this one. I think this is kind of a reflection from their week 1 kind of games, right? From Qualifiers 1, because they know that, yeah, you know, traditionally, objectively, you would go for this play. You would pick up the dragon, and then, you know, things would go well, you'd scale up, but they realized that, hey, maybe we don't actually go for this, maybe this is the bait. What if we just spent this time farming up instead? So it looks like they've made some adaptations, and we'll see how things pan out. So far, looking pretty okay, but honestly, a big part of it has also just been the sheer mechanical skill on their side.
I love that you brought up the idea of sheer mechanical skill, because all the lanes themselves are finding solo leads, right? It's not like Illustrious is ganking all across the map. It's just them laning well. You can see right now the Camille has already built up like a 700 gold lead just from the lane alone. No ganks. Meanwhile, mid lane, of course, with all those solo kills, is going to pick up a...
beyond that. It's like double, like 1400? Like it's 3 and 3.6 to 5.1, right?
Hold on.
Big fight in mid lane. Nice double knockup. 2v2. They find the first kill. Maestro goes down. Good damage dashing forward from the Diana, and they chase them down in between turns. The kill comes through, and Team OK 4-0. This mid lane is exploding.
Yep, Candy Burn is picking up these kills and starting to snowball. She's going to be a big presence in team fights, and you have to respect the Diana with the Moonfall pulling all of them in. They pick up this dragon, and items being picked up across the board. Camille now with the Trinity Force 4.9k to 4.1 of the Malphite. It's Diana actually.
Yeah, that was Diana.
It's Diana right now with the Rod of Ages. It's a weird build, right?
It's time for me to get new glasses.
Understandable. You know, granted, if you submit your claim to the Singapore Armed Forces, they'll give you a certain amount back on your glasses. But the Diana going for the Rod of Ages is interesting, right? Because she has this early gold, she has this early lead. You can play it one of two ways. Build flat AP, just run at them and kill them and one-shot them. But she's going for the safer option, which is like we talked about. You go for a bit more scaling, a bit more tankiness. You don't have to capitalize on your early lead. Just understand that our margin for error in late game is a lot smaller. There's no way we lose these fights late game if we're more fed and we execute properly. So she goes for the scaling option.
Yeah. Also, let's take a quick look at a couple of the support items, because this is an interesting difference, I would say, because the Rakan has gone for the Guardian's enchantment, right? So being able to, that item giving that little shield. Meanwhile, over the jungle, Unstoppable Force going to be used, gets a quick knockup, lots of damage coming through. Shockwave goes wide, a 3-man knockback by Kettleburn. Damage coming through on Maestro, the flash over the wall. Diana goes unstoppable, chasing down her counter opponent, takes them down.
This is what I mean by margin for error, granted. Look at like the Shockwave and the Moonfall. Which one is easier to hit? Do you channel the Moonfall and suck 3 members in, or bank your money on a Shockwave that misses? In my opinion, you take the Diana any day of the week, right? So easy to execute it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Team OK, the way they team fight this Diana, they should have been banned out. I feel like the Camille Diana is just too free. Not banning it out loses you the game.
I think it looked okay to begin with. I think the real question mark was the Rakan pickup first, right? Because at least you were leaving those 2 options because you expected the enemy team to go for that final ban, right? So you could at least go for either the Camille or go for the Diana, right? As opposed to going for the Rakan first pick. I understand that Rakan goes well, but it also feels like it kind of limits your options with AD carries, because now you have this really strong engage type support, but he doesn't necessarily peel very well for you, and so you have to be on the lookout for that.
He dies here if the turret goes down. If Camille finishes off the turret, Mayo probably solo kills him.
Yeah, definitely, right? Definitely. So, it does look like they're going to be switching lanes here. Lushless moving down bot side as well. They're looking for a potential 2v2. The Chains of Corruption already being used. They get the nice barrel. Finds the lockdown. Flash away from the Varus. Dodges away from the double... from the Camille. still able to stay alive, but that's a summoner spell being burnt and a pretty open target down the bot lane.
That's the problem with Wild Rift sometimes, right? When you commit the direct input to the hookshot and they flash away, there's a bit of input delay, so you have to respect that. You kind of have to account for it. That being said, they're going for engage here.
Rakan over on the side, lots of damage coming onto the Diana. 3-man charm from the Seraphine, lots of damage coming through still. Diana finally goes down. Xin Zhao looks to be the one to pick up the kill, ends up getting taken down as well. That's a double kill for the Ezreal so far. It's a triple, chasing down the enemy.
Oh,
and Camille takes down the Varus, and it's a shutdown on this Diana.
Team OK, even though they lose the Diana, she's starting to fight. She knows her job. Even if she dies, it's fine and dandy because this composition is built around the Ezreal in the late game, which is why, you know, you said the Rod of Ages allowing her to scale. Picking up in tier 2, I don't think you contest this needlessly small rods, you just back off. Even if the shockwaves
cannot connect at this point. It's a difficult position, right? Because like you mentioned, Rod of Ages gives them scaling. The Diana is so tanky. We saw multiple spells being expended just to get the Diana. 4 members collapsed on the Cannibird before they could finally take her down. And because of that, they were severely mispositioned. Varus was standing right in the face of the opponents, right? Orianna couldn't walk for they were stuck in that position, stuck in that tight angle. Had to fight their one through, had to commit for it. And so you can see how painful it is for NSR to even make these decisions, and I can respect them for trying to go for the play because they have to do something, but it's such a painful decision to say, I think we might lose this, but we have to just kind of go for it.
You know, that fight is like when you're at a zebra crossing and a car is waiting for you to cross, right? So you make that fake motion to pretend run faster, and then like you still take your time crossing the road, right? That is their symbolic attempt at putting up a fight. It's tough, but they kind of had to take it there, and at least they get the shutdown on the Diana, who, by the way, at this point, completed the death cap already. So she is doing a lot of damage in these fights.
I think he also has the Stinger. Did I see that right? Was it also a Stinger?
I think it was the death cap into the ROA, possibly a Stinger to Nationals as well.
Right. I think I'll be already looking at 2.5 items, maybe even pushing for 3 pretty soon. So this is a big scaling point.
Yep.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, there we go. Just about 11 minutes in, we're already starting to see a pretty sizable gap, even between herself and the next closest player. I think that is going to be the Camille in terms of gold. 1.5 to 2.5.
Yeah.
Full item difference. So we should be able to start seeing a pretty noticeable difference in what the Diana is going to be able to do.
Good engage here towards the blue buff. Team OK, they probably lose a member here. Unless it's a good flash out.
Tanky cannot take them down. A 3-man stun, a 3-man charm actually from the Seraphine to keep the teammate alive. Lustreless does not go down just yet. Finds the engage on the enemy jungler tank. It's definitely not the play to go.
That's the thing about the Gragas in the top lane. Generally, you don't die in lane because it's really hard to take him down from the natural inbuilt sustain as well as the damage reduction. You proc enough Grasp of the Undying in the late game, even 4 members jumping onto you with enough tank items, you don't die, right? So it's a very frustrating pick to play against, which is why teams are, you know, kind of banning out in the first phase. Just as Sunfire Aegis alone, with, you know, a couple of health and magic resist items, it's impossible to kill him.
Yeah, it's so difficult for them, and the fact that now the Malphite, you know, has had to have gone for a tankier build, doesn't have very much damage. The Unstoppable Force is really just a short burst of CC, and now we're already starting to see a couple of these defensive items come through. The Diana, who going for the Hourglass, has that inbuilt kind of survivability, is going to be able to go into stasis, and that denies so much of the primary engage because it takes just a split second to dodge away from all these spells.
In this game, people are like, oh well, Assassins aren't that strong because you can buy Zhonya's enchantment. The reverse works because Assassins want to die in the backline. Just buying Zhonya's enchantment is a very cheap way for you to get out of jail free when you overcommit, especially on a champion like Diana, who wants to be in the backline, right? So her items right now, Nationals means that she's split pushing like a monster, going towards the Lich Bane as well. Very cheap item, especially now that Sheen is only 900 gold, I believe. Doesn't give any more mana, but gives you ability haste.
Okay, Shockwave connects onto 2. Decent damage comes through. The Orianna gets dropped down to 200 HP. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane, it looks like Mayo's still gonna be able to keep the push going. The Malphite looking to try and try to force her away here. Xin Zhao tries to find the engage onto the enemy Diana, but look at the damage coming through. Jumping in, might be able to use the ultimate just in time. Gets the Q off. Takes down Maestro once again.
What's the lesson we learned here, Granted? Ban out the Diana, pick the Camille up because Team OK are executing this 1-3-1 to perfection. Look at what they're doing on the map. Diana is strong, Camille is strong. Go send it to the side lanes. Meanwhile, there's no way you're gonna engage on Ezreal or Seraphine. They're just gonna laugh at you while poking and walking away. This game is all but over, granted. I think NSR, you know, the couple of nails more in the coffin, and those nails are probably gonna be the Baron as well as the next Dragon.
I mean, pretty straightforward at this point, right? All 3 turrets are down, minions are coming, going to start swarming into base. You recall, you go over the Baron, you pick it up, you walk in. That should be about game. Don't see all too many ways for NSR to make a comeback at this point, especially since they haven't been showing the best lane, or rather wave control. I can't really say whether or not it might just be because the Camille and the Diana are so ridiculously strong at this point that there's nobody that you can effectively send to, right? You can't control the waves, and like, you just die.
Who wants to sacrifice themselves to go and kill, to go and lane against the Diana? Like, you? Malphite? No? Okay, cool. I guess I'll just die then, right? Whoever goes into the lane.
That's kind of effectively all you can send, right? Malphite goes in, right? But Malphite's been going armor, and right, so it's not even gonna be that effective. Meanwhile, the power to the bot side, Chains of Corruption gonna be used onto the Camille. Nah, should be able to get out with the hook shot, right? Still has to guard his Angel, so additional survivability. Gets out in full Dragon spawns. Are we still looking at a Dragon? Are we still looking for Dragons at this point? I don't think so.
They're looking for the Baron setup because all the waves are pushed in. And remember, in Wild Rift, there's no rubber band mechanic, right? Inhibitors down means inhibitors down. There's no respawn, there's nothing like that. So once you are down to Mega Waves, you're down to Mega Waves until you win or lose the game, which is a big problem because now you have to commit at least 2 members into the base to clear the waves out. Team OK, they take full advantage of this as Mayo is jumping in, she's looking for the kills.
Good damage coming through. Mayo looking to make a distraction play just over on the side. Almost takes down the Ferris. One more hit might be enough. Goes into stasis. Meanwhile, the base is just going to get run down. And I think at this point, NSR regretting their decision to invest 4 members into a Camille who's getting away. The Nexus goes down.
Insult to injury, granted. They commit onto Mayo. Her team runs it into the base for the game-ending push. And she's like, oh, I didn't even die? Okay, cool. You know, my KD is fine.
My KD is good. I think that... Was this a 1 in 11?
Oh my god.
Right?
She could have died there and ruined her KD, but no.
I would say that, you know, it looked like the problem really did exist in the mid lane, right? It didn't. The rest of the lanes looked okay. You could see for the first few minutes into the game, especially in that 3:30-minute mark, the things were still looking pretty okay because Ezreal still needs time to scale up, has to go pick up the items, and we saw her go for the mana mune at that point. It took 3.5 minutes for them to realize that Diana, once you hit 5, is just gonna start soul killing your laner.
I think our observer was showing us the gold difference, and if I remember correctly, Maestro is at 9.2, and Candleburn is at 16,000. Dude, she's 7k a hit. That's like 2 core items alone on your mid laner.
That's another champion. Yeah. You are another champion on top of your own currently.
This is 2 Dianas. This is like TFT.
Yeah, double Diana.
And that's the big problem, right? You go into lane, we talked about this. You didn't want to harp too much. You didn't want to, you know, blame Maestro for taking the Ignite. But as the color caster here, I'm going to just straight up say it. If you're not respecting that Diana, you don't know the matchup well enough, you're going to get punished. Level 5, she's going to jump into you. She's going to look for the solo kill. If you do die there, and then, you know, they come in for regank and you burn a summoner spell, you're gonna die again. And that's exactly what happened, right? They came in for the regank. Once Diana picks up 2 kills, she has an item lead, she has a level lead, she has an ultimate lead. The next team fight and every subsequent team fight is gonna go the way of Team OK as long as they stagger it properly.
Really curious how much utility the Ignite really found throughout the entire game because I don't see all that many moments where it actually had that much impact, whereas the reverse looked pretty true. I think that Diana had a lot of opportunities, but we were able to find catches onto the Orianna since the Orianna did not have a defensive summoner spell. You could see there were a few moments, right? Like for example, the one where Candleburn had to flash over the wall over at the blue buff to try and find the kill onto Maestro. If Maestro had the heal or the barrier there, could have made a difference in that play. That being said, all these it's so hypothetical. It's conjecture. Right. Hopefully into the next game they will recognize this and, you know, things go better.
I feel like she could have taken the exhaust as well, right? Because if Diana's going to be jumping you and primarily your backline and you're playing on the Diana, the exhaust cuts down a lot of the damage. Even if she snowballed, it's such a good summoner spell. I think it's like a 40% damage reduction coming through the moment she's exhausted, and that deals with the you know, first initial engage. The secondary engage, that's something you worry about after, right? But at least you stop the Diana in her tracks and then you allow your team some space to breathe, to navigate the fight. It wasn't there. the moment the Diana jumped in, they just lost all semblance of balance.
Now, I have to ask this then. Do you feel like this is a little bit also on the onus of the support? Because you know that you're going into a lane which is Ezreal, Seraphine, there's hardly any opportunity to fight. Are you really worried about dying? Do you have to take the heal or do you take the exhaust? Because you know the Camille, you know that the Diana are likely going to start either going for your mid laner or your AD carry. Do you just go for it then? Do you just go for the exhaust to try and give them a little bit more space?
It's a weird situation because if Rakan took the exhaust, it's like, yeah, you deal with the Diana, but then you also potentially get wrecked in bot lane against Seraphine and Ezreal because they're going to poke you out. You kind of need barrier heal to just sustain and survive the lane, right?
Right.
So I could see the logic behind the bot lane saying, okay, we just want to go even. Mid lane should have been the one to also go even, but in this case it was like an ego challenge, you know. The Orianna's like, no, I can solo kill you at level 3. I'm looking to kill you alone. No challenge, no interception. Just a level 3 with Ignite. And you have to ask yourself in these situations, am I more likely to get the kill with Ignite or am I more likely to die without barrier? The more higher probability one, you just lean towards that, right? I'm more likely to die without barrier.
Equity plays.
Exactly, right? Equity plays. You know exactly what it is. And you lose out so much more from not taking barrier than actually gaining from taking Ignite. So that was a small mistake. You have to pivot that. When it comes to draft, I like that you pointed out Rakan was a huge blunder, early pick. It could be a champion comfort pool thing where we're like, okay, the support's like, I can only play Rakan, I can only play Alistair.
That would be really bad, right?
I mean, ideally, you can play more than that, right?
I think that should be the case, but it would be really bad if you were too one-dimensional, only being able to play that. That being said, I think there are only a few champions, a few supports that kind of fill that role right now, right? I think there's a couple more that are a little bit closer to what Seraphine kind of does, has that kind of impact, right? Whereas now we're looking at what?
You could do Janna. I mean, when you're trying to lane against Seraphine, you only have two answers. You either sustain through her poke, which is like Nami-ish, or Janna, or you just go hard engage, right? So you do Alistair and just run him down.
Honestly, I think Braum could do decently.
Good.
Braum could do decent. I think Braum could have been a good pickup for the composition, right?
The Braum blocks the Encore, you know, the line charm, and it also allows you to facilitate the ganks from Xin Zhao, because when you come in and you tag them with the Winner's Bite, Xin Zhao procs the stun very quickly.
Instant, just...
So you chain CC very nicely together with the Braum. Again, it's the idea of like, am I comfortable playing Braum? Have I practiced Braum? Do I know how the interaction works with the rest of my teammates? And in that case, it looked like Rakan was something that the support player is more comfortable with, so therefore you lean towards Rakan.
It is a little bit tricky, I would say, because at least with the Braum pickup, you know, things go a little bit differently. It's no longer just a straightforward, like, run it down kind of composition, because now you have that added layer of complexity, because you have to kind of deny the opponent and kind of split them off, right? And allow your teammates to have some space to go and find the 1 or 2 pickoffs before you re-engage in a secondary fight. It's an added layer of complexity, so I can understand not trying to go for it, especially if you're not too confident or comfortable with that kind of playstyle and composition.
I think going to next game, you probably want to remove the Diana. I think Diana is going to be the biggest problem for them, especially because it looks like they have no idea how to construct the team fight against the Diana. They're always overcommitting and layering down. Like her ultimate is, the AoE of the ult is a lot more deceptive than you think, especially in choke.
It's huge, right? It makes such a big impact, right? I think if I'm not mistaken, you can't even, if Diana jumps directly on you, you cannot physically flash out of its range.
It's too punishing, right? Especially if she decides to cancel it early. And think about how they're conducting all these fights. They're always layering together, so the Diana has to be banned out. Right now, we're going to pick some bans. It's going to be Team OK on the blue side, NSR on the red side. Now they will have the first play. They can early pick the Diana if it's not banned out, whereas NSR, they're going to be on the draw. They will have 2 open picks for themselves. Instead, they default back to Lee Sin and Akali. Now the next 2 bans will signal a bit more about how this champ selector is going to go.
And the thing is, this was what I was going to mention as well, right? Was the Akali pickup, right? If you ban out the Diana, that only leaves one other ban, and what are you going to ban there? If it's going to be the Akali, because, you know, OK is going to be on blue, you literally have no other say in the matter.
It's a perfect position to be in for Team OK, because they always act first here.
Yeah, whatever they want at this point. I actually might even be going for a Seraphine, so that could be an early Diana pickup too. That it looks like at this point, Ensor is saying, all right, go for it. I don't think you're going to go for the Diana first. I think that you are likely going to go for something else first, right? And so we are going to go for the Diana once you leave it open.
Of course.
But OK is like, nah.
Of course they're going for the Diana. Now the question is whether Team nearly small rods can play Camille and can play Gragas. I think those are the next two OP picks you need to take away from Team OK. Those were, you know, not the primary problems, but the secondary issues, right? They had to respect the tankiness of the Gragas and the split push and engage potential of the Camille. So those are the picks you want to take away here. NSR though, the Garen, we've seen the Garen have some play in other regions. You function as a anti-squishy and an answer towards, you know, spellcasting top lane. So against the Gragas, you look to silence, take a quick trade and back off.
Well, this is a curious pickup for me, right? Because it seems a little bit too open-handed. Like you've kind of already laid your hand on the table, and you say, all right, I have pocket eights, right? This is what I'm going for. You know, what are your plays? What's your option? And then they go for the Malphite on top of it. They look like a very tanky composition, but this signals to me that what's going to end up happening is that you draw this very strong divide where your front line is tanky, but your back line has no like heal, no support. And
this, especially because they locked into Malphite. Right now, it's like, okay, we're thinking Malphite goes top against Camille, and by the way, Galio is open, so now you have Galio and Camille to worry about. It could be the Garen mid lane for Maestro thinking like, okay, hypothetically in his head, he's theory crafting like, what deals with the Camille? What deals with the Diana? You got the silence,
jumps onto me, I get the silence.
Yeah, you can see like all the numbers in his head, right? Okay, he silenced me and I spin on him, you know, kind of thing. So it could be the answer on the side of NSR. Like he's doing all the quick maths in his head. I could see that too. Like against the Diana, especially when you think you're in a comfortable matchup, like Orianna versus Diana, I take Ignite, I'm gonna style him, and then you get decimated. This is when you have to think outside the box. You need to be a bit more creative.
Aha, there we go. Death Star comp.
Okay.
They're playing the Death Star.
Very good. Very good, yeah. Rockets and lasers, right?
Rockets and lasers.
Fire away.
A lot of global presence, a lot of long range, which is honestly something that I would like to see when you're running a composition like this, because frankly speaking, I don't see any other way to survive once they get on you. So you're kind of just playing for the absolute backline, looking to give yourself some wiggle room to work with.
Oh, man.
Wukong gonna be played, right? So that means, what, Galio support probably?
Yep, Galio support here, Diana mid, Camille top, and if you notice, all of the champions on Team OK side, like literally everyone apart from the Kai'Sa has CC, right? So this facilitates kill instinct. Allows her to reposition very quickly the moment she feels like she's threatened or pressured out. So the way they're gonna conduct this fight is different from the Ezreal Seraphine, right? Ezreal Seraphine wants to walk up, throw spells, and, you know, hopefully kill you somehow by hitting all those spells. Kai'Sa, with this composition, wants to dive onto the squishies. They want to dive on the Jinx, they want to dive on the Lux. So applying the stack of CC and then allowing her to jump to the backline, reposition, it switches the fight. Imagine like, you know, Kai'Sa's like this way, and suddenly she's on the other side of the fight. And it repositions everything. Now the squishies at the front line, and everyone diving the Kai'Sa's on the back line.
I mean, it just pans out so well, because I can just imagine it already, right? Like, you have the Malphite and the Xin trying to force a fight going on, and then your backline suddenly goes, wait, there's 4 people here.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You have to respect that, and there's no mobility on the side of the Jinx Lux. Like, if there's any other lane, maybe Ezreal, Alistair, you have some PU, you have some disengage. Jinx Lux, the moment they get caught by Cyclone or, you know, Hextech Ultimatum and Kai'Sa flies in, that's game over. Like, they die on the spot.
It's gonna be a difficult one to deal with, especially since Cyclone is a double knockup. It's especially painful.
Big value.
It's big value, right? So they have to watch out a little bit for that. At least coming in with the Jinx, I do think there is a little bit of room to work into this late game. There's some significant amount of damage that you could go for, but then that kind of begs the question too, like, what are the runes and the itemization that this Jinx is gonna go for?
Because Conqueror.
I think it has to be Fleet at this point.
Fleet or Conqueror, right? I mean,
it has to be Fleet.
The lane is good. The lane is good. So
yeah,
you talk about Jinx Lux. It's double range. You outrange the Kai'Sa early on, at least. Like, you can trade 1-for-1 between all the spells and then push her out, right? So they can't stand and deliver damage.
You definitely have a pretty good laning phase, right? So there's
1
that
and 2
much
is good. Level 1 and level 2
level
is good.
1 and 2. But we also saw them go for some pretty aggressive plays just to begin the game, right? Try to steal away the blue buff and all that early game shenanigans. So there's a good chance that this early level 1 and 2 advantage is kind of going to be negated, because they might just be skirmishing in the jungle and playing a 3v3, and then that's going to be a totally different dynamic. Whereas right now, you know, having this Wukong, actually, this is the matchup that I haven't seen too much of. Wukong versus Xin. I'm not sure kind of
it's like season 4 solo queue.
Who has jungle priority here?
The Wukong does have a better clear commit to the Xin Zhao. Ganking wise, like Xin Zhao of course has more on-demand CC. But it's about positioning, right? If the Wukong can come out from a flank and doesn't have to use the gap closers to that early on, it's pretty good in terms of hitting the lanes.
All right,
it's not the worst thing in the world. I do like Wukong starting on the top side and pathing down instead, but instead it's gonna get some help from the bot lane people, right? Because I would have loved Wukong to appear when the Jinx and Lux are pushing the wave out. You have an answer, you pressure them out, they have no mobility, they're probably forced to use flash. If they get caught by taunt or knockup, they're dead. So Wukong needs to path bot.
Alright, so looking to just try and get a little bit of control right now. Top lane, we do see Mayo going for a pretty aggressive opening, dishing out a little bit of damage against the Malphite. And you know, we talked a little bit about how it's going to take some time for... yeah, this is that spinning matchup.
Yeah. I told you, man, this guy, he was like working the numbers in his head, doing like the 4-dimensional math. And he's like, okay, if I spin before she spins me, I think I probably win this matchup.
This sounds like a philosophical question. If I spin before she spins, does this mean that? Right, but again, I want to talk a little bit about this top lane because, you know, we've already established that once you're able to pick up the second phase of that first spell, you know, you have so much more additional true damage, and this can make a really big impact in lane. But at least for now, it seems like it's going to be a difficult time. Mid lane going so much closer this time around, a little bit back and forth. Diana is not able to find that early aggressive opening that was able to find last game.
This is one of those lanes where if you take Ignite on Garen, it's actually okay. It's not too bad.
Okay, Ignite taking down. But it looks like the team is going to be nearby. Xin Zhao looking to provide some support for his mid laner, Maestro. It's a little bit of help this time around, but we do see Lustrous make her way past the mid lane too.
Because the wave was pushing out, Candy Burn gets the earlier recall. She's going to come back and be able to set the wave and push in. So they have mid-prio for the next like 30-40 seconds. Which means that, you know, their bot lane and the jungle can just walk in, put vision down, steal camps away.
Was able to also get the Scuttle Crab. Not sure how Dragon is gonna pan out. I don't think Dragon was picked up last game, right? So we can kind of see the difference a little bit here. And because, like you mentioned, Elder Soul is such a different dynamic in Wild Rift. It's basically a entirely different concept. You know, it doesn't really make the same kind of impact. Meanwhile, over the mid lane is a 2 versus 2. Xin Zhao and Wukong both gonna look to try and provide support for the junglers. Big ultimate coming forward, gets the first blood for the team. Candy Burn takes down one. Now Galley gonna make his way over into the mid lane. 2 isn't gonna be able to find much more of an engage. Garrett has to back off. They have vision here.
This all started because Candy Burn got the advanced recall, so she got level 5 first, right? She came back to wave first, came back to mid lane first, got the wave, pick up the EXP. Garen was behind on EXP. The moment this wave pushes in, he hits 5. But good understanding of the macro game from Team OK to know that, hey, Candy Burn is gonna hit level 5 first. We can take this team fight if we want to, and they smashed it against NSR. They get the kill, they get the early lead for the mid laner here, and again, starting to become a repeat situation.
Is this a little bit too obvious from NSR? The Xin Zhao hovering mid lane in a very obvious position gave Lustrous a clear opportunity to perform a counter gank, and with a stronger 2v2. And what is this? Camille makes her way into the mid lane, looking to try and take down Maestro. Wukong gonna dash in, tanks down up the turret. 2 shots come through, HP drops down. It's a suboptimal play so far. A lot invested into this mid lane, but honestly, they have the room to make these kind of slightly lower, less value plays.
Mechanical error there. So what happened was they used the Hextech Ultimatum too early. What they should have done was wait for the wave to come in, hook shot onto the Garen, use Hextech Ultimatum to refresh the turret aggro, and then dive on top of the Garen by juggling aggro. So that was a small mistake. You know, they misplayed it a little, but it's not the worst thing in the world.
Man, that sounds pretty hard to do on mobile. But I'm not sure if my Boomer Thumbs can handle that.
Yeah, it might be an issue. Oh, good dive.
Nice catch. The Jinx goes down right away. And Wukong just going to be in position for good measure. The Cyclone helps out as well. Tagging the Wukong is going to be the Xin Zhao. Now gets the silence. Garen going to be joining into the fight. The spin from the Garen reducing some damage. Lots of damage coming through. Looking to take down the Garen next. Maestro goes down once again. The heal going to be used to keep Lustrous alive. And she's still able to keep going. They're moving on to the Dragon now. It's an obvious objective in their place. Jinx has respawned, has super mega Death Rocket. Looking to use it. Gets blocked by the Kai'Sa. Aya in great position to deny this one away. Moving down, it's the Malphite. 4 members strong on the side of Team OK. They could have been collapsed there, but was not they just weren't able to find it. NSR just couldn't find this big play.
That whole sequence of events, Clara was the MVP. Clara hitting like multi-man taunts, buying space, so that they could re-engage the fight and, you know, reposition around it. Perfect. They pick up the dragon, but on the side of NSR, it's a good play from OK, but misplay from NSR, because when you rotate the Malphite down, you have to get something. You have to pull the trigger somewhere. The play would have been, you hit Unstoppable Force and then the rocket comes in afterwards to chunk up people, but they mistimed the ultimates, the communication wasn't there, they weren't really sure whether they wanted to take the fight, and because of that, Camille finds another big lead in the top side. There you go, items coming in from Kai'Sa. She has the Q evolve right now. It's Nia's BF Sword into Longsword into either Vamp Scepter or Executioners.
Being able to pick this one up early, especially with the kills coming in the Dragon lead. Up the top side, Kai'Sa is going to start making a bit of an impact, and you can see how reactively Team NSR is playing. They're responding to the moves from Team OK, and it hurts because they're losing out a lot of value. They cannot match this mid lane. Look at where the Garen is, look at where the Diana is. Diana walks out mid lane to pressure, and now is able to walk back into lane, crash it. Garen just barely makes it back into wave, and now it's free reign for Diana. Can make her way down top, can make her way down bot. It's wherever they want to be right now.
You know, if they miss skill shots here in the bottom side, this Camille could actually kill the Jinx, especially if they're tanking turrets like that, right?
Right.
But if they hit the skill shots, they could potentially kill her. Laser in, hook shot away, gets her out of auto attack range, but now they have bot pressure. So what NSR should be doing now here is just give up the Herald, play for bot tier 1.
Still able to at least get some kind of a trade going in. I'm not sure if teleport is being picked up by the Camille just yet. I don't think so. Not yet. Alright, so no teleport just yet. Mid lane, once again, a little bit under focus. But I don't think they can do too much. Garen has reached a pretty critical point. Very tanky against a lot of this magic damage. Especially the bot side. This is solo kill. Oh, this is big. Dodges away from the bind. Should be able to fight quite a bit here. Gallagher making his way down bot side as well. They zone away the Jinx. Jinx is out of mana. The charm, the taunt comes through at her. They're able to pick up this one. Double bind doesn't do anything at this point because they've already found the kill onto the enemy AD carry. Jinx goes down.
Would have been a solo kill if the Jinx didn't pop, like I think both summoners, it was Hugh Flash there.
Right.
So it forced the Galio to make the rotation through, but it's still a value play. Like you use that ult anytime it's up, you're going to be able to convert kills. TP picked up by Mayo now, so side wave pressure is there. Team OK, they're setting up all the conditions for victory right now. You have a strong side lane in the form of the Camille, and she is leading 2k compared to 1.5k compared to the Malphite. So you have no worries throwing Camille into Malphite here and just knowing that she'll win that matchup.
5k gold almost 5k gold difference. Right, a little bit, I think a little bit like 4.5.
Yep.
Right, and a lot of it is on this Diana. Such a strong mid lane chess pick right now. In the bot lane, it's a pretty sizable difference as well, right? There's a difference between a full component almost, or at least a cheap component, right? So we started to see a little bit of a big difference in terms of what they kind of are able to do. And Kai'Sa has always just been such a strong dueling ADC. Even if it's a Jinx that is relatively ahead, you know, it's going to be difficult to handle the Kai'Sa one versus one anyway.
The Jinx needs to scale. She's not at a point now where she can scale. Look at the pressure on the map. They throw Herald down, so NSR rotates 3 to mid. And this allows Mayo to pick up the top tier 2 because she does have Sheen. Even if you rotate up, right, she's going to be here for days. There's no reason for you to really like converge on the Camille. Should have just defended him in tier 1.
Okay, Lushness moving in. The first wave of the Cyclone going to be used to get the knockup onto 2. The bind comes in, gets the stun onto the Wukong. Lushness has to back away at this point. A lot of members coming in. Unstoppable Force clips onto the Wukong just barely. They almost take out the Garen, but Garen gets away with his life. Jumping back in, Kai'Sa into the backline, but is diving in between 4 members on the enemy team. NSR chasing her down. She gets knocked out by the Xin Zhao. The red team finally equalizes the kill back. And they managed to take down the enemy AD carry after a little bit of an over-aggressive play.
Granted, the laser is just like fireworks after the AD carry dies, right? And NSR there, they misplayed the map a bit, but I think Lustreless baited Aya to commit with the killer instinct. The moment Lustreless went in and NSR backed out, she overcommitted just past the point of danger, so they need to respect that. They can't be mislayering their fights. I think the big problem right now is when they're playing these fights out, they're not all going at the same time, which is tricky. You can see that, you know, they're miscommunicating a little bit.
Okay, talk gonna be used. Diana comes in for the follow-up. The cleanup comes through. The trap's gonna be used. Diana still just chasing after, but the movement speed is not enough. That's gonna be Yuri entrance.
Massive.
Chained together with the Moonlight. Used in as a double kill for Diana. Looking for a triple. They were able to get the kill, but it's gonna go over the Camille instead. And now Garen forced on the turret. Just waiting it out. They have no real answer
I think
to
this is
OK's question right now.
This is Baron here. They have played the Ring King. Baron just spawned. Junglers did, right? And dude, do you see that layer with the knockups from Galio out into Tan into the Diana out? Holy, like, there's no way you misplay these fights as long as you all call the same target, right? Up, laser.
Oh, it's a big 4-man laser, but they don't have damage to follow this one through, so don't see any way for them to make any more of a play from this one. You know, we've been hopping so much on a Camille Galio kind of synergy, but
Diana Galio was pretty nutty, right?
Yeah, that was really nutty.
If anyone's watching this, like, to prep for the day, you look at Team OK, you're like, okay, now we need to ban out
We're
Diana.
stealing strats.
You need to steal our strats, and you need to deal with this pool that they have, right? So Diana's a big problem, Camille's a problem, Galio is a problem for everyone. It's just the pick right now is in a great place. So if you leave it open, someone's gonna pick it, someone's gonna abuse it. So it's the Diana Camille that's really the power points here for Team OK.
We say that now, but I can totally imagine, right, going into our next BO3, like, they're gonna ban out Akali Diana, and then it's gonna be like Camille Galio, and then suddenly we start seeing Lee Sin Vi, and the Lee Sin Vi pops off, and you know, there's never enough. You just kind of have to figure out what to do. Meanwhile, Lustreless goes a little bit aggressive in the enemy jungle. NSR just gonna try and harass her a little bit. Wow, really ambitious here. Gets the first wave of the Cyclone. Big ultimates coming through. The first kill comes in. Lutz goes down. It's a rampage for the Diana as he picks up the second. Going in is a third kill for the Galio, and a fourth kill as Galio gets a double.
Yep, now they're looking for the ace here. I think they can go in for the play here. Mayo has ultimate. She just needs to chip down the Malphite just a little bit more. Instead, she takes the safe decision. She's like, I have Baron buff.
I don't have to. 15 seconds on death timers. I have a minion wave crashing down bot side. I think this is game.
Yep, this should be game, ladies and gentlemen. They're pushing it onto the Nexus here with the Baron Power minions. The last unstoppable force just for good measure. A little symbolic, but it's not going to change the outcome of this game. Everyone spawning up though might just make a difference. They need to finish off this Nexus, but instead, Team OK, they're backing up. They're making the safe play. Or are they? They recommit in. Double kill picked up by Candybird. Okay, I see you, Candybird.
And now looking for this mid lane inhibitor turret too, and they are just in such a strong position. Diana jumping in. What was that? Pulls in two. It's a rampage for the support. The Galio goes massive. The Nexus goes down, and our first best of 3 winners are gonna be Team OK.
Very solid play. I like the draft. I like the execution. The mid game fumbled a little bit, right? You can see how they are still struggling with calling the right targets. Certain points, Lustreless goes in, baits her team, but on a whole, if Candybird is making the engagements happen, the rest of the team are instinctively and intuitively following up. It's pretty obvious, right? If you have eyes and you see a Diana go and hit a multi-man like out, you probably go in, otherwise you're just trolling.
I mean, this was a game ran by Team OK from start to finish, right? NSI had, I feel like, a clearer idea this time around, but it ultimately didn't kind of resolve the issues they faced in the first game.
Yeah.
And it's so difficult because, you know, there's not enough time to go and really plan everything out. But that being said, it's honestly, right, such a big... How do we even put it? You know, it's big brain.
Yeah, it's big brain.
Team OK have figured out what they need to do from week 1 to here.
Before they came in, like last week, they had an idea of what they wanted to play already. You could see them like brainstorming and, you know, trialing certain compositions. They arrived on this composition through trial and error, especially against their games. I think against Big Dirty Golems, I think was the one where they managed to like pull back a little bit. The Diana in particular is something that Candybird has made her own. The composition and the way the team runs is very much hinged on her engages, right? See the way she engages. It's always very clean. Everyone else follows up. But take a look as the highlights come up. Let's take a look at how they play that one out.
That item giving that little shield. Meanwhile, over the jungle, unstoppable force gonna be used. Gets a quick knockup. Lots of damage coming through. Shockwave goes wide. A 3-man knockback by Kettleburn. Damage coming through on Maestro. The flash over the wall. Diana goes unstoppable, chasing down her counter opponent. Takes them
They kind of have to account for it. That being said, they're going for engage here.
Rakan over on the side, lots of damage coming onto the Diana. 3-man charm from the Seraphine. Lots of damage coming through still. Diana finally goes down. Xin Zhao looks to be the one to pick up the kill. Ends up getting taken down as well. That's a double kill for the Ezreal so far. It's a triple chasing down the enemy.
Oh
and Camille takes down the Varus, and it's a shutdown on this Diana.
Teemo
Into a Camille who's getting away. The Nexus goes down.
insult to injury granted. They commit onto Mayo. Her team runs it into the base for the game.
Gonna be used to get the knockup onto 2. The bind comes in, gets the stun onto the Wukong. Lushness has to back away at this point. A lot of members coming in. Unstoppable Boss clips onto the Wukong just barely. They almost take out the Garen, but Garen gets away with his life. Jumping back in, Kai'Sa into the backline, but is diving in between 4 members on the enemy team. NSR chasing her down. She gets knocked out by the Xin Zhao. The red team finally equalizes a kill back.
They're miscommunicating a little bit.
Okay, Talk gonna be used. Diana comes in for the follow-up. The cleanup comes through. The trap's gonna be
Maybe the
used.
Jinx.
Diana's still just chasing after, but the movement speed is not enough. That's gonna be Yuri entrance.
Massive.
Chained together with the Moonlight. Used in as a double kill for Diana. Looking for a triple. They were able to get the kill, but it's gonna go over the Camille and try and harass her a little bit. Wow, really ambitious here. Gets the first wave of the Cyclone. Big ultimates coming through. The first kill comes in. Lux goes down. It's a rampage for the Diana as he picks up the second. Going in as a third kill for the Galio, and a 4th kill as Galio gets a double.
Yep, now they're looking
Strong position, Diana jumping in. What was that? Pulls into. It's a rampage for the support. The Galio goes massive. The Nexus goes down, and our first best of 3 winners are gonna be Team OK.
very solid.
I mean, honestly, just a really strong set of games coming in. Really strong mechanical skill from Team OK, and it looks like they have managed to find their pace a little bit in qualifiers too.
That is a masterclass on how to play Camille Galio and Diana Galio. Like, if you want a simple explanation, a simple run through, just look at how they set up
And it's
all
great.
their fights.
It's only a 15-minute video.
Yeah, you probably if it's on YouTube, you probably get like 2 or 3 ads at least.
Right.
I mean, that being said, guys, we will be going for a short break. When we come back, we will have $1 lighters going up against Celestials SG in our next best of 3. Of course, if they lose here, you know, there's still every opportunity for them to climb back up from the lower brackets. But for now, guys, we will be going for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Come on, you. Let's dance.
I'm on it, Black Shoe!
Time to strike. You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty. Let's do it.
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Hey guys, welcome back to our second best of 3 of the C Icon series for the Singapore qualifiers. We're in the second qualifiers already, right? The first one, I couldn't be here. We had Fish filling in. That being said, I'm back. I'm Game Listen. With me is Hungry. I think there was some Fish says he had some joke about being hungry or something. But
I don't know, man. That guy's always hungry, so that word is a constant staple in his vocabulary, right? So not surprised if he made some joke about me. That being said, we will be going into our next BO3. It's gonna be $1 Lighters versus Celestials, and Celestials they partook in the first qualifier. I think when I was looking at the team, they didn't seem to have a unified draft direction, the way they were playing out. Some of the team fights was a bit suspect as well, so overall we will see if they improve from the first week's games. $1 Lighters though is a new team coming in. It was formed based off the back of some roster swaps from week 1, right? So let's take a look at the bracket first as we talk about the next matchup.
So far, we've already seen Team OK win out their first match, so they're going to be moving into the next set of the qualifiers, and this one is going to be between Celestials and $1 Lighters, so whoever wins this is going to go up against Team OK.
Yep.
And then we also have our, I think, matches going on concurrently in some of the other brackets.
You are right.
Right, we'll see how things pan out there, and then we'll move into, I believe, into our upper brackets.
Yep.
Right,
Upper bracket
semi-finals.
Quarterfinals, because the next one is the semi-finals.
Right, yeah, so next one should be quarters, right? And then we'll have our upper bracket finals first, and then our lower bracket finals to round off the end of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so top 4 teams qualified. They go into the playoffs on the 28th to 30th, right? And those teams stand a chance to win. And okay, so I missed this out the first time, right? 3 months, right, of 100+ beverages. For the top 3 teams. So first place gets $12,000, 5 chairs, Secretlab chairs, right? And they get to pick, I think, right? Second place gets $8,000. Third place gets $2,000, and all 3 of them. 3 months of 100+.
Yeah,
that's a lot of 100+. You could bathe in 100.
Yeah, you could bathe in 100+.
You could bathe in 100+.
Could have like a nice bathtub of 100+.
I could make a gaming PC with a cooler with 100+. I think that would be a terrible idea. Like the sugar crystallizes inside the tubes.
Not if you get the 100+ zero.
100+ zero.
So we're starting to think about, this is next level engineering.
100+ zero cooling PCs, right? What else could you get? You could you could get a water bag, right? Or like those kind of like water lumbar pillows, right? And then put it on your Secretlab chair where you get first place. You just like have 100+ at the back, and you go, oh man, this is.
I like how we're innovating, right? This is what the R&D department looks like. Well, seriousness, we do love them for like keeping us hydrated and making it such that we're able to cast with our voice at 100%. I was telling Fish about this. I realized last week that a 100+ at room temperature is actually really good for your throat in terms of like keeping yourself hydrated. It also has all the isotonics and all the valuable nutrition that you need to keep hydrated as well.
I mean, that is the definition of isotonic, right? Normal. If you didn't know, water is actually hypertonic.
Oh, there you go.
Which means that when there's too much water, it can cause your red blood cells to overexpand and explode.
Okay.
Right. That's why you get water poisoning.
You drink too much water.
Yeah. That's why you get water poisoning. So isotonic defeats that issue.
This is why they give out the 100+ at like the
like running,
points, right?
all that, races and all that stuff, because you want to have just the right amount.
Okay,
this is how they do it.
So in terms of like we say like food science, it's vastly superior than normal water. If you drink normal water, you're a peasant, right? 100+ is for the kings.
3 months worth of 100+, right?
Okay.
You're good to go. You're good to go.
Okay,
I'm just gonna say
we'll just leave it at that. Right? Next matchup, $1 Lighters versus Celestials. I was talking to Brendan about the name $1 Lighters because I know one of the players inside the roster. I think it's Hiri, right? So I've known him for a while, and a while back I saw on Facebook there's a bit of like a debacle with him and just a post going about. The story behind the team name comes from, I think, when Hiri was serving his quarantine after he came back from Malaysia, and he ordered food on Foodpanda, I believe, and then he tried to get a lighter from the guy that was delivering the food as well, and the lighter cost, of course, $1. The guy came, sent the food, sent the lighter, but because when you add something on special from Foodpanda, it doesn't add to the bill, so you kind of have to pay the guy directly. I think Hiri was trying to get the guy's pay now and his overall account, like couldn't get it.
Just trying to pay him, right?
And then the guy just made a whole post about it on Facebook. So there was this back and forth. They're joking about it. Eventually, Hiri paid the guy $2. It's like, I'm sorry for the trouble. Here's double what I owe you. And yeah, that's where the name of the team came about.
That sounds like a lot. Like, this is double what I owe you. $2 lighter.
There you go.
Why didn't it become $2 lighter then? He paid
Fair
double
enough.
for it, right?
$1 $1 lighter plus $1 service. So
Oh,
a bit
man.
too long for the team. They will just stick to $1 lighters. They will be going to draft soon. I believe the teams are loaded up and ready to go. A bit of a story about how the team name came about, but nevertheless, this team is new. They were formed with the remnants of SGW, which is now Chickens Can Fly. You have Hiri, Sabo, as well as Jungle Gap, who will be filling out this roster.
So quite interesting to see these players coming into this one, because I don't think I have all too many memories of these guys
I
compared
think
to
they came from other titles, if I'm not wrong. Like,
Yeah.
Hiri originally was an AoV player, if I'm not wrong. So it's a mishmash, right?
So there is some level of experience for them at least, right, coming into the qualifiers, and because these are the open qualifiers, there's a lot more room, so we've seen some variation. I think especially in qualifier 1, right? Qualifier 1, there was a lot more kind of space for different levels of play, whereas I think in qualifiers 2, a lot of these teams that come in have either had a lot more experience with qualifier 1 or are generally more experienced competitive players anyway.
Yes.
You know, so
This is
there's-
true.
yeah, so coming into qualifiers 2, the level of competition, it looks like has been a lot more competitive, you know.
The reverse argument can be made also because teams like Alliance and Impurity have already qualified. They're not in this
That's
you
true.
know, stompy
That's true.
ground where they just play every 10 minutes is GG, right?
Yeah.
So in a way, it's more competitive because everyone is at a similar level. But at the same time, the big boys, the big dogs, you know, the number 1, number 2 teams have already qualified. So you don't have to worry about getting knocked out by them early in the tournament. So in that sense, the skill level should be about equal, I think.
Right. So we're looking to see how things kind of pan out with that one. I mean, last game, or rather our last BO3, right, only went 2 games because Team OK was able to clinch the win very early on. And we saw a lot of emphasis around this kind of Diana pickup. Despite that, we still saw a lot of heavy emphasis on banning out the Akali. Do you still think that the Akali kind of has to be banned? So Akali is banned out, right? And so that means the team that's kind of like on the weaker, on the receiving end. So it kind of feels like Red side.
Red side has to
Ban both?
No, I think on red you ban Akali. Blue you generally want to ban like Gragas, Camille, Diana. I think that's the main play because if red gets Gragas, Camille, they can flex both those picks, right? So because on red side you already have last pick, having a flex in 2 rows and opening that up to them is such a draft nightmare. Like you don't know where Camille is going to go, you don't know where Gragas is going to go. Similar to Galio, I think Galio has the same value in terms of being a flex pick. Could put him in mid, could put him in support, and on the red side again, you know, it just adds another dynamic that you have to worry about. So blue side generally wants to ban flex picks. I think red side you ban the OP. So Akali, Lee Sin would be the best bans on red side, I think.
Yeah, so okay, and Akali Lee Sin, alright, pretty interesting choices with that one. We've also seen a couple of other junglers so far looking like mostly tanky junglers have done quite well, especially since you have a much stronger mid lane and a much stronger top lane.
Yes.
You don't really have to put that onus onto your jungler, you know, so that those Baron laners can just focus on laning it up, you know, getting the lead that they need and trying to scale up faster.
We always see these Baron laners play like split push style, old school League of Legends top laners, right? So you have your Fiora, you have your Camille's where you start getting fed, it becomes a strong side lane, impossible to really 1v1. So in that vein, if your team is missing a tank and the Baron lane is going to play a split pusher, you obviously need to pick up a tank, and that's why you have things like, you know, most people, even if they build like a DPS jungler, you still go like first item GA, which gives you pseudo tankiness. You jump in, kill someone, kill someone, and you get a new
fake
life.
tankiness, but it works for the most part. That being said, I think that the names on the titles, right? But that's a cute logo.
Yeah, that is a cute logo. It's a literal, I think it's a big liner, I want to say. It's a bit hard to tell. Not sure if it is, but yeah, you're right. The nameplates are swapped. On the blue side, it is Celestials SG. On the red side, it is one of the lighters. So we have Jungle Gap here. We have Hiri as well as Sabo in the top lane. In the Baron lane rather. So it's 3 members of SGW just pivoting into this new roster for $1 lighters.
Right.
Celestial is more or less running the same composition and the same roster rather.
It's interesting. So you were mentioning the Lee Sin is kind of more of a red side ban.
Yep.
Yeah, but instead blue team, right? Looks like Celestials get rid of that right away. They don't really want to have to be the ones to deal with it. And it looks like Leona ban as well.
I don't think she's particularly popular in this meta.
Haven't really seen much discussion
Alistair is like the
based
better.
around
Alistair is
Leona,
the better Leona.
It's like upgraded Leona, right? Yeah, so it seems a little bit suspect to me that Leona has kind of been that pickup, or rather that ban going in for $1 lighters. Might have some kind of specific strategy that could pan out in regards to having this Leona. Corki also being banned out. That's an interesting one. So now a lot of priority picks are still left open.
So if they ban Corki here, I think their first pick is going to be Ezreal because Hiri has largely played Corki Ezreal throughout this tournament. So they might just be removing the pull, right? The Fiora ban here signals that they might want to play Camille too.
Oh. All right.
But this does leave the Camille, Gragas, Akali open too, and I think this.
I mean, this just
The
looks
OP
like
picks are all left open.
yeah, right. This looks like they basically went, you know, if we can't ban out a few like the OP picks that you're gonna play, we'll just ban out. We'll just leave everything open, and we'll grab a couple. You know, you can have some, but I'll take some too.
Yeah,
right.
That's the idea. That's the
It's a
idea.
good trade.
You get Camille here. Again, it's a flex pick. $1 lighters. What is their next play? I think you do.
I think Akali, right? And
Akali, Ezreal, if you want to get Hiri a comfort pick. Otherwise, you do Akali and Gragas to counter flex against the Camille.
Okay.
Janna here, no real reason to put her in early prio. I think there's no reason to lock her in this early. So by doing so, you give away at least the Akali here.
Okay, yeah, so
Okay.
Gragas pickup makes sense here. You know, you have that little extra boost coming in with this strong tank jungler. But like you mentioned, I don't quite see the purpose of this Janna just yet. And, you know, going for the Gragas is already a bit of a stretch because, you know, the community is flexing in two positions right now, right?
You have to remember that
yeah.
Gragas ultimate does more or less the same thing as Janna if you place it correctly, right?
Yeah,
it's
true,
a team fight
true,
reset, it's a
yeah.
displacement. You always want to use Janna to kind of knock Camille outside of the Hextech Ultimatum. For those of you that don't know, the moment she's outside that sort of octagon, right?
Yeah,
out cancels.
she's gone.
Yeah, it cancels, right? So you use
It's
that
done.
to reset her outside of the Hextech Ultimatum. Same thing for Gragas. That's why if you pick top lane Gragas into Camille, you can sustain through most of her bursts. Your damage reduction kind of deals, and your sustain deals with the true damage too. And it's tough to really kill him because if you're gonna hookshot into Gragas and he body slams you, he knocks you out of the hookshot.
Like you mentioned, Ezreal going to be picked
Okay,
up by Celestials. Makes sense. You know, Hiri has been playing a lot of it, so removing that option away from him at least. But Kaisa is still left open, so it's not entirely
no.
lost. Oh my goodness, the Galio comes through. I mean, it looks like Celestials right now are just taking effectively first pick almost, right? Like they've picked up a very strong composition right off the get-go. $1 lighters now. It's kind of on them to kind of equalize things here. Going for the Varus. Okay, so responding in direct plain sight to the Ezreal saying, okay, then we'll go for the Varus, but then what do you kind of go for next? Like, what is this next play or option? You know, you still have that big mid lane question mark.
Yeah. Sabo has played Nasus in the past. It didn't work out too well. Fish and I were like memeing about it because it takes too long to scale up, especially against the Camille, right? Like, against Camille, you want to just farm your waves, or against anyone really. Nasus just wants to farm waves and stack his Siphoning Strike. Camille's not gonna let you do that. She wants to challenge you early on. She wants to punish you.
Nasus?
Yeah, I mean, generally, even if you go AP Nasus, she's gonna punish you, right?
That's
Early
true.
level 1, level 2.
Or you just don't, or what if you just don't go top lane? You go mid lane,
Maybe
AP Nasus?
mid lane Nasus might work out against what potentially is a Luxor Galio flex here. Again,
Right.
This is the problem, right? If you leave Galio open, you leave like so many options in the draft. The Camille could...
Everything's moving around right
the
now.
Camille definitely is going to be top lane because you have Jarvan jungle, I think. So it's a Galio that's the big question now against
Or
the
Jarvan.
Jarvan mid lane, I don't know, man.
Jarvan support.
Yeah,
Lux-
Jarvan support. Like,
yeah,
that's
but
it's the big issue. You need
Yes,
to be
agreed.
taking these flex picks away if you want to flex your own, right? It's a game of guess and check right now. $1 lighters, they're selling on their mid laner, I think. You said it could be an AP mid lane Nasus, but no. Okay, so now it's going to be Gragas mid.
I was just joking
Evelyn
about
jungle.
that. I don't really see Nasus mid lane AP.
I believe we're on the latest patch, and Evelyn is like literally unplayable now, I think. With
Oh, really?
with the nerf to ult. If I'm not wrong, and we're on the latest patch, it might not have hit yet, but the recent buffs, recent nerf to Evelyn makes her unplayable.
Pretty curious, like who exactly is this Evelyn looking to ult anyway? Like,
Maybe Lux, maybe
May-
Ezreal, if
maybe
you can burst him
Lux.
down, but you don't have to burst. Like
You-
you need to hit piercing arrow and then like one shot him with the
no,
charm.
well, that's the thing though, because Ezreal's arcane shift is literally enough range to
That is
dodge
true.
out
Yeah.
the ultimate from Evelyn. So you have to cause the widest range,
be, like,
right?
right
Because
in
it's not exactly a semicircle,
Yep.
right? It's not exactly a semicircle. It's slightly curved in the center, right? So if you dash down exactly on the sides, you can dodge away from it, which means that that entire spell is negated.
Yep.
Whereas it's so much harder for the Evelyn to have to kind of predict this play than the Ezreal, who just has to make a 50-50. It's either left, right, or center, right? You just make a decision and there's a good chance you could dodge away from it.
I think I look at the draft. $1 lighters probably come out on the losing side here. Just the early prior from Janna surprises me, especially if you're gonna do Janna Gragas. Like you could have done Gragas Ezreal and then drafted, double tanks for team fight composition. You can play front and back against them. Should have been fine, right? Like, even if they do pick up like the Galio and the Camille, there are tools in your draft,
Arsenal, right? Yeah.
To kind of push them away. You can redirect the aggression. So I think maybe a bit too greedy here.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious because I didn't see much in the way of Celestials that look like that would kind of indicate they would have gone for the Janna pick. So I'm not quite sure why there was so much priority to go for that early one. But again, this is something that from our perspective might seem pretty obvious, pretty straightforward.
Drafting with nameplates off, right?
Yeah,
we're looking at ideal compositions.
Exactly. In reality, I think that these teams might not necessarily have that same kind of experience when it comes to drafting for Wild Rift, especially because it's so new. It hasn't had that time to really flesh out effectively, and as much, so this is kind of like why I really like things like the Icon series, because it gives an opportunity for all these teams to kind of get started, play a couple of matches, get a feel for how things are going, and in the future games, in the future seasons moving in, have the opportunity to compete again. I hope to see these names coming back in again, because it's honestly so endearing to see our own local players representing us on the international stage. It's awesome.
That's my favorite part, right? When you see a player from the community side have a lot of talent and then rise through the ranks and eventually become a regional player. One of the classic examples locally is Shinsekai. I think everyone talks about him as the OG. We started from community, and then he's a solo queue player, and then he joins the team, goes on to try out for League of Legends in Taiwan, that kind of thing. It's a very nice story to follow.
Oh, absolutely.
And of course he's a bit closer to our generation of casters. Before that we have people like Chawi, right?
So far, things looking pretty solid. $1 Lighters looking for a little bit of an aggressive play, tried to walk forward to provide a little bit of harass. That means they're going to get a little bit of a late start on the Janna in the mid lane? Hello?
We saw this a lot last week, right? So what happens is, if you think your mid lane level 1 sucks, you just get your support in and help you push the wave out to get prio. So this is actually working out because Janna arrived earlier and Galio was pushing out. So you punish him trying to get lane prio. This happens in waves or in mid lanes where you just don't want to play the level 1. Because when the wave pushes in, you get level 2 eventually.
So at least I guess things kind of pan out a little bit there, but then off of that, it looks like the Galio has lost almost all his HP, and so now it's a little bit... I'm a little bit concerned with how things are going to pan out in this lane. Since Galio still has the Honey Fruit available, can just go back, pick that one up, come back into lane, and...
Oh, no, he's okay already. So it's the Gragas that has the Honey Fruit.
Yeah, the Gragas, right, has the Honey Fruit, yeah. So the Galio is the one that does not have sustain, and so that's going to be a bit of a tricky matchup, and now we'll probably see an early recall from the Galio, and that's going to affect the way the wave management is going to go and delay that level 5 spike.
Good pull coming from $1 Lighters on the bot side, but they're getting pushed in. This is because the Janna, they walk up to mid. Oh, actually,
this
find the solo kill here.
But the shield coming in from the Janna looks like it's going to be enough. It's a difficult one. Mid lane still a bit of a wet noodle fight, actually. The Grag is having to go, being picked to go into the mid lane. So I can kind of see a little bit more about this Nasus pickup now. To kind of, and then allowing the Gragas to go into the mid lane. Flash away from the Evelyn. Gets away from the Jarvan. This is not looking too good for this Evelyn slot.
Doesn't have the best clear in terms of HP, so you really can't contest the Jarvan in the jungle, right? I think that's a big problem. I don't like this pick. I would have much preferred something like a Vi, give you immediate lockdown on the Ezreal if you need to, even if the Arcane shifts away, right? You can still lock him down and allow for your team to collapse on him. So maybe a Vi would have been better here. Now Jarvan rotating bot is going to secure this wave as it pushes out into neutral position.
And that's a great point, because additional thing is that all Vi CCs are considered knockups, which cannot be QSS'd, right? Whereas the Charm can actually be QSS, and that's a very... Well, I wouldn't say easy, but it's a very reasonable set of skills to use the QSS on and get away from. If you
think about their composition as well, right? Because they went for Gragas, and if their draft did something like Gragas, Ezreal, or Gragas, +1, and then they decide to draft for Yasuo composition, Vi, Gragas, and Janna are very good facilitators for Yasuo composition. In this case, they had to force the Gragas into mid lane matchups instead, and he's not doing too well still.
Over in the jungle right now, the Evelyn is just barely out of vision. Okay, gets spotted out, so this is going to be interesting. misses away from both spells. Cataclysm is going to come through. Now the hero entry is going to be used to stack on top. Nasus coming in from the side. Seven loses a lot of health here. The X is going to be used taking through. Young chasing after this kill. Jarvan almost gets the flag and drag across. Chasing after. They should be able to find this with a little bit more. Flash still available on the Galio. Does not intend to use it on this kill.
Oh my
Meanwhile,
God.
first blood for the Evelyn dives in onto the enemy too. The chase into their jungle. Celestials have lost the opportunity for this fight, and now Greg is looking to try and pick up this one as well. Uses his flash eventually. Celestials, what was that?
And that was a big mistake when they overextended onto the Evelyn and they grouped up. There was an opportunity there for Jungle Gap to just body slam to, and then they chained the CC from Evelyn. Remember that she does a lot of damage when people are bunched up, and she's also able to gap close with her third skill, I believe. So it's tricky, right? Celestials, they want to capitalize on your early pressure, but they overreach and they get punished. So that's a big problem. I think if you move into the next game, or if you go into the late game rather, you need to respect that. That was something I saw last week that they had an issue with. I think a big issue was how they conducted fights and chases. They were never really clean when it came to shot calling or target calling.
Right. But in reality, I think looking at things, how things still are, Celestials honestly haven't lost very much from that.
True.
Right? Are still very much competitive. The 1,000 gold difference is a little bit concerning, but not something that they cannot overcome, or I would say are too concerned about right now. Meanwhile, over the side, looks like Mystical should be able to find this. Oh my goodness, Flying Drag comes in.
Oh my god,
the Cataclysm collecting 4 members of $1 Lighters. They find 2 kills, looking for a third, and here he goes down so quickly after. And now, all by his lonesome, Evelyn over on the sidelines, looking to try and find a flank, but the Lux finds him, the bind connects, and Camille walks in. It's an easy kill as Nico goes on a killing spree.
That was absolutely nutty. Like, I love how Celestials make me eat my words, because the moment I say, well, they don't play these team fights too well, they just collapse and they pull the trigger. That was a massive Cataclysm to a 4-man taunt. I think the True Shot Barrage layered on top just gives them that significant amount of damage to clean up the fight. So Celestials, they pick up the Mountain Dragon, right? And granted, if you're looking at the composition, they have Galio, they have Jarvan, which is eventually going to be building. He's already built tank. He has the Sunfire Aegis. This Mountain Dragon is big value. Like, those shields are going to start ramping up in the late game.
You know what? I kind of see why Team OK just never went for Dragons now. You know, you could be ahead, 1,000 gold ahead, and all it takes is this Dragon fight to totally turn the game on its head, right? Cape over on the side, looking like he might get caught out. Should be able to find this if they want to go for this. Oh my goodness, the laser connects. They go on a big chase for this Gragas, diving under his turret. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find this. Honey Fruit is going to be able to give him some safety here.
That was a good lineup. I think $1 Lighters.
Solo kill from Nico! Oh my goodness, the minions looking to get the last hit off, but they aren't able to find it. Corruption will not be enough. Oh man, and the Ignite's still up, by the way.
That was a flex, man. That was a flex. Like, there was no reason for Hiri to be in the bot lane. If you played into Camille, you know that if you're not tanky,
Cataclysm catches off onto 2, does not even have to use the heroic entrance just yet. Janna uses his ultimate to try and displace the fight. Now over on the side, Young gets a 3-man taunt, looking to still be able to take this one down. But Ezreal does not have the damage necessary to win this one straightforward. So just going to have to be content with what they find there.
They couldn't fight that because they didn't have the laser. The True Shot Barrage just came up, so there was no reason to really contest that, you know, random choke, especially because there's like no objectives. Like, why would you fight their weird-ass choke?
Just don't have enough at that point, right? They're just lacking a little bit in the damage, but they were very happy with that. I would still say, right? Being able to force them all back. Meanwhile, looking at the items, these are good backups, good pickups for sure.
Teleport enchantment with Triforce completed means that Hiri or anyone in the side lane just can't really sit against the Camille. She's going to be split pushing, especially because you have Galio on your roster too. If he's missing on the map, any 1v1 side lane fight becomes automatically a 2v1 because Galio is going to join in once she casts the Hextech Ultimatum.
So it's a pretty easy use as well. I mean, Hextech Ultimatum is only just one of the tools that they have available for themselves. Taking a quick look over onto the Ezreal as well, you know, having been able to pick up the 2 components quite quickly, 5,600 gold is about the same as the Ezreal, as the Varus, but the Varus, as you can see, has been kind of caught out and been in an awkward position. Joining into the fight a little bit too late. Galio looking to try and take down the Nasus, but they've already lost the AD carry. Now the Evelyn looking to go in and dish out some good damage onto Young, and Young going for the Raw of Aegis has quite a lot of HP, but isn't very tanky per se.
It doesn't matter if they fight bot side because they drop the Herald on top, right? So they already got a kill on Hiri, they trade ADC for ADC. Not the best thing in the world, right? You could have gotten away with the 1-for-0.
They just got the dashes too.
Yep.
So it's a 2-for-1 at least.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
so 2-for-1. Okay. Now this is value for Celestials. They Herald topside, get the turret, they get 2-for-1. Overall, pretty decent trade as they scale up. They're hit 6,000 gold right now. Items completed. We saw earlier the teleport enchantment as well as a lot of big core items done. Right. Ezra already has the mana mute, has the executioners too. Meanwhile, on the side of the Galio, he's rushing the death cap. I would like to see a redemption enchantment on the support here. Like instead of Locket, the redemption is probably better because you're always going to be fighting in like controlled areas, right? Think about how you're handshaking these fights. It's Hextech Ultimatum, it's Hero Ancients. You're not really going to run away from a specific zone, so the redemption, in addition to healing your team, also damages the enemy, as opposed to Locket, which is just a straight up shield.
Well, I guess I could kind of see it, but meanwhile, alright, Dragon fight looking to pop off here. They manage to get the taunt, get the charm off. Now looking for this first kill. The Dragon goes over onto $1 lighters. They manage to pick up this Ocean. Nice Hex Ultimatum used over on the side, and Nasa survives for a little bit longer. The Evelyn gets knocked up mid-channel, was not able to find a kill onto this Camille, and now Camille just hovering over by the side, has the hook shot available. They managed to get the flag and drag off, was not able to take down Nico at the very end. Look at that HP bar. They have to be kicking themselves with that one.
Yo, Nico needs to buy his jungler a cup of coffee because that was a life-saving play, right?
Right, yeah.
Uses the flag and drag to cut him off, and if that skill had connected, that's a dead Camille. So now they can move over onto Baron because the jungler's dead. There's no smite to contest. They just want to control the area first.
Alright, they get the lockdown onto the Gragas. It's an easy pickup now over onto the side. Wow, actually flashes away from that one. Tornado's going to be used to try and zone things off. Hiri still on this Varus, but out of mana, out of options. Just kind of has to recall here. So this is looking a little bit difficult. $1 lighters looking to get outscaled a little bit as we move forward in this game as well.
They don't have a clean win condition in these team fights right now. Even if you say, okay, we'll put all our eggs in the Nasus basket, we'll let scale get 1,000 damage on siphoning strikes, right? Camille is eventually going to be able to deal with it just because of the mobility. She doesn't have to engage him straight on. All she needs to do is just push the waves out and contest lane priority to TP in. The TP value of Camille is so much higher compared to...
Oh my goodness, just smited Camille, not the crab. That definitely has a hood. Hook shot going to be used. Now Hex Ultimatum just going to be connecting onto this enemy jungler. The laser going to be executing off at the Evelyn. One by one, they all fall. $1 lighters taken down by Celestials, and Celestials proving a point here. They say, you can't just give us these picks, you can't give us these options, man. Or you have to ban away these or take these away yourselves.
This is what I mean by the teleport value of the Camille is much higher than Nasus. Think about how they're gonna arrive to the fight, right? Like the Avengers. They show up, Camille's like, boom, I'm gonna lock you down and hex the ultimatum. Nasus is just gonna throw like a AoE slow, AoE damage. That's all. You know, I think the Camille has so much more value here, and now that they're taking this Baron, they will be able to close out the turrets in mid and top at least. I think
$1 lighters making a beeline over into the Baron pit. They still manage to secure it. Celestials find this Baron, and now they're backing off. $1 lighters was just a little bit too late to make their way into the Baron pit. They lose the Gragas, trying to make a hero's play. That being said, you're talking a little bit about that redemption pickup that you wanted to see for the Lux. I can kind of see it here, right? Because it looks to me the Lux just wants to go for that burst shielding for that short moment against the Evelyn, against the Varus, just being able to provide that little bit of a shield to kind of stall for time, whereas the redemption takes a little bit longer to scale up. In the mid lane here, we're just a little bit too overextended. You don't have enough disengage with this Janna. You would think that you would, but you don't.
That's a good point about the delay on the redemption, right? If you all get bursted out instantly and everyone dies, redemption's not going to heal anyone out of 0 health. So that's a good point. I think the instant snap shield is quite valuable too. Good use of this Baron buff. You see what they're doing, right? So Camille here, actually
my goodness, once again, I don't know what else there is to be said about that one. It's rinse and repeat. You go in, you wait out for the Evelyn, and you get the pick off.
what is the value of this Janna here? They already pick it, but they're not really using it. Now they're committing for this fight. Here we go.
Nice combo with the Galley, looking to try and take this one down, but the turret is still tanking, dishing out a lot of damage onto this Camille. The backline over on the side of Celestials going to just try and output as much damage as they can. They already lose Young. Meanwhile, this is the Nasus. He's come online. He's looking for the chase, but he wasn't able to find it anymore. Oh my goodness, it was so close. Look at the HP right now.
They're so mobile on Celestial's side, right? Everyone has a dash or a gap closer or some sort of like relocation, and only the Lux is the one that's left stranded. So you think about how the Nasus wants to kill prior targets, like not gonna happen. At least Lux can still bind and run away. Ezreal has Arcane Shift. He's not getting on any prime targets.
He flashed in looking for anything there.
The big dunk,
anyone.
Right?
He had 3 people with, what, 300 HP in front of him? He was looking for anything and he couldn't find it. That's tragic.
He's getting kited out. Like, just walking forward and getting hit by the light binding and then getting slowed. Oh, the hell. There is no way for him to really gap close onto the backline. So it's tough for the Nasus in this game. Again, it begs the question, one of the lighters, is their draft flawed? Is there something that they could do to improve on it? My first take is just, 86 the Janna. Not very high priority.
Meanwhile, down in the bot side, Java going to be using his Cataclysm to try and stall for some time, uses the Flying Drag to get away. The rest of his team going to be making their way down to the bot side. Celestials now looking to try and punish $1 lighters for sending everyone down bot side. Young gonna gets the taunt off, gets the catch onto the Evelyn, and once again it is just a tragedy. Losing your jungler so much, he's out of the game effectively.
Look at the Camille's on the top side just pushing, right? So now they have this like heavy pressure. She's committing in to making sure that they have all the lanes activated now. It's the final inhibitor, I believe, that should be, oh no, excuse me, second inhibitor to fall down at the bottom side. One of the Lyres, they need to pull the trigger. If they keep losing their base at this rate, they're gonna be spawned Megas and they'll be stuck defending inside when the next Baron spawns in 15 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty easy pickup at this point, right? They have plenty of damage, they've scaled up, they've reached a point. This is critical mass. And you look at the Camille, 808, or 805 rather, right? The Camille is such an obvious threat. I really hope they try to at least pick it up, if not ban it away, in this next game.
Teams are starting to realize that if you pick side lane split pushers like Camille, like Fiora, and you can get them ahead, and they have TP advantage and can commit to fights, it's almost impossible to do. They do everything well. Oh my god,
3-man Cataclysm gets locked down, forces 3 flashes away. Everyone looking to try and get away from the fight. Nasus down over to the backline, looking to get a lockdown onto the Lux, onto the Ezreal. Meanwhile, Young wrecking havoc in the side of $1 lighters. This Nasus doing the best he can, but he just isn't able to output the damage he needs. Chasing in is the Ezreal, dashing forward with the Arcane Shift aggressively, kills off $1 lighters and kills off this first game chance that they have. Celestials looking to end things off right here.
Evelyn's just gonna run it down here. She uses the Agony's Embrace, the laser takes her down. A legendary shriek, and the game ended by Celestials. Very good macro play and team fighting coming in for Celestials. Now I said correct some of my points from last week. I think when I talked about them and I was observing the games doing reviews, the way they were conducting fights was a bit sloppy sometimes. They would overchase, they wouldn't call the right targets, but this time, very clean, firing on all cylinders. And especially in the last fight, we saw the Nasus, who was like possibly the only threat on the side of $1 lighters, being kited so hard by the Lux and Ezreal, right? They were always moving in unison, right? This pair just snaring him up, slowing him down, kiting away, and the rest of Celestials do their job on the backline.
I mean, you say he's the threat, but at that point in the game, you saw what happened. He had free reign on the Lux, on the Ezreal, but by that point, he lost all agency. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't take them down, and meanwhile, you could still just watch Galio take down the Varus, take down the Janna, because, when you go for the early Roa, go for the Rabadons, he does damage.
I think when you look at the draft, I want to circle if I had like a epic pen or something, epic pen here, right? I'll be like, okay, Nasus, you gotta cross that off. Janna, you gotta cross that off. Evelyn, question mark next to it, right?
I don't know. Yeah. It's difficult to make a good assessment on this Evelyn because, I could see positions where the Evelyn works and it forces them to play in specific styles. But that being said, I think we first have to kind of see the Janna and Nasus kind of be replaced with something else first before we can see some different impact, or some different impact from the jungler.
You can pick the Janna, but not first rotation. It has to be like third, fourth pick, probably, and you need to know what your opponents or what the lanes are going to be like to a certain extent, because like we talked about, like Janna is a decent lane bully in double range versus like range melee matchup. In this lane, she didn't really do much. Like, she was getting zoned away by the Lux, right? So I could see Janna going up against like Kai'Sa Alistar still being decent, you know?
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen some really solid plays in the week one, rather in qualifiers 1, right, where we saw the Janna was able to use the tornado to interrupt some critical moments, you know. We've also known for a fact that the tornado can actually knock up Kai'Sa mid-dash. So these are some very critical moments and critical uses for the Janna, but it ultimately depends on knowing what your opponent has, because we see in this position there are a lot of interactions that the tornado does not stop. For example, the Hackset ultimatum is not interrupted by the tornado. Yeah, Cataclysm is not interrupted by the tornado. You know, all these spells are not interruptible. So when you have that as an option, it felt underwhelming, especially when you see the Cataclysm come in and the first instinct they have with the Janna is triple flash away.
Yeah.
You spend 3 flashes away.
That's stonks, you know? That's
that
stonks,
is
right?
huge.
Because I think about this draft, I'm like, okay, I see the Janna. If I'm Celestials here, I'm like, I'm gonna pick the Jarvan, because even if he hits me with the Monsoon and they reset me out of the Cataclysm, 3 of them are still stuck inside. My team is still going to collapse on them. Like, there is no way out. So you have to triple flash. You have to beg and borrow and steal summers to just get out of the area, right? And it doesn't really hurt. It doesn't really work well if you're trying to team fight with the Varus, who is immobile. He needs a front line. He needs a space to move up into. You get locked down like that, dude. Just go nix, man. Go nix.
I don't really have any gripe with Celestial's composition, to be honest. It looked good. It looked like they got every pick that they could have possibly asked for, right?
Take up nameplates, it looked like a Team OK draft.
Yeah. It looked like they got exactly what they wanted, and they were able to play into it very well. It looked like they have good ideas in terms of what they wanted to do. The difference, I guess, between this game and the first game that we saw was really the fact that a lot more objectives were picked up, especially when there was it looked like a little bit more downtime. Whereas with OK, they were more proactive in the sense that they wanted to go for some of these fights over the objectives like the Dragon, like the Rift Herald. I mean, we saw Rift Herald actually making quite an impact in the top lane, because like you mentioned, top lane Rift Herald, bot lane fight, right? Whereas you don't kind of see that with OK right now, because the pace of the game is so much faster for them.
They would more often just use side lanes. I think Team OK as a team are more willing to just split 1-3-1, push out side lanes, and then capitalize on a fight that their opponents pick wrongly. For the side of Celestials, they're more likely to just, you know, play for the objective, control the area, and if the engage is dead, we know we can take that fight, right?
Right.
So it's a matter of how they handshake these fights. Celestials likes to handshake on objectives, and for Team OK, they like to handshake on side lanes. They like to abuse the teleport coming from Mayo's Camille.
Okay, so that's our first game in this BO3. We have, well, maybe 2 more, depending on how things pan out for $1 lighters, right? But I think that means they're going to be switching sides for this game. And so this time around, $1 lighters on the blue side have the priority pick. So I'm quite curious what's going to happen, because last game around we saw the Corki ban out, right? And that's a very big far cry from what we've seen so far already, especially since it was a big target ball, the Hierry, who actually managed to pull out the Varus, and I thought that the Varus looked pretty okay.
It was okay.
There was a few moments where he was soul farming the waves by himself, and you know,
the Camille.
yeah. But honestly, it's also partly because their composition that Celestials had drafted already is so incredibly mobile around the map that, you know, you kind of have to take that risk, right? There's no time ever where you kind of have a free lane to farm.
I think if you are $1 lighters on the blue side, you ban Akali, Galio, and hope to take Lee Sin if they leave it open. Otherwise, you Camille first pick.
Okay.
I think that's the best opening right now. And then, you know, if Diana's open, you could probably lock them following up on your B2, B3 picks, but B1, like B1 being the first pick on blue side, right? I think B1 has to be Camille here. It's such a power pick. Like jungle top side, you can flex it. If, you know, it's left open with Diana, left open with Galio, it's such a good setup piece as well.
So it's gonna be interesting to see, right? I wouldn't be surprised if they switch out the Corki ban with something like Ezreal ban instead, because I think that, especially considering how the match is going to go, Ezreal could also be a pretty reasonable first pick if a number of these other stronger options are kind of banned out already, right?
That's true.
Yeah, so might see something like along those lines happen. So here we are into picks and bans for our second match. It's $1 lighters versus Celestials, the second game. And even if they lose here, they always have the lower brackets.
This is true.
Right?
This is true.
Try to get back
they have
in,
another chance to run it back into the finals and be the top 4 teams to qualify for the second qualifiers. Right now, we see that both teams just holding on to the drafts, holding on to the bans, not really deciding just yet. Like I said, I think Camille B1 is the best choice here. You go for, there you go.
Okay,
you go,
yeah.
So,
Solid first ban. Solid first ban, can appreciate that, right? So now it's time to respond from Celestial's side, and we've seen them play a pretty good composition the first time around. So now they have a little bit more flexibility, I would say. All at the same time, there's also the argument to be made that they might want to go for a composition very similar, and so they don't show too many of their cards, especially before they go into the later stages. This is still only, what, the second wave of
you
games
still have
today?
one more life. So if you show your cards here, and you have to play for like your last chance of survival, right? You show everything, your opponents are just going to counter draft you. This is still quite open though. These are mostly like just, power bands and priority bands that you throw out. Galio, I remember saying Galio Akali. You could do Galio Gragas here if you want to. Okay,
I can appreciate the Camille ban, right?
So this tells me that neither Sabo nor Apple Juice plays the Camille at a proficient level, because if they're banning away, it means they're not willing to first pick it.
And this kind of forces Celestials to acknowledge that you might have to ban Akali here, right? You waste one of their bans for you if you have a very competent Akali player. Instead of looking for the Corki again, that's an interesting one.
This forces $1 Liars into a weird position. Do you want Akali? Do you want Gragas, or do you want Lee Sin? I think Lee Sin is the natural choice here. Lee Sin is just too good in this patch.
I definitely think so, right? You could definitely, Lee Sin pickup is obvious, especially because, it's not such a huge loss to lose out on the Akali in this position, I would say, right? You can still go for some other priority picks with some kind of flex pick in the mid top lane anyway, so it's not the biggest loss to not get the Akali early on, but instead Fiora and Seraphine.
Malphite Alliance has shown this. Malphite is a traditionally strong counter to Fiora if you itemize early Bramble Vest. So you don't lose the lane straight up, right? In fact, you can actually bully her out once your jungler comes and you are able to kill her off. I think you do decent Malphite here, and you could pivot into Gragas if you wanted to. So you could do Malphite Gragas, and then Gragas becomes the flex pick for mid or bot. If you wanted to play Yasuo composition, then you can pivot the Gragas into bot lane, Malphite top lane, Yasuo mid. So I think a Yasuo composition here is actually pretty decent against Seraphine as well.
Okay, Yasuo could be a very interesting one.
Janna
$1 liners this time around, and looking at the composition so far, it's
why the high priority on Janna though?
Might just be a complicated situation, right? I'm liking the composition overall here, right? And even though the Janna pick, I would say that you could probably hold it to later. Honestly, at the same time, I guess there could be the argument made that you want to see what the matchups are gonna be, and then try and counter pick them, because you look at AEC side, honestly, not much been banned out. Only the Corki, and now you know what the Ezreal is gonna be. So you already know what this matchup is going to be like, and if you know you're gonna be playing Janna no matter what, might as well just pick it, I guess.
You can see the instinctive pivot though. It's like Celestial see the Janna, they know Jarvan is going to be the hard answer, right? There's no way you deflect the Jarvan Cataclysm. Even if you have Monsoon, even if you have Howling Gale, you're still going to get trapped inside the terrain. So I understand that Celestial is now, they're looking at this draft, that okay, we know how to answer this Janna. Kai'Sa here, okay, so this is the question, right? If they were going to play Kai'Sa, why not do Gragas Kai'Sa? And then you could potentially, just only show your bot lane with Gragas Kai'Sa, and then you could potentially, flex a jungler, flex a top lane, and flex a mid lane as well. So I think the draft overall, like what I see from the lineup here, is okay. It's not entirely whack, but the order and the priority leave some questions to be answered.
I mean, this is something that is an ever-evolving process for them, I would say. From the first game, you can already start to see that their ideas are a little bit more fleshed out, their call and response is a little bit stronger, but again, they are kind of playing reactively compared to Celestials. Celestials have been able to mostly dictate the pace of how the champions kind of pans out, but it's definitely less so compared to game 1, where it was entirely reactive, if not basically ignoring what Celestials were doing, right? Last pick coming through,
Ari against Orianna.
Okay, this is what we were expecting.
Yeah,
of course you go to Akali in this position.
It's tough if the Orianna player doesn't take Barrier or Exhaust here. You probably die at level 5, but level 1, level 2 is pretty decent. So we'll probably see the supports do the same thing, right? And to expand about that strategy or that rotation, it's because after your first wave, you immediately hit level 2. So most supports will come in early push and try not to take the EXP, try to put pressure down so that they can give the mid laners early level 2 and bypass that level 1 phase where you have to walk up and auto and get bullied out. Because in Ori versus Akali, the level 1 range from the Orianna is still pretty decent.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, just looking at the Akali kind of build path moving in, you know, the amount of gold that you need to become effective is honestly not that much.
Just
right?
Gunblade alone.
Yeah, just Gunblade alone, right? Effectively, you could go for like a secondary. You could I've even been seeing some needless large rods buys right after the Gunblade just to give that flat AP, just to provide the damage to execute some of the enemy targets.
The Infinity Orb is like the clearer choice if they have squishies on the enemy team, right? So I mean, I could see the Infinity Orb being good against Ori, Janna, and Kai'Sa, but you could also just go for a very early Zhonya's enchantment into like a Lich Bane, because now Lich Bane, remember, it doesn't give mana anymore, so it's not like wasted cost. It's actually just ability haste and the Spellblade and some AP. So I think Lich Bane could be a decent buy here for Akali if they want to put her in the side lane as well, because that helps her take structures quite quickly.
So at least working with this, okay, so interesting overall picks coming in. Very aggressive jungler for $1 lighters versus a pretty strong jungler from Celestials, but definitely much more reactive. It doesn't have the same level of priority, so they're gonna have to maybe try to look for a 2v2 in the mid lane. But Lee Sin Orianna just feels like a stronger 2v2 lane.
Yep, it does feel like a stronger 2v2. Also, Lee Sin Jarvan has Lee Sin Gragas rather has such an edge over Fiora Jarvan. Like, there's no synergy between Fiora Jarvan. Like, what are you trying to do, man? Like, Fiora at best is just gonna be a lane bully.
You lock them in the Cataclysm, then all the vitals are proc.
The thing is, if they stay with their back towards the wall, you actually don't.
None of the vitals are proc.
So it's kind of awful, right? I could see how the Lee Sin starts red buff paths towards the top side. The moment Gragas has the body slam and the slow from the barrel, you could potentially kill off the Fiora if she doesn't time the riposte properly. So it's about managing the waves for the Gragas. If the wave is past the river, Lee Sin comes up, it's a kill.
Alright, so it's down to wave management, it's down to how they control things going into this one. It is the second game of the best of 3, and so we already see Celestials up the first game in a pretty good fashion too, right? So it's down to $1 lighters to win this one out, to equalize the scoreboards. Otherwise, it's going to be a difficult one for them.
You look at your screen, the Winter Wonderland Orianna skin has been picked up, right? Fun fact, I am cursed on this skin. Like, every game I play Ori on this skin, I instant lose. So I've just defaulted to like not putting a skin on Orianna anymore.
Yo, that is probably objectively better to know this information. Like, if you know that you're cursed on this, right, that's probably better compared to if you didn't know, if you were like still just trying to play this one out. So now you know that you are cursed on certain skins.
So never pick the skin.
Yeah, now you know that you're cursed on certain skins. So now you know that you're also probably blessed on certain skins.
True. Looking at the minimap, you don't really see the rotation coming up just yet. So maximizing the range. Okay, so immediately you see the Janna come up.
Level 1 coming
because
in.
Ori misplayed the lane.
Yeah, so Janna just gonna try to provide a little bit of support. I mean, the Orianna is gonna still pick up the level 2 anyway, but and try to negate a little bit of that impact. But meanwhile, bot lane is going to suffer a little bit because of it, and you can kind of tell this is pretty problematic because, you know, it is gonna be a Seraphine Ezreal lane. It's a very poke heavy kind of lane, and you're playing Janna. You have shielding, but it's not sustained.
Kai'Sa is outranged in this matchup too. She can't really walk up without eating like at least the Q from Seraphine or a Mystic Shot if she's not inside the wave. It's quite punishing.
Even when we go later into the later phases of the matchup, you know, level 5, level 8, level 10, you know, these moments, right, we still see the Kai'Sa has problems because the Seraphine ultimate is going to be so impactful and has such a long range.
Flank?
Yeah, flank away to the mid lane, flank track gonna be able to barely miss out. Flash away from the Orianna survives from this one.
If you're Orianna now at level 5, you need to respect that you don't have flash, you can't extend past the river, otherwise Akali will probably solo kill you. Like, even with barrier, you probably will die to Akali because of the execute damage from the ultimate. So right now, if you're Orianna, you reset, you back off, and you try to get some health at least, I think. Maybe some MR? Well, MR's not necessary, just some health maybe.
Yeah, probably just some health to provide a little bit of support. Interesting to mention as well, you know, you talked about needing the barrier or the exhaust in the mid lane. Jungle Camp does pick up the barrier, so it gives a little bit of survivability. And you can also see Zeno in the bot lane, the Janna, going for the exhaust. And so you have a lot of defensive summoner spells kind of giving them a little bit of assistance here.
I like this. I like that they have the game sense to say like, okay, Xenobius, you go for exhaust because late game if the Akali gets fed, if we can't pin her down, she's gonna be killing Kai'Sa, so they need to be coordinating on these things, and they are very well.
Yeah, it also has the additional effect of stalling the Fiora if, let's say, the Fiora is a primary threat. So, you know, overall, it looks like they've hit some of the ideas for their composition quite well. Top lane also, Gragas is just going to be a pretty decent matchup against the Fiora, and it has a lot of wave clear, which Fiora traditionally lacks.
I'm kind of bummed out that Lee Sin hasn't ganked topside yet. So Fiora is just gonna like have a few days here, even if she's not getting punished, right? Which is awkward. You normally want to see, you know, some pressure. They could force a kill onto the Fiora if she riposts wrongly, like I said. Instead, they're focusing mid lane. Here comes the king.
Oh my goodness, big mid lane focus. The Shockwave intercepts things mid dash. Great pickup coming through.
That was actually pretty insane mechanics from both sides, right? The Lee Sin with a good angle on the kick into the Sonic Wave, and then Jungle Gap hitting the Shockwave to prevent her from really going into the Shroud. Good stuff on the side of one of the Lighters. They're replying in kind. Still, it's not the biggest lead, right? It's holding on to the lane dominance that they have, even though Celestial's got the first blood.
I mean, that was...
Oh, hold on, no, it's one of the Lighters. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a really good read, because now you have direct information and knowledge on the direction that the Akali was trying to dash from. Because there was only two possible ways, right? You could have dashed towards the wall, you dashed towards the turret, and they knew that Akali was going towards the turret. Great intercept there, great read on your enemy, on your opponent in that position.
I think it's just like a process of elimination, right? There are only so many places you can go in.
Yeah, it's like two directions,
yeah,
right?
You said it right. They read the direction there. Looking at this right now, they want to start up this dragon. I think that Celestials with all 5 here are actually the stronger team because they have the Seraphine ultimate, right? So if they start up this fight and $1 Lighters decide to walk into a choke, they get charmed and they probably die.
Okay, trying to jump on, a two-man Cataclysm gets locked down. Meanwhile, the Java gets taken down over to the backline. The Akali looking to try and get a pickup, but Young gets killed off too. And it's a massive fight for $1 Lighters, who despite not having the numbers to go for this one, still are able to get the 2-for-1.
Yep, the Celestials misexecuted there. This is what I was talking about when I was saying like, oh, this team doesn't call properly, because you saw the Jarvan jump in, you saw the Fiora jump in, right? But the rest of the team was still doing Baron, and that is not the play. Actually, no, it was the Fiora, it was the Akali and the Jarvan that jumped in. So they get punished because they aren't calling the targets properly, they aren't calling the plays properly, and they overcommit.
Yeah, diving deeper than they can afford to or are able to. It starts to become a little bit obvious, especially when you're in the early phases of the game. You don't necessarily have the kind of damage or survivability once you make your way into this backline.
Sabo is gonna get punished here, especially because
it's a Fiora.
It's a Fiora that was never pressured out.
Right.
So you can hold your own, but you're always gonna get poked out, right? You shouldn't die solo, but you're not gonna have a good time in this lane.
Either way, still has a pretty decent amount of wave clear. I think so far has been going defensive items, so won't be able to clear it. Yeah, so the Sunfire Cape early on will be able to provide a little bit of assistance clearing waves, but then that means they're also kind of near the minions, right? So it's a bit of an awkward position. Dragon gonna be started up round 2 by Celestials, but once again,
oh god,
$1 Lighters are just in position to try and stop this one.
They're pincering around both sides, so this could be very bad actually for Celestials if they're not careful. Lee Sin has the dash over the wall. If he wants to steal this, they're forcing
they're going in. Yep, are able to secure. They follow Drake over to the backline. Jungle Gap survives with the shield, with the Monsoon, and chasing forward. Sonic Wave follows him all the way across. The Killer Instinct catches off the Ezreal. Still on the sidelines, the Lee Sin is looking for an opportunity to jump onto the enemy team. Great use of the cast to push away the Fiora and displace the fight. Kai'Sa still over into the back lines now with good damage onto the enemy Ezreal. Ezreal looking to try and reposition out of this one. The Fiora caught in between a rock and a hard place. 4 members collapsing in on him. Flashes over the wall, gets to the mid lane tower, gets to safety, but loses his entire team in the process. Wait, did he just come back to die again?
I don't think you want to be here, buddy.
Oh, but it's the Gragas gets taken down instead this time. Overstaying their welcome, they were able to win so much off of this. able to get the riposte off, dodges away from the Sonic Wave. Round 2, this fight has gone on for the past minute and a half.
Why though, right? Like, I see the idea of Celestials getting the dragon, but why handshake the fight after you lose the whole team? Just like, cut your losses, just run away, it's cool, it's fine, you know, there's nothing left to do here. I think $1 lighters though, they navigated the fight very well. You saw the pincer come around from the bottom and the top side, right? And that's exactly what you want to do, because Kai'Sa as a champion needs to be able to flank from both angles.
Oh my goodness, are we about to see the fight never end? Are they not satisfied with what's happened so far?
This is pretty much Gladiator, it's not Wild Rift, you know, just looking for this. Oh,
steals it away too? Ezreal isn't even in this position for this fight. $1 lighters give away the Rift Herald for free here.
Oh my god.
And Bottling Tower goes down.
Oh my god, this is gonna hurt. Oh,
diving under turret, it looks like Savage gonna get taken down. The flash away from Cape survives off of this one.
Dude, that is the most unlucky thing for $1 lighters.
Wait, are they still going for this? Are you looking for the Lee Sin too?
I think you just take the turret here. Lee Sin's just here to clear the wave because your mid side is pushing, right? If Lee Sin commits, he dies. They trade turrets 1 for 1, but now it's a 1 for 0.
Okay, so they get bot lane turret, they get most of mid lane of top lane turret. In exchange, they lose mid lane, right? So they free up a little bit of space there. John manages to pick up the hourglass now, yeah, right? So that's gonna be a nice little pickup. I like this one. You know, he gives it a lot more survivability, and this baits in the Akali because once Akali goes to the backline, you can't really kill off this mid laner. It's defensive summon spells, defensive itemization. I'm really liking what they're doing right now.
More importantly, it also allows him to play a bit more forward. So think about how you layer yourself in fights, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Normally it'd be like, okay, Gragas in front, and then Gragas, Lee Sin in front, and then you have like this backline row of Orianna, Kai'Sa, and Janna. Now the Orianna can step up and start zoning people with the ball because she has another layer
you
of
ball yourself and flash in sombrero then
no. Don't listen to this guy.
Flash in
a
sombrero.
Don't listen to him.
But looking good so far. 3-0-4. Orianna, very different game from the first one that we saw on a very different champion.
He needs to just keep doing what he's doing, right? Don't listen to Granite. It's like how to lose 20 LP in 10 seconds. Just don't listen to this guy.
Mid top lane looking to be the point of focus for a lot of these teams here. Greg is going down so quickly. Sabo still alive at this point. Cape going to go down finally. It looks like it's Lee Sin that picks up the kill credit for that one.
He knocked up 2 members with that kick. It would have been a lot worse if he didn't get the disruption there because there was a collapse coming from another member of the Celestial side. They have the man advantage top. They will drop the Herald mid from the steal. And they're going to control the map. So the game actually swings over to Celestials here. They have the tempo to take top tier 1 and the Dragon 2. They can set up for that. $1 lighters, their attention is divided. Do we defend top or do we push out mid wave first? Of course, well, you have to push out the mid wave to get Prio.
Right.
Do we want to contest Dragon or do we want to defend top side push?
Well, it looks like they're content with kind of just responding in turn and kind of trading objectives here. So, like, you know, yeah, they kind of have to push out mid wave, they have to defend top lane, but they say, okay, well, I mean, we'll just grab bot lane turret too.
No reason for Apple Juice to be here. Like, the Lee Sin needs to be towards the bottom half if his team is looking to contest the area, right? You can see 3 members walking over, they're checking this. Lee Sin needs to be there to smite steal this away. Finally, we'll journey over, but I think Celestials have the beat on this.
Okay, they're looking for this one. The orb is in a good position. They're looking to try and get this one away. Red team does manage to secure this. The on-call will not be able to connect onto too many people on the side of Seraphine. Meanwhile, in the back, Elwin dashes onto jungle gap, looking to try and get the pickup for this one. Nyko over onto the side, should be able to find an easy pickup. In the pit, it is the enemy Kai'Sa going massive, but walks in onto the Ezreal, and Elwin was in direct position to find the kill and lunging forward with every single strike. Nyko kills them off. It's a double kill for the Ezreal, and it's a 5-man sweep for Celestials.
So remember how I said $1 lighters, when they conduct these fights, they need to pincer, they need to flank, because the Kai'Sa relies on being able to shift sides on the fight. If you channel and you focus one direction and you're choked out, it's very predictable where the Kai'Sa is coming from. You kill her very quickly, right? So you need to have additional outlets of positioning for the Kai'Sa. Second thing is, they split their attention a bit. They weren't very sure who the target call on Celestials because it's Akali, Ezreal, and Fiora, all who can navigate their own fights by themselves.
Right.
Completely fine just taking 1v1s, right? For $1 lighters, you kind of need to focus fire someone.
So difficult for $1 lighters. They looked like they were having a pretty strong game, but every single objective fight they've been losing. If not, they've been losing the objectives itself. I mean, Rift Herald lost, both dragons were secured by Celestials. They've just been watching as Celestials have picked apart the house and left them with nothing stuck to their name.
Yep. The Rift Herald steal was just like criminal, right? If you're $1 Lighters, you're like, hello 999, my Rift Herald has been taken away. You know, there's no way you lose that. And
Okay, bot side looking like a catch onto the Fiora, but decent damage on Hanako. Might be able to find this with a repulse still. But the blue team is able to take down this enemy Fiora.
They miscalled it there. When 2 members went down, it was Lee Sin and it was Kai'Sa. You should have been starting the Baron there.
Right. Could have been able to try and pick that one up, but I feel like they might be a little bit underestimating the damage, or it might just be that they're a little bit too concerned with the kind of zoning spells still available, right? Because Sabo and Jungle Gap, right?
You could always still set up Vision and force $1 Lyris to check, right? But because they showed mid and they rotate it down, you kind of lose the intense pressure that you have. This fog of war, are they doing it, are they not, kind of question. You isolate Vision, you force $1 Lyris to check, and then you force with Jarvan and Seraphine. So you need to make use of Fog of War here, send Fiora to the bot side consistently. Force 2 members of $1 Lyris to go and answer the Fiora, and then you play within Fog, right? You clear the Vision out. If they walk into any chokes, it's Gragas and Seraphine show.
I mean, the only person that has the sweepers on the side of Celestials is the Jarvan right now, so only the Jarvan can effectively clear out Vision, and the fact that, you know, he's still in base has to take some time to come out means that they've lost this window to really start to build some vision for themselves. You can see the blue side, clear direct view of Yong, and he's just hovering over on the corner looking to try and bait them out a little bit.
They heard you, Grandin. The Seraphine picked up a sweeper. Vindication.
Perfect.
But more teams need to be doing this. Like, if you're a composition that can pull the trigger and engage, and you have a split pusher, you need to be able to clear out Vision to force them to check.
That's really strong damage from the Ezreal, and they finally hit this really strong
3 items already? Muramana, Triforce, +1.
Probably Blade in this case. It might be
yeah.
Executioners actually. He might have delayed his build a little bit. Let me see.
Last Whisper too,
Yeah, Executioners delayed the build a little bit.
Still good though, Last Whisper against all their armor items. It's pretty free against Sabo, Apple Juice, and potentially Jungle Gap as well, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Charm does connect over onto the enemy team here. We're looking to get taken down. Dashes into the enemy team, into the backline. Yong goes golden, survives a little bit longer, but stuck in between multiple members of the enemy team. Finally gets killed off. Flashing forward with the spear will not be enough to kill off the enemy jungler. Apple Juice survives a little bit longer, but the rest of his team gets killed right in front of him. This is the start of a Batman story. Watching your entire team get killed right in front of you.
Martha, wait, no! All of them dropping like flies in the alley to a mugger, and right now Celestials are gonna reset. They're gonna take this Mountain Dragon. They don't have to take the Baron though, because in that fight, the majority of the gold and the recipient of all of that was actually the Ezreal, who already finished his Mortal Reminder. We'll be moving towards Blade of the Rain King, and the front-to-back team fights actually you can see in these chokes doesn't really have to step up. All he has to do is really hit 1 or 2 Mystic shots, zone him away. His team is gonna be there, and I just want to point out that Mystic did go for Mystical rather did go for the Harmonic Echo, and Harmonic Echo is like probably one of the best support items now if you're looking for sustained fights.
Right.
I was explaining this to Fish, right? Because your passive allows you to double cast. You get the stacks very quickly.
Yeah.
And you heal like 3 members around you. Like, dude, that is insane. If they don't get Executioners, they probably just straight up lose the fight.
I mean, thankfully they are, or at least the Kai'Sa is, right? So there is that much, but it is still gonna be a little bit problematic for them.
Kai'Sa doesn't apply Executioners as well as Ezreal, so that's a large problem. Like, she needs to auto, she needs to throw a Captain Rain. Both of them get her into like kill range.
True, yeah.
Ezreal's like
definitely
Mystic shot, debuff, you know.
And with red buff, you know, you just have that perma burn, and it's so annoying to deal with. Meanwhile,
don't do this.
This is a
Not
little
like
bit over ambitious. Teleport is always available.
Not like this.
Double Cataclysm, 4-man charm. They're looking to try and kill off the enemy team. Sabo, the next target in the eyes of the enemy team. Celestial's looking to just try and clean them all up right here, right now. Jungle Gap goes down. Full dead on the side of $1 Lighters, and Celestials have taken this opportunity to punish them, to bring them to school, put them in their place, and say, we are taking game number 2.
Do you remember this old show on Discovery Channel, Seconds from Disaster, right? The moment I saw them start the Baron in the pit, and they were walking out towards blue buff, I was like, okay, I've known this choke the entirety of my casting career. This is where Jarvan like cashes in his stacks. Like, he needs all the money he can get from just one big Cataclysm, right?
That's it. That's all your good karma, all piled up in one spot. You go in, done.
Cash out the stonks. That big Cataclysm wins you the fight, and oh man, literally Seconds from Disaster. Because I saw that happen, I saw him retreating that way. I like more or less knew it was gonna go down towards a big Cataclysm into a Encore. So Celestials now, they should be able to take.
Might be a bit tough. It's a little bit overstanding. Okay, the minions do get it.
Baron's OP.
Oh my god,
god.
wow, that damage from one shot.
Oh my
Counter is
god.
going to be used again. Joining into the fight, Mystical providing the support for his jungler, able to stay alive for so very long. And meanwhile, Ezreal going to dash in aggressively with the arcane shift, looking to try and chase down, killing this thing, use over to the backline, but the Java still manages to challenge.
might take down.
Recalled through. Ezreal almost gets taken down. It's such a close fight between both AD carries. They fight tooth and nail, but it's Ezreal that comes out ahead. And meanwhile, it's a double kill as they chase in deep into the enemy turret. Young gets knocked back, the damage coming through, but he wasn't able to find it. Guardian Angel going to be available to this Lee Sin to save him for a little bit longer, but just joining into the fight, it's over, and Celestials pick up this game.
Oh man, that final fight. We saw, when Ezreal gets a lot of gold, it becomes a different game, right? It becomes one where he just takes over the pace purely on Mystic shots. The difference in damage, being able to do it from a kill range or safe range is so prevalent in this final fight.
I have to say though, $1 Lighters looked a lot better this game. There were a few moments that were quite critical, and honestly, it didn't cost them the game in that sense, but they looked a lot better. They had a much clearer idea, but huge props to Celestials, who look like they've done tons of homework, tons of preparation, going into qualifiers number 2, because they know that waiting for them on the 28th, 29th, 30th are going to be these super strong teams. They have to be doing their preparation now, because it's going to be too late if they start then.
I would say draft-wise, big improvement. How they're conducting their fights and their win conditions in these fights, a lot better, right? There is still some work to be done. Again, the idea, Janna, move it down in terms of prio, keep it a bit lower, but in terms of how they execute it, definitely more improvement from game 1.
That being said though, I think that this is... Yeah, so this is match point for the Celestials. They managed to pick up this second game, so they'll be moving into the next set, right? And we'll be going into our quarterfinals first.
Upper bracket quarterfinals.
Upper bracket quarterfinals, and then we'll move all the way until the finals for the upper brackets, and then the lower brackets to end off.
Yep. Meanwhile, $1 lighters are going to be dropping to the lower brackets, so commiserations to them, but they will be able to fight their way back. Let's take a look at the highlights from that game.
Of $1 Lighters, they find 2 kills, looking for a third, and here he goes down so quickly after. And now, all by his lonesome, Evelyn over on the sidelines, looking to try and find a flank, but the Lux finds him, the bind connects, and Camille walks in. It's an easy kill as 3 flashes away. Everyone looking to try and get away from the fight. Nasus is now over to the backline, looking to get the lockdown onto the Lux, onto the Ezreal. Meanwhile, Young racking havoc in the side of $1 Lighters. This Nasus doing the best he can, but he just isn't able to output the damage he needs. Chasing in is the Ezreal, dashing forward with the arcane shift aggressively, kills off $1 Lighters and kills off
this down here. She uses the Agony's Embrace, the laser takes her down. A legendary streak, and the game ended by Celestials. Very good, baby.
Oh, but it's the Gragas gets taken down instead this time. Overstaying their welcome, they were able to with what's happened so far.
This is pretty much Gladiator. It's not Wild Rift, just looking for this. Oh,
steals it away too. Ezreal isn't even in this position for this fight. $1 Lighters give the backline. Young goes golden, survives a little bit longer, but stuck in between multiple members of the enemy team. Finally gets killed off. Flashing forward with the spear will not be enough to kill off the enemy jungler, who just survives a little bit longer, but the rest of his team gets killed right in front of him. This is the start of a Batman story. Watching your entire team get killed right in front of you.
Martha?
Teleport is always available.
Not like this!
Double Cataclysm, 4-man charm. They're looking to try and kill off the enemy team. Sabo, the next target in the eyes of the enemy team. Celestials looking to just try and clean them all up right here, right now. Jungle Gap goes down. Full dead on the side of $1 Lighters, and Celestials have taken this opportunity to punish them, to bring them recalled through. Ezreal almost gets taken down. It's such a close fight between both AD carries. They fight tooth and nail, but it's Ezreal that comes out ahead, and meanwhile it's a double kill as they chase in deep into the enemy turret. Young gets knocked back, the damage coming through, but he wasn't able to find it. Guardian Angel going to be available to this Lee Sin to save him for a little bit longer, but just joining into the fight, it's over, and Celestials pick
If Ezreal gets a lot of gold, it becomes a different game, right? It becomes one where he just takes over the pace purely.
That was an exciting set.
Yeah, really, really good stuff, right? I think second match got me a bit sweaty, especially with all the cheeky steals coming in and these nasty chokes that the Jarvan just took advantage of. I feel like every time I see a Jarvan
Do you need to rehydrate?
Yeah, I've been rehydrating.
You've been
I've been
rehydrating,
good. This is like my second bottle of 100 plus, right? So
That's amateur numbers.
you gotta get, those are rookie numbers. You gotta get those numbers up. Honestly though, like every time I see Jarvan hit those 4-3-man cataclysms, it's like, oh man, it's just got a little bit hotter in the room, you know.
I have to say, Jarvan looks like it's just a solid pickup with how many champions they can synergize with. You know, people might have to even consider banning Jarvan over Lee Sin. I mean, Lee Sin is of course so very strong in this current meta, but with how well it synergizes with other champions, Jarvan is also a big priority.
I would say yeah, ban out the Lee Sin if you know someone on the other side can play him well. But Jarvan is just so much easier to execute. He's like the poor man's Camille, right? In the sense that you can't really flex him in both lanes, but his ult does more or less the same thing as Camille. Although you get more value if you hit more people.
It's similar effect, and he definitely has, you know, is able to set things up very well for your team. But then, of course, depends on how well you guys kind of plan it out in advance, because you can also hinder your team from being able to move forward as well.
Yeah, I think you need the communication. You need to shot call properly, and the Jarvan is usually the one that's engaging, right? We saw in the last fight, the final fight, in fact. It was like not like this, but Jarvan hit the perfect cataclysm to segue into his team collapsing. I think when you have the jungler making these calls and everyone's on the same page, it looks a lot better than, you know, just going in alone the cataclysm and then dying inside that pit of shame.
So was a solid performance coming in from the jungler, from just the whole team.
Yeah,
I think for both sides, you know, it had a good performance. That being said, I think we're gonna be getting ready for our next set, moving into this one pretty soon.
Yep, we will be going for a short break. When we come back though, it's gonna be the next best of 3 between TLJ as well as previously Log Bears, now just known as Bears. So it's gonna take a while. We'll have the game up for you soon. But for now, we'll be going for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Look, you got me. No chance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it, look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me, I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change arrangement?
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust 'em, Pix.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Alright, welcome back for a quick little break. We just saw our games between $1 Lighters and Team Celestials, where Celestials won 2-0 to be able to clinch that position moving forward in our qualifiers 2 of the Icon series. I'm Gabenism. This is Hungry. We are back for a little bit more action.
Yep, going on to our third best of 3. It's going to be Team Bears versus Team Lao Jiao. So you guys are like, Lao Jiao is I think it's dialect for like old bird, which is the direct translation to like, or at least the implied meaning of
It's
like
like
someone that's very
senior,
experienced, right?
Yeah, right. I think that's the intention. But I'm just, to me, it's just TLJ at this point.
TLJ. I feel like TLJ rolls
It's
off
catchy.
and you're likely to not misspeak. It could go with.
Yo, hey, what are you trying to say, man?
It's one letter away. I'm just saying, man.
It's a fine line. It's a dangerous line to thread.
I feel like all the players do this on purpose, just to mess with the casters. Like, put Chinese names in, put Korean names in, just to mess with us.
What do you expect us? Do you expect us to be able to know how to read like 8 different languages? It's especially a challenge in like Southeast Asian tournaments, right?
Yeah, it's true.
I think you can attest. Get Thai names, Vietnamese names, Indonesian names, and you can never tell for 100% certainty if the things that you're saying are actually bad things.
That is true. That happens to me sometimes when I cast like Vietnamese pub games, right? And then like the name is pronunciation wise, I have to kind of go and translate. But then when I see the meaning, I'm like, oh no,
Wait a second.
Hold up a minute, hold up.
Right, but that being said, this whole event has been made possible by our great sponsors, as our official drink is 100 plus. They've kept us hydrated, right? That's why we have to go for the breaks. We need to keep hydrated. I'll have one right now actually, and our chairs, which are keeping us comfy, the Secretlab chairs.
Granted, is a team, full sugar. I'm like 100% on
Yeah,
the zero
there are
trade.
two types of people.
Yeah.
There are two types of people. This guy
is true.
and this guy.
Yep.
Right.
I mean,
this guy is what? This is second. This is my third. I'm gonna finish this by the time we finish this game. By the time we get out of this next game, I'll be done with this.
if you guys are curious, just tune into like the socials. I think Granite at the end of this is just gonna post like a roll of his trophies, how many bottles he's drank during this tournament. Fish was at I think 16 or 15. Granite wants to go for more. These man children just competing over trivial. How many bottles more can I drink?
I'm going to drink more than fish. I'm a fish. Fish in water? I don't know. There's something. I feel like there's a joke.
There's a joke there.
I feel like there's a joke there, but I just can't find it. It's
Probably
okay.
best not to. Just let it go.
But that being said, so we've already seen 2 of the first matches coming in. So that means that well, we go into our bracket soon, but we've already seen our first two matches coming in, right? And Team OK won the first one, Celestial won one as well. So we'll be seeing another game, and then we're moving into our. I think this is a quarterfinal.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
quarterfinal
this is-
1,
yeah.
quarterfinal 2, and then we'll be moving down to the lower bracket. So there you go, you can see on your screen. We're looking at 2 quarterfinals, and then we'll be taking a look at the lower brackets after that. Should be interesting, because the lower bracket is the last chance for most teams, and if you lose that, you're out, right? So it's kind of both sides of the coin, the fortunate and the misfortunate, right? If you're lucky enough to make it through here, pretty good chance that you'll make it into the top 4, but if you don't, there's still another lifeline to hold on to in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, honestly, because we've seen so many storylines and so many incredible runs happen from the lower bracket, right? There's always that joke that these teams get like a buff when they drop the lower bracket. And especially, I love it. I love that out of game interaction too, right? When players go, feeling a little bit funny today, might just drop 3-0 to the X team. We'll see.
I think when you have second chances, that also allows you to not be too serious with your first life. Think about how people are drafting, right? You don't have to show your whole range of.
No, I think that's like life in general, right? If you had a second chance, like a redo button.
We're getting philosophical now, right?
Isn't that what this isekai who gets sent to another world genre stuff do so well?
Yeah. This is the current genre of anime that's super popular, right? What's the time I got reincarnated?
Yeah, slime and stuff like that. That isekai stuff, sent to another world, people get a second chance. So yeah, second chance for double them.
A bit weeby for me. I'm not gonna go down that road. Although one of my favorite animes now, I'm sitting on is My Hero Academia. That's really good stuff every Monday. Oh, so good.
Every Monday, you keep dropping me the schedule too.
Just tune in every Monday.
Alright, but I'll drop you the schedule for our playoffs though. We have one more match tomorrow, which is going to be the finals for all games, all top competitors from today, and then we will have the playoffs 28th, 29th, and 30th. So those 3 days, so block out those if you want to watch your favorite teams compete then. Then from then, we'll have our international qualifier, international games.
Yeah. The regional Super Summer Cup is going to be the big uniting event across all the Icon Series tournaments, qualifiers from the different regions. So I feel like that's the one where the pride matters, right? Right now, you're just vying for a chance to be, the best team in your respective region. When you go and play against the international and the regional representatives, that is where the heat turns on. Because I've been looking at the matches from Philippines, I've been looking at the matches from Vietnam. Boy, is it competitive over there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very big. Well, it's definitely going to be a far cry compared to what we've already been seeing, because when everything's so endemic, all your script partners are about the same. A lot of these ideas are kind of consolidated and are pretty straightforward. I mean, that's the concept of free trade, right? Right.
Whoa, it's getting economical now, guys.
We have philosophy, economics. Where else would you go? Why go anywhere else at this point, right? Free trade, right? When you have ideas flowing through, this is why, right? Trade routes were so important. Yeah, so these international competitions are a chance for teams to travel, to carry over ideas and trade ideas.
Granted, I'm just going to put out there, philosophy, economics, all good. Let's stay away from the politics. I feel like that is the one that's going to get us DMCA, stay away from there.
Well,
Right?
I'm good. No, unless we're talking like Noxian, Demacian politics, maybe there is that.
Like an allegory.
No, none of that. Not here.
Okay. Stay away from the dangerous topics. We're going into TLG versus Bears very soon. Bears were a team that participated in the Week 1 qualifiers last week with Fish and I were casting. I have made some notes about them. So originally they were LXB log X Bears or log by Bears. The notes that I had were that their draft can be quite suspect at times, and when it comes to playing out their team fights and their drafts, they don't really have very clear win conditions, so they don't really understand their win conditions. So they'll draft more comfort picks as opposed to synergistic picks, which is a big issue right now in this particular meta. We see stuff like Galio Camille being the #1 synergistic pick, or Galio Camille and at +1, any wombo combo.
It doesn't seem like it would be so much of a problem if they were able to really dominate their lanes, but the issue is on top of going for comfort picks, it doesn't seem like they were able to build enough of a lead. to counteract the fact that this is inherently a more greedy play.
I think normally if you pick comfort laners out of meta, you have to like smash your opponents,
Yeah,
right? And
definitely.
then you find your own unique way to close out the game. I didn't really see that from them this time, so that in itself is quite tricky. I think moving into this game, of course it's a best of 3. There's always ways to improve. There's always room for improvement. So we'll see if they can, demonstrate that improvement.
But it's best of 3, but these games can go really quick. If you get smashed in like 15 minutes, then you go, alright, what did we learn from that last game?
Bro, that's how I felt watching Alliance play last week, right? They GG'd their, I think, early opponents in like 10 and 12 minutes. I was like, if you lose this, right, you're not learning anything. You're just like, Alliance are better. That's the only lesson you learn.
That's about it. I think Ken got a pentakill.
Yep.
You're right.
On
Katarina, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so, at that point where you just go, alright, well, I guess they're better.
That's the only lesson.
It's a bit tough, honestly.
It is. Alright, now we are into draft. TLJ with the Doge on the blue side and Bears on the red side. Kind of liking the Doge in recent years, in recent months as well. There's a lot of memes going about Dogecoin. Now we're going to crypto.
Is this an NFT?
This whole broadcast is an NFT.
Okay, but we're gonna see what they want to get rid of first. We've been seeing a lot of priority with the Akali ban out, with the Kabio ban out, Galio ban out. We also saw the Corki ban before as a target ban, so I don't think that's going to be a big priority for either of these teams, especially since I don't think Corki in general has been super high priority, because you generally have, I mean, even if you want to flex into the mid lane, right? Yeah. Still, you probably have Kai'Sa, Ezreal kind of sitting at the top tier, and then you kind of have Xayah as a little bit more of a difficult pick, but it definitely works, especially when you can get the Rakanto as well, which can synergize very well.
I think Corki in the mid lane has fallen off quite a bit, right? So you used to use him because his package allowed you to roam without getting punished too much. Now they reduced the, or they nerfed the timing on how quick it spawns. It's a bit of an issue to play mid lane Corki. In terms of control mages, Ziggs I think is infinitely better in terms of what he brings to the table, right? So that is an option we saw a lot in week 1. Hasn't really been picked up today at all. In fact, Ziggs has not seen any bans, I think.
Yeah, Ziggs has not seen any bans in Qualifier 2 just yet. I'm not sure how the other games went in those that are not broadcasted. We might have seen a couple of Ziggs slip by. True. That being said, though, I think that we have a little bit more emphasis towards slightly more aggressive or more assassin-ish type
mid laners. Like Diana,
yeah. So far, Diana, Akali, those look like the champions that have been generally more effective and have been more impactful throughout the game. Ah, yes, the Chinese name has come through again.
There we go. Okay, I prepared for this, Brandon. I know my Mandarin isn't as good as yours.
I mean, debatable.
Debatable, right? I have the 100 ping here on my paper, on my book. So, that Mandarin name is Wu Feng Huan Yu, which appears to mean like call for the storms and the rain, I think is the direct translation. Again, purely through Google Translate. Don't hold me accountable. Yeah.
That sounds like a pretty epic name.
Yeah, it does though.
That sounds
it's so. I guess the English version would be like Stormcaller.
Stormcaller?
Yeah,
Is this like an X-Men?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Storm? Is that you? Yeah, but that being said, like these Chinese players, like Chinese pro players, they have like the best like one-liner names, right? This is really cute.
Remember the Taiwanese player back then, Westor? His original name was like Ximeng Yesuo, right? That was so cool. Like, oh my goodness.
Translated over. It's still pretty cool.
Yeah.
Still pretty cool. Alright, well, that's our first ban, Evelyn. Okay, this is an interesting one. It's a jungler. It kind of links into the idea that maybe they want to go for something like a Lee Sin, and Evelyn could be something that could get the catch on them, and that's a big of an impact.
More like TLJ just wants some first picks that are quote-unquote OP, right? So by leaving Lee Sin open, by leaving Gragas open, by leaving Camille open, they get 1 of 3. Gragas is going to be banned out here. So at least Galio, Lee Sin, Camille is going to be open. Right here, I think you do Lee Sin. You don't have to commit too much. But if you do pick up the Lee Sin here, you're giving Galio, Camille combo over to Team Bears.
It does look like that's a pretty viable option. Okay.
Oh, viable option.
Viable
indeed,
option, yeah. So at least with this, okay, so going with the Vine at least looks like they have a pretty strong jungler in the works, but this does mean that, if you wanted to go for something like the Camille, the Galio early on, you still have the Camille as an option to flex as a jungler. That is a little bit tricky for Bez then to kind of have to think about whether or not you draft, go and play the top laner to match the Camille, or you play to draft the top laner to just go against somebody else instead.
Nasus again, this could be okay. They lock it in. Again, these are comfort picks. These are, like I said, Logix bears, when they were called that, tend to pick comfort as opposed to drafts that have synergistic capabilities, right? So this is an example of that. They just go for the Nasus because the player is better on that pick as opposed to what it does for the team, what it does in the meta right now.
On the other side, Vayne picked up. Vayne Lulu, alright. Yeah.
If you're doing Vayne Lulu here, in the off chance that Nasus gets big and you need someone to like deal with him slip pushing, right? Vayne kites Nasus pretty well, I think.
And especially Lulu can polymorph, it does set things up pretty well, yeah. That being said though, Galio's still open, so I could expect to see Galio slip its way through. At least the Galio could still kind of flex between going support and going mid lane, right? So that you have that little additional option available.
The best three here would be like Camille, Kai'Sa, Galio, I think. Camille, Kai'Sa, Galio gives you very strong control in team fights, allows you to reposition well, and the level of evasion and sort of like protection you have from the Kai'Sa is doubled down from Cataclysm and the taunt from the Galio.
I think here you go for your ADC first, and you get a little bit more time to kind of think about what you want to go for.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to be okay. Graves here, interesting. Don't think it should be Graves though. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Goes for Lux first.
Could be mid lane Lux here actually. Quirky Lux is a good poke lane. Abuses the Vayne Lulu early on too. Because of the low range, like Vayne just doesn't get to play.
Phosphorus Bomb is just so much damage to you. You really can't like ignore it as a Vayne. I think if you're looking at like pure HP stats, I think Jinx has one of the higher HP wise in terms of AD carries, but when it comes, Vayne on the other hand is
one of the lower.
Yeah, one of the lowest amounts. Yeah, so it's definitely something to watch out for. Darius in the Nasus matchups?
I think Darius bullies the Nasus here. Like level 1, level 2, you can actually solo kill if you position yourself in the lane properly, right? So what I mean to say is, if the Nasus decides to overreach past the river and you hit him with the Apprehend plus the spin, the Decimate actually puts enough stacks on the bleed for you to kill the Nasus. But I like the composition so far, right? You see, the Orianna, I was about to say, Orianna is a very good synergistic pick together with Vi. You put the ball on the Vi.
It's a delivery into the back lines onto a priority target.
And not all of them have ways to get away from the Vi, so like for them to do damage, they need to step up. That causes the Vi to be able to lock onto them and deliver the ball for the shockwave.
Taking a look on the side of Bears, they round off their composition going with the Ziggs, and so they have a little bit more damage. Pretty good push potential coming in. That does leave open a little bit of wiggle room in the mid lane though, because Ziggs is a slightly more vulnerable. I mean, you have the Satchel Charge, which can give you a little bit of mobility, but honestly, once Vi hits 5, you can't do very much against that.
If you don't respect the spacing, like Vi could probably kill you early on too if you overextend, right? The Vault Breakers is good for knocking Ziggs out of the Satchel Charge. And what they do have going for them on the bear side is, like you said, Siege and the ability to take structures very quickly. Between Sheen procs and the Satchel, destroying turrets, very good Siege.
I think the good part, at least with Bear's composition and going for the Lux, I mean, slightly earlier with this Lux support, is that Lux just outranges a lot inside TLJ, right? And so it's a lot more safety, and when you have that safety, you don't have to be as concerned about dying, so you can really just focus on outputting damage. But at the same time, it also means that there's a lot less support. Maybe the word isn't right, support. It's a lot less peel and protection for this Corki, and so the Corki is a big priority target. And you draw a bullseye, you draw a red mark on the forehead of your Corki, and you leave the enemy team to try and go for it. It's so terrifying. If this Darius joins into a big team fight, gets the teleport enchantment early, it has such big impact all around the map.
I would even I might even early buy the Zhonya's enchantment on the Corki because like that big bullseye is gonna cause a lot of the control spells to be on you, right? Between the Assault and Battery from Vi and the Shockwave from Orianna, you're going to be locked down in place, so you need the stasis to buy space to back out and reset the fight. Looking at TLJ's composition too, right? This early game we expect Vi to be paving topside to help the Darius capitalize on the Nasus. Vayne Lulu is a losing lane. You get outraged, you get outpoked. If you eat a bind level 2, you instantly die.
Okay, so this is interesting, right? So at least with this Vayne Lulu matchup, they can scale up, they can look to try and get a little bit stronger once they hit the 2-item power spike. The question is now, I'm quite curious what itemization the Vayne is going to go for, especially because if you look on the other... I mean, yeah, Blade the Rookie for sure, but what I'm curious is the Vayne going to go for an early QSS enchantment, go for a Hourglass enchantment, go for a defensive item in general? Because looking at how AP poke heavy they are, it's a little bit difficult to position as this Vayne unless the Vayne goes as a direct just split pusher and just go to a side lane, try and farm up, try and deny against Nasus or something.
I think you could do Blade of the Ring King into maybe PD, like Phantom Dancer is not too bad. Alternatively, like Death's Dance also helps you like stay relevant in these team fights, right? So it helps you sustain, it helps you split the damage down when it comes to like the burst from Lux or the burst from the Ziggs. So it's a decent answer. You still do want the attack speed early on from the Blade of the Ring King, so you can proc, you know, the Silver Bolts as well as like the passive from Blade of the Ring King. What they do have on their composition also is like 2 very strong side laners if they get a hit. So assuming Vayne doesn't die in lane and she gets decent farm and Darius snowballs, you have a very good 1-3-1 composition. Darius side lane with Vayne on the other side, and in the middle of the map you have Vi, Orianna, and Lulu. Strong engage, strong disengage, good ways to punish if they overstep.
And in all honesty, I think that the Vi could likely roam around to the side lanes as well to provide a little bit of support, because Orianna and Lulu just generally have enough clear and safety to survive against this, especially when it doesn't look like they have, it doesn't look like Team Bears has enough direct engage to really look for these catches apart from the Flying Dragon into the Cataclysm. And so I think that overall it looks like a pretty decent composition coming in from TLJ here. Just have to be on the lookout for any potential funny business. Yeah, from Team Bears.
Yeah, them winning their lanes, like, this is not very synergistic. Like, sure, you still have Cataclysm and Super Mega Inferno Bomb. Like, it's Mega Inferno Bomb rather.
Mega Inferno Bomb, yeah.
It's decent with the laser too. Like, there is some synergy there, but overall, it's not a lot.
It's comfort big.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's comfort big. And hopefully, you know, like we mentioned, they smash their lane so they can prove us wrong. Yeah. Yeah, and go, alright, we're gonna play comfort picks every
how
game.
we're rooting for them, like, yes, show us these comfort picks work. Yes. Don't play meta, don't be slaves to strategy. Just play what you like.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Nasus gameplay. I haven't played as much Nasus in Wild Rift because I'm a 80 main, right? 30-80 main. But
wasn't there a period of time you're like playing Nasus Udyr only? And just like, oh, you wanna fight me? Interesting. Step up, you know?
Those were good times. Good times. But fortunately, I think right now the players are getting a little bit too good, huh? They're getting a little bit too good. It's getting a bit tough to.
It's tough to play stuff like Udyr and
Nasus, right?
Top, because now everyone's like, oh, interesting, Nasus top. Boop, Insta-lock Lucian top. And you're like, oh, Kalista top, right? I guess I don't get to play League now, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, even in Wild Rift context, right? It's the Vayne top.
Yes.
The Vayne top just comes in. But that being said, I think Vayne top actually loses to Nasus in Wild Rift, right? Like, Nasus is actually quite oppressive in here.
The thing is, the lanes aren't as long as PC League. So when you play a ranged into melee matchup, you always want to like freeze the wave such that they have to walk up past the river to CS or get zoned away. The moment they walk up, you just chase them down. Like, you just run them down with auto attacks and you punish them.
Scale out the map, and then you're like playing little tiny units, ant units. You spend like 4 minutes walking for your base to your lane.
Oh man, imagine the game like the map being that tiny, right?
Oh,
it's like, when we cast, we like need a magnifying glass.
Sounds like a game. Sounds like a good game mode, right? What? Like super big map, right?
Maybe this is why we're casting, not developing game modes. We have heard from production that the teams are remaking the game right now, I think. So there were some technical difficulties with champ selection. So that's going to take a while to come back online. So far right now, we're on our third best of 3. First 2 games, pretty decisive, although I do like the progression from last week. The teams that have come back in have shown, you know, they've grown at least.
Yeah, I think it is good. A great sign that when you have these competitions, like active competitions going on, you know, they have some room to be able to come back in, get a little bit of experience in the first round, and come for the second round. And it's not just for the teams that did participate but also for those teams that couldn't make it the first time around, right? Where some of them had issues with their schedules, they had problems to committing with the dates. You know, the fact that there was a second round for them to still qualify, and we see some of these teams here today. I think we watched one of them today earlier as well, right?
Celestials, Team OK, both returners, and they're still new teams.
I think OK's opponent as well, right? Team OK's opponent was also a team that couldn't actually make it the first time around.
Small rods.
Yeah, NSR.
They signed up the first week of qualifiers but couldn't make it.
Yeah, so even for teams like that, you know, the fact that they were able to be able to come back again for the second time coming and be able to, you know, just join in and have a chance to play again, I think it's a really good sign.
Yeah, I mean, you get the exposure, you get the experience, and there's no better way to learn than just play against teams that are better than you, and you kind of have to like realize your mistakes on the spot.
Yeah.
After you play a game, before the game, like, oh, you know, we're great, you know, we're perfect players, there's nothing wrong we can do. You go in the game, you get smashed, you're like, oh, I guess there's some stuff we can work on.
I feel that's such like
Oddly personal.
getting a little bit close. I started playing Wild Rift. I'm like, man, I'm so good at this game, and then I get smashed. I'm like, I don't want to play this game anymore.
This is going to casting. This sucks.
hey, I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. Once I find my stack, I'm gonna win. I don't know, like Wild Rift Season Icon Series 78 or something. Like,
78.
like I'm gonna be like the one person participating.
I think that far in the future, right? We don't play with our fingers. It's gonna be like all VR and stuff.
All VR.
I would love like a VR version of like games where, you know, what's that movie? Like Ready Player One.
Ready Player One.
Ready Player One. Right. Imagine a VR version of like Ready Player One. You wear the helmet and you just going like that. That's cool, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's what we all want now. That's what we all want.
I mean, not all of us. Like the major nerds are like yes, but then the people that are casuals like no, that's too difficult.
Well, we're
too
getting,
immersive.
we're getting there. We're getting there. No, imagine a world where you can play like soccer, right? From wearing like a helmet. And then you generate it into a game, and then you have full control of your body. And so the only conditions that you have to worry about are your actual skills. You don't have to worry about the temperature, how the field is like, you know. And all those things are just gone. It's all purely skill, and then you just blame teammates.
Yeah.
Environmental factors gone, blame teammates. Easy.
Middle of the game, midfielder gap, and like, oh, I know where this guy came from.
Find his IP address.
Must have been an ex-league player, midfielder gap, goalkeeper gap.
Goalkeeper gap.
Yeah,
Wow.
obviously.
Goalkeeper defense blocks against 95% of the shots, but you're letting the enemy team fire 1,000 shots.
Well, can't be helped. Let's see how VR soccer works out in the future. I don't know, man. I don't know.
That kind of technology. I mean, I think the same applies to Wild Rift here too, right? Because if you're giving the enemy team the same opportunity over and over and over again, even if your jungler, for example, is a great jungler and denies 95% of every engage, if you give them 100 tries, 5 of them are going to end up working.
Yep.
And so this is really negative for some of these teams who are giving the wrong opportunities over to the enemy team.
It's like, you know, football at the end, they have the, like the post-match stats, and there's like, oh, shots on target, but then you have the number of shots, and like some teams just like shoot 5, but it's like 100% on target.
Yeah.
And then you have teams that shoot like 30, 60% on target, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's, you know, it's also on one hand it's quality of the play, and on the other hand it's also the quantity of the play. And I think it's been a pretty fair balance, but I think Wild Rift definitely falls closer towards the quality of plays because there's such a small time window. Yep. If it doesn't work out, then you've kind of wasted, you know, 30 seconds, a minute. And you think about it, 30 seconds to a minute, that is almost a 1/15th of the time. You know, that's like 10% of your total game time right there.
More so when it comes down to like objectives and setting up for objectives, because the game is always in flux as long as the game is going, right? There are things you have to watch out for, the things that you have to set up for prior to the objective. So think about how, like, if you're going to be doing Dragon in PC, you can set up the wave 1 or 2 waves ahead and get mid-prio, but because the map is so much smaller, someone's just going to walk out, clear the wave, and then walk back, and then suddenly all the setup is gone, right?
Your support could do it, right? You could have a gallery support, he walks in, clears the wave, and then just walks through the Dragon, and you guys are, you know, primed and ready to go and fight for the objective again. And so it's always so critical to watch out for. I think we are finally getting ready to move into game. You know, this is game number 1 between TLJ versus Bears, and we are into our first quarterfinal match of the qualifier 2 for the Wild Rift C Icon series.
I'm kind of happy that they dropped like the log from the name. Like the log X Bears is kind of like I don't know, man. It's a bit of a mouthful. Just Bears alone is more neutral. Kind of cute, too.
Okay, so at least moving into this one, what do you think about this mid lane matchup? Are we going to see the same thing happen with the supports looking to try and clear them out for that level 1 and get rid of it early?
Considering it's Orianna versus Ziggs, I don't think the supports really need to come in to push the wave out. In fact, like, it's going to be pretty... It's the mage version of like the wet noodle tank fight in topside, right? You just push the waves out, and unless someone gets greedy and overextends, you should be fine just laning against your opponent. No need for the supports to come up.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to be doing that either, so should be okay. Interestingly enough, Jarvan going to be stunning up into the top side, so pulling Nasus away. I mean, to be fair, it makes sense. Nasus doesn't really want to be in lane against Darius anyway, right? So you can just let the wave crash into you, and while you go in and help out your jungle, and this gives your bot lane a little bit more priority. Not sure how much it's going to do for them, though.
You need to respect the level 2, though, because Darius took Ghost as well, so he's looking to solo kill the Nasus.
There we go, there we go.
Yep. Now he's going to hit level 2.
If that creep was dead, the Apprehend was available,
GG.
or the slow instant death.
You probably burn Flash there at least. Now he's already burning the Honey Fruit, so he's going to get zoned away. If I was the Darius here, I literally flash on him, Apprehend, and try to get the kill.
Does have the barrier available on the Nasus, so might be a bit of a reason why they're not going for that play instead. Bot lane, like you mentioned, is just going to be a poke and harass heavy lane on the Vayne. The Vayne is really just dancing in between spells and trying to weave in and out of the way. Jarvan playing down towards the bot side. They have a little bit of vision towards the Skull Crab, might be able to spot him out. Otherwise, it looks like top lane Skull Crab is going to go over to TLJ, and they're just playing to assist the Darius. Make sure he's in a safe position and playing strong.
Yep. You path up top to prevent any gank, whereas the Jarvan is going to move bot side. Now, if you take a look at the bot lane, the proper positioning here, and the reason they keep swapping sides is because you want Corki to be standing across from Vayne if you are Bears. There's more advantages.
Okay,
but, hold on.
Top lane going for a dive onto this Nasus. He's level 3 here, a level down from both sides. Dashing in is the first shot, tons of damage onto the Vi. One turret shot onto the Darius, and the Nasus is still alive at this point. He's not looking too good, but the enemy team isn't faring too hard either.
Good dive. They burned the barrier. If he didn't use that, I think he might have died there. At the same time, it forces TLJ away, even though they managed to get decent amount of chunk damage or chip damage onto the Nasus. That damage is going to stick, because now it pushes out. He has to recall here and find a cheater.
If they were able to find one more level in that time, they would have been able to get the kill for sure. And so I'm curious whether or not it would have been better to wait this additional wave.
Look at the lane state, right? He's stuck, like, he can't walk past the river because it bounced out after the dive. Now, if he gets flashed on by the Darius who hits level 5, he will die. So he had to go for a recall earlier. He was greedy just sticking around. Now, Darius is just going to freeze the wave.
The wave is frozen. There's
frozen
nothing much you can do here.
So he misplayed.
Rift Herald won't even be available yet, so they're not going to be able to make a play off of that one. So it's just they're just going to have to wait this one out. Alright, meanwhile, we're taking a look down towards the... over to the mid lane. Ziggs matchup versus the Orianna. Orianna, you know, as you would expect, as a control mage, is going to have a lot of this control. But with the Ziggs, at least, they should be able to find a little bit of a siege coming in and be able to pick up some of these turrets a little bit easier. But I'm kind of concerned because I don't think the Ziggs necessarily scales too well into this hyper late game. This goes for the Corki as well. You know, these are champions that do spike very well at that 8 to 11 minute mark, and then start to fall off a little bit, I would say.
Nessus is itemizing a bit weird. He went for the Stinger instead of the Sheen. Traditionally, you do want an early Sheen just to be able to hit the Siphoning Strikes and start collecting stacks, right? Meanwhile, Gang coming in, Vault Breaker on the back line.
Very nice use, follows the Corki all the way under turret, loses a lot of health, is going to be able to dodge away from most things. The laser beam will be able to connect still, drops Ludai down to about 200 HP, but won't be able to find the first blood here.
Actually, good play coming in from the Corki to use both. I think it was the Valkyrie plus Flash and Heal.
Yeah, both.
To get in a Flash and Barrier
too.
To get
I
into
think
range
they
of
heal from the Lux as well.
So when you use all of that, it forces TLJ to overcommit, right? And they had to pop a lot there to just get away. It would have been a kill if the Vi wasn't able to get out.
But if you look on the side of TLJ, you know, you still have double summoners on the Vayne, you still have Flash on the Lulu. That's a really strong advantage down to the bot side when it comes to these 2v2 fights.
But no wild growth.
Yeah, no wild growth though. Apprehend used up in the top lane. Yeah, that Wither is just going to be so difficult for these Darius to deal with.
I think Darius crashes the wave here because Nasus has no mana. So if you stack up a big wave, especially if the cannon in, you could look for a solo kill with your Noxian Guillotine, but no, he's back here. Okay.
Drag gonna be started up by Bears. Positioning in nearby. Package just gonna be used to try and deny some pressure from the enemy team. They're looking to try and pick this one up. Not gonna be able to steal this one away. Ludai moves in onto the enemy team. The Mega Inferno Bomb just gonna be dropped down. Look at the HP, so much residual damage. Three-man Cataclysm to get the Condemn off. Should be able to find this. A big shockwave gonna be used, but the Orianna does not have the damage at this point. 5 minutes into the game is not gonna be able to kill them off. Cannot execute them away. The bomb's gonna be used. Looking to chase for this one a little bit deeper. They won't be able to find it. They pick up the Honey Fruit, and this Orianna gets away. They don't pick up the Dragon, but it's still a decent fight.
Would have been a lot worse if they didn't get the good shockwave off. I think at the end of that, it's a 1-for-2 trade, right? Bears pick up the better end of that fight. Again, no wild growth early on, so they all get caught inside the Cataclysm and go down. This is the reason. Yeah,
it's 1-for-2, but the Darius died.
Yep.
Nasus gets free time to farm up in the top side. You know, that's so much additional space to work with. And you look at that, it's a full buy on the Triforce compared to the Darius who's come back. He went for the early TP enchantment. It's a big difference now because now the Nasus actually has a chance to fight back.
I think he stayed in the lane a bit too long there. It's just like Nasus was able to get the Triforce and just get to a point where he's able to soak against the poke of the, not the poke, rather the harass of the Darius, right? So in this lane now, they swap it back down because Rift Herald is up. They want Corki, Lux on the top side to get Cryo, push out the wave, and then move over to the Rift Herald. You can see the movements coming in, Mid is pushing out too. Still have to respect this though. If they get caught,
they get this one. Yeah, get caught, you die. That looks like the story of this Lux here. But able to find the guillotine execution on this Lux. Decent damage coming in overall. But oh my goodness, gets the dunk off. A double kill. Finds that one despite the fact that the Corki was there for so very long.
Oh my
God. Be able to find this one too. They managed to take down the Darius, but it's a 3-for-1. Absolutely massive. Satchel Charge going to be used by the Ziggs to get over the wall and into safety. Ziggs dishing out decent damage onto the Orianna. Orianna out in the wrong position. Trying to trade back a little bit with the orb, but just looking so very perilous right now.
They didn't respect the Darius damage. The moment Assault and Battery comes in, you have to call it wins.
Is this Vayne coming in for this kill onto the Nasus? Finds a Condemn over onto the wall. Nasus taking a decent amount of damage. They missed the ward into the brush, so they weren't able to dish out more. And so Nasus gets away from this one. Doesn't even have to expend his summoners.
Good catch there. No ward inside the brush. You waste the full duration of the Condemn CC. So what you're doing is not getting damage to him. You're literally pushing him away out of
to safety, right? Yeah.
So it's a weird interaction. You need to work properly for that particular trade, but by absorbing the bot pressure, Team Bears actually get the Rift Herald without Nasus dying. They could look to dive him here. You can see 4 members just gesturing towards the bottom side with TLG. They want the bot 2-1.
They definitely are, but the question is, can the Darius match this lane here? Alright, Grizz is in position to get caught out here. Okay, gets the first wave off. Decent damage coming through. Looking to use the ultimate. Does not manage to find the reset with this one, so it could be a very different story, but flashing away, the Corki still dies. And Darius, despite not finding the reset, still gets a double.
What happened there was he sidestepped the laser, and was able to get like a double Q off from the Desmine, right? So think about how you're applying like these bleed stacks. The moment you hit max stacks, you get bonus damage. His autos hit like a truck against the Corki, so he's holding his own. Like Hexus has no issue here, just going up against Jarvan. You don't want to be there.
He's not in the right place. Apprehend gonna be used. Ziggs gonna be coming in from the side. Won't be enough though. Uses his ultimate. The 4 members on the side of Bez. The support from the Corki should be enough. The Lulu keeps him alive for a little bit longer. He's still getting out. Shockwave on the 3. Can they find this? Cataclysm onto the Orianna. They get the flag and drag onto the 80 carry and the support on the side of TLJ. Decent damage from the Vayne. They're kiting out this one pretty well so far. Just moving back and forth, trying to get a better position. The Orianna should go down. Dodges away from one too many spells, but finally, the Zig goes on a killing spree, picks this one up, gets a bit too greedy for those kills.
There's only so much you can delay. The Grim Reaper comes in the end, and Bears, they at least pick up 1 counter kill in the form of the Orianna, but they did lose the Jarvan, so at the end of that, you know, TLJ, they're still capitalizing on the strength of the Darius, and now they're gonna move over to this very easy Ocean Dragon. Now remember, in Wild Rift, Ocean Dragon gives you Spellbend, it gives you Lifesteal, and another kill.
Flash right away, knows that he has no choice. This is a Hail Mary play to look for. The Apprehend wasn't able to connect there, but down to the bot side. Nasus going to get Polymorph, has to flash away from this. Lulai tries to chase after, but decides it's not going to be worth it. Darius now making his way into the mid lane, 3 members strong here, going to jump onto the Corki right away. The Valkyrie not going to be enough, brings it right in, and now they're jumping onto the Ziggs. It's a double kill, looking for a triple, jumps in right on the turret. The blade's going to be enough, a triple for this Darius, and he's going absolutely massive.
He died early on, but still he's picking up all the kills because there's no one to really fend him off in these fights. Like, who is conceivably gonna peel the Darius off your squishies?
You send Grizz to deal single-handedly against the Darius? I mean, that is not the play!
Dude, it's like the meme. I guess I'll just die, right? There's nothing you can do against this guy, especially if he gets on top of you. This is like a classic Summoner spell setup from solo queue. You get Ghost, you get Flash. Why? Because in a long lane, when you pop Ghost, you're always able to stick onto the target you're chasing. Even in fights, you're able to get onto the backline. The setup is just perfect for him. Because you have Vi, because you have Lulu, you're not worried about running in.
And you have to be so conscious about what you're doing when you're playing as the Corki as well, because when he used his Valkyrie, he actually ended up pulling the Vi towards the Ziggs as well, right? Like that is not something you want to see. And so when you have a spell that could potentially be used against you, now you have to be extra cautious on what you want to do.
Yeah, dude, like the moment Vi casts the ultimate, like you can't run, you kind of have to stay put and sacrifice yourself, right? You pull her in, put the rest of your team in jeopardy as well.
Positioning around this angle here, the Darius is able to single-handedly draw 4 members on the side of Bears up into the top lane. And it's such a strong showing because now this gives so much free space for the rest of his team to make their way down bot side, easily able to pick this one up, and it looks like they might be able to go for more. Satchel Charge is able to deter Blue Dye a little bit there at least.
Look at the mini-map. 2 members are sent to defend against Hexes, right? And he's not even like pressuring on top of the turret. All he's doing is just sitting here.
Just standing there.
And letting the Baron minions push in. He doesn't need to commit. The moment they overreach though, he's gonna pop Ghost. He's gonna run them down.
Looking for the catch onto the Orianna here. Orianna is staying a little bit too aggressively.
Walgrove?
Should be able to get away from this one with the flash at least. Okay, uses the shockwave onto 2, takes a lot of damage though, jumps the barrier, flashes away from the Cataclysm. They flash over the wall, try to chase him. This Nasus can't catch up. The shield coming through, it's gonna be enough. They take them down. The 2 kills heading over to his team. And now up into the top side, they're looking to take down this Corki as well. Gets the first slam dunk, tries to get a second, but isn't able to find the distance onto this Lux. The binding able to connect, stops him in his tracks. Meanwhile, bot lane just gonna go down as this Orianna is honestly playing so aggressive, but it's working out. The coordination between the team is just honestly really impressive.
It's the idea of the pull and push, right? So you have bot side extending and forces Bears to kind of go answer that, but TLJ, they're also playing towards the top, so they split the map in half, and whoever you're committing to defending these side lanes is probably gonna die still. Force of Nature completed because he knows there's Ziggs, Corki, and Lux.
Run fast.
The additional movement speed is great.
Yeah, I mean, Dead Man's Blade plus Force of Nature is honestly a pretty substantial amount, especially with the Ghost.
Yep.
So you kind of have to be aware of that. Package is picked up by the Corki here, I believe, so they're going to be able to use this. Wow, standing right on top of the ward. Should be able to find this one quite easily. Lulai jumps into the back line, now looking to get the kill onto Grizz, flashes forward, but isn't able to quite find the shoot on the second wave of the W is going to be enough. The blue team picks up the first kill. Vayne is the recipient of that one. Meanwhile, into the back line, this is it. The Darius goes massive. That's a triple, looking for a Quadra. They find it, and this, it looks like it's going to be game for TLJ.
I think this should be game granted here. Like, there's no one to really answer against the Darius just running at them. And traditionally, you want to draft something like, okay, maybe Janna's good here. Maybe you want to go for a Brock to make sure that you can peel for your ADC. But Lux, like you said, offers absolutely nothing. Even if you hit the binding of on the Darius in front of you, he's still going to pull you in. He's still going to run you down.
Death Star. It is the Death Star equivalent. There we go. First game goes over to TLJ with honestly outstanding performance up in the top lane. Being able to so easily control this lane here. 13, 2, and 4.
They recognize that the Nasus was like a comfort pick, so they go for the Darius as the answer. Right? We saw in the laning phase, there were a couple of moments where he could have like easily gotten the kill, easily bullied him out, right? But he decided to lane passive because he knew in the mid game, I mean, his time to shine. That is when the Darius takes over these fights. And granted, he was able to outplay a lot of the lane swap situations. You know, when you send the Lux and Corki and he gets like double kills every time, like that is not normal. That should not be happening.
Yeah, when you send over 2 members and they both get double killed, you kind of have to recognize that he's such a problem already, right? Honestly, with the composition that they were playing for, I don't see many ways that they could have potentially got out of that position anyway. I don't want to say that the Nasus pick was the sole issue, but I think it's one of the easiest fixes that you can have to their gameplay, right? Replace it with something a little bit stronger in the top lane. You don't necessarily have to ban Darius. I think you could still go for the composition that you have, but you know, if you went for something like the Camille Jarvan here, you could have done a lot more to their backline, because we saw time and time again the Orianna and the Vayne are much more aggressive, and so they're in a position where they can get caught out. You know, you could dive into the backline. It just needed a little bit of additional damage to assist your team, whereas the Nasus, more often than not, was found kiting them, trying to chase them, you know, couldn't break past the shield especially.
The Corki also is kind of suspect to me, because in terms of like, I have tier lists for ADCs, right? If Kai'Sa is open, take Kai'Sa. And also you have to understand, like, this is on the pretext that everyone knows how to play all these ADCs. Tier 1 is always going to be Kai'Sa, just below her is going to be Ezreal. And then following that list, it's based on what your team wants to do. So Corki is on that list, but you have to play a very specific composition. Something that peels wherever and allows him to poke and fight front to back. This composition has no real like front line to speak of. They get melted so quickly because the Darius is just a monster, and your backline is not safe against the Vi.
I mean, it's greedy, right? Yeah. You go for a Manamune and a Triforce, it's pretty obvious that it's just a greedy composition.
Whereas, it works if it's like Ezreal, I guess.
Yeah, it does work if it's Ezreal, because Ezreal is not as reliant, I would say. I mean, if you went for something like Triforce, i.e., you know, you could have a lot more damage.
Triforce,
that could have been the
RFC also is good.
Yeah, could have been the difference, right? Like, you needed something that's a little bit more substantial as opposed to something that theoretically scales into something strong. So in this position here, I understand they could have wanted to go for the Corki, especially since it gives such a strong poke lane. You have Ziggs, Corki, Lux. Like, that is in theory a super strong poke composition.
Don't get me wrong, they were doing pretty well in the lanes up to the point where Vi came down to the bot lane and tried to pressure them out, right? Still, the Vi, rather the Vayne and the Lulu were oppressed for majority of the game. They didn't have that much value when it came down to just like overall team fighting. They were just supplementing damage. It's not like they were running in and just like shredding everyone, right? The main problem was the Darius. I think that you have to draft around or play around carefully.
You have to just take a note of it. I think it's pretty straightforward for them to deal with it. Like we mentioned before, I think it's mainly just changing the Nasus out for something else. If I'm not well, that game they had briefly considered. I think Akali was still open, Diana was still open. You know, some of these other options are still open, so maybe could consider something like that.
Akali's not bad.
Yeah. I think the Ziggs was, you know, it made sense in the sense in that they wanted to go for something that would fit in with a poke composition, but then because you have a scaling top laner who is supposed to deal with the Darius, and then you have like a jungler who's engaged, but then you are kind of poke, you know, there's that little bit disconnect, and I feel like that was a big factor into why the game panned out the way it did.
Problem is they pigeonhole themselves quite badly when they lock in the Corki, right? And the idea of this is like, if you wanted to match up against the Darius, you can't open with Nasus. You have to pick something more general, maybe Olaf, you know?
Yeah.
And then open up for your composition to fight front and back. Maybe you do Olaf, Kai'Sa, so you can dive the weaker back lines, you know? There are a lot of ways you can finesse the draft, but just don't open with like a top laner so many explicit weaknesses.
I feel like opening Olaf could be difficult, especially when Jarvan is open.
You can open Olaf, and yeah, I mean, granted, Jarvan is still hard
if Jarvan is open, I feel like Olaf can be good if you know that Jarvan is not going to be played, or if it's later on the draft when you see it already, and you're like, okay, I think Olaf could be pretty good in this position.
There are some teams running like no ADC comps, so you have like Olaf, Camille, and then you just run them down with enchanters.
Sounds about right. ADC is a thing of the past. You know, why put your money? I feel like it's like some kind of bank, like why put your money in a bank? Why put your money in an ADC and get these returns when you could just play Olaf Camille and then run down the enemy team? You know,
and then you have like Seraphine Sona behind, just like boosting them, you know, healing, speeding them up if they get engaged upon. You just use the crescendo as well as the encore.
Yeah, and I think we're going to our second game picks and bans. Okay, so this time Bears on the blue side, TLJ on the red side. Things changed up a little bit, so now that you have that first pick priority, you could go for something a little bit stronger. That being said, when Bears had, well, second pick, red pick first side, right? Red side first pick, right? They went for the Nasus, right?
Just don't do that again.
So that was a little bit suspect, especially since they gave away the Vi. I'm not sure whether they wanted to give away the Vi again and then kind of have the Lee Sin gonna work something out here. A lot of junglers are very much in high demand right now. You kind of have the top 4 set at least to work with. You know, the Lee Sin, Vi, Java, and Gragas. So at least you can kind of trade back and forth. And so the next pick on the red side is actually super high value, if you ask me. And so that depends
There's also
on
Camille that finishes off the fight, right? But she's a flex.
Exactly. So that now you move into this one. How do you kind of want to play this one out? It's a little bit tricky, you know. So for this one, I hope they have some kind of like red side plan. I know this is, you know, for some teams, right, especially from an outside perspective, the idea that draft is like, there's like all this draft strategy is a little bit foreign, whereas like you would think that, oh, you know, drafts is just you pick the champions that you want to play, you know, you ban the champions that you don't want to see. But there's all this like the pick order, like the what does what into what impact, and what does the enemy think about this pick. All this goes into play, and that's why, you know, you have like super high salary coaches that are like, or like people that just do picks and bans, because, you know, this is such an important and integral role of the gaming experience now too.
It's not a surprise that like some of the top teams in Wild Rift, like for example in Singapore it's Alliance, right? They're probably dominating the scene.
Yeah.
Their coach does a lot of the pick pan strategy for them. Like they talk through their ideas of what is prioritized here, what do we want our composition to look like, how are we gonna get the synergies down, these sort of things, right? You need to have a proper conversation about it and decide what you want. So speaking of deciding what you want, we see the Ziggs and Ezreal banned out by TLJ. Bears on the other side though. Oh, hold on. Did they pick red again? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So Bears deciding that even though they did lose the first game, they want red side as well. So now they will be banning Gragas Camille.
Okay, so getting rid of the Gragas Camille means that Lee Sin is definitely open, Vi is definitely open. I think that Vi can still have a pretty good matchup against the Lee Sin. I mean, it's one form of unstoppable CC versus another form of unstoppable CC in both their ultimates, right?
Wukong.
Okay, interesting.
Dude, usually when I see early pick Wukong, like it tells me that the team wants to play Yasuo composition. Like for the most part, it's usually a Yasuo composition. So it's like you see Wukong, Malphite, Gragas support, Yasuo, and then like just a blank whichever ADC can do damage along with the Yasuo.
I mean, we also saw when Team OK tried to play it, you know, they launched together with the Galio, with the Camille, you know, these kind of champions that synergize well with it and are able to have some effective level of CC together, right? Like area control together, right? AoE stuff type things. Going for the Graves. Okay.
Graves doesn't contribute a lot in terms of like early pressure. He just wants to farm the jungle and then show up to team fight, right? I think his team fighting value is pretty high up. He can invade and make the opponent's jungle kind of wary and pressured, but at the same time, you know, he needs facilitators. He needs something like a Braum to help him.
I mean, I feel like Graves just might not fit in if depending on what his team goes for, right? Because Graves seems like a very specific champion and a very specific playstyle. Because a lot of the strong junglers right now, they hit their peak around that 4-minute mark when both the Skullcrest form up. They are level 4 at that point. They reset, grab 2 more camps, get level 5, and that's when they have a very pivotal moment. Whereas Graves needs more time to kind of farm up and find an effective moment. Yeah, he could go for some early ganks because he does have that advantage over some of the other junglers. But then as the game progresses, he just doesn't have the same kind of impact.
You have to remember too that like if your jungler is Graves, you're down 1 tank. So your top laner has to play like a hard tank now, otherwise you don't have a front line, right? So stealing away the Braum is actually a really good choice. I like this because traditionally when you see Graves being picked up in Wild Rift, it's always coupled with the Braum. You stack the Frostbite, the Winter's Bite rather, very quickly because of all the autos coming from lane, very easy to gank, and also you have a small moment of invulnerability with Unbreakable from Braum that allows him to frontline. So it's a pseudo tank in the support position.
Right. Interesting to go with the Lux as well, because if the Lux ends up going in the support role, then, you know, that's just less HP to work with. You know, it's so difficult. I feel like it'd be so difficult to try and play with a composition that just doesn't have much HP.
Pretty good kill lane from Jinx Braum if Lux is overextended. Like, she has to respect a lot of the rangers coming in. If you get poked by, or you get tagged by the Zap or the Winter's Bite, they proc the stun, they kill you.
So it's something to watch out for, you know. It's pretty easy to go and try and chain up the traps with a lot of other things, especially since they have so much kind of control around about the space around them.
Tristana, okay. Actually, Tristana early game doesn't have the best range. It's
Wasn't
kinda
this
punishing.
wasn't this what you were saying? We're talking about Tristana is because we don't see Hail Blades yet. It's not really much of a champ.
I don't like this. Like level 1, level 2, your range is horrible against Jinx, and now you potentially might get out-end at level 2. You don't have the ability to proc the... So the way Tristana works in like League PC, right, is you have Hail Blades, you throw the blast pack onto your target, hit them 3 times real quick, proc Hail Blades and then back off. And then puts like, I think, close to maximum amount of damage on the explosive pack.
yeah.
She can't do the same thing in this game. Although she can siege, I mean...
I do think that her range in general should be enough, especially in the Jinx Tristana matchup. But
Only
the
from,
problem
like, level
is
7 onwards.
but the problem is a Jinx Braum matchup against a Tristana matchup, and no matter who the support is, I think that the Braum is going to be able to
Oh yeah.
more or less effectively counter. Look at that.
This is an old school like I want to say solo queue lane, like, oh, opponent has Darius, I'm going to pick Garen, right? So you try to sustain through his harass, and
I think it was
hopefully-
Garen first,
Yeah,
and
right.
then Darius, right?
But in solo queue, you tend to see this.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
even
yeah.
at low elos. It's like,
Yasuo composition.
yeah, there you go. Tell you. Yasuo composition because they have Wukong and Braum. Yeah.
But the thing is, right? Doesn't Darius counter Garen here?
It's
Yeah.
an ego matchup, right? It's an ego matchup. So like, if the Darius is able to gain control of the lane space and keep the Garen away,
Right.
then yeah, sure, he's fine. But if the Garen is able to space the Darius away and keep him zoned away by standing in front of the range of melee creeps and using the spin and the silence, then yeah, he's fine. Because the way you trade is you silence him so he can't apprehend you, and then you just spin away.
Honestly, this composition just looks so straightforward right now. You could play 1-3-1, you could play siege composition. You have so many different ways you could go about things because just on you have a strong side lane in the form of the Yasuo, in the form of the Darius. You also have strong siege in the form of the Jinx, so with a lot of support and peel. You have team fight that comes in the Cyclone, in the Glacial Fissure.
Right.
All these things just kind of stack together.
You're forgetting one big point also is that between Windwall and Unbreakable, a lot of the damage from Bears is actually stopped, right? Because they have like 4 ranged champions. Only one out goes through Windwall and Unbreakable, which is the Lux Laser. Everything else is blocked. So if you time it well, you have I would say about 6 seconds of invulnerability where Bears actually don't do damage. You fight in a choke and you put up that wall, they just have to back off. They have no choice.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. And I think that we see that a lot, especially around the objectives. And the one good thing, I guess, well, I wouldn't say one good thing. I guess one of the good things about Bear's composition, at least, is how much mobility they have and the ability to move around like walls, I would say, because this gives them a lot of creativity and a lot of free space to get around the dragon, around the Baron pit, or even go for dives.
The
right.
Tristana has like a really good opening. I say like 3 minutes if she wants to have any chance in this game.
Yeah.
Because this lane is going to be hell on earth for them.
It's going to be a little bit difficult for the mid lane as well. I would say the Ahri, in general, doesn't have the best time here, considering he's up against about 4 tanks, like 3.5.
If DFG was still item, then yeah, thumbs up, right? But
Yeah.
like here, your first item is probably going to be like Luden's, I guess, or well, in this case, maybe Leandri's good. Right?
Yeah, well, I guess you could consider the Andres, but then I feel like either way, you start with that Lost Chapter, right? And Lost Chapter is like half a mana item.
Yep.
You don't do damage, and my main concern, because it's one thing if they were playing 4 tanks with no damage,
Yep.
but because they do damage, it's an entirely separate
it's
issue.
4 tanks that's set up for Yasuo, right?
Yeah.
And between them, it's not full tanks, they have bruises as
Okay,
well.
they have like 3. Yeah, it's like 3. I guess you could call it 3. Yeah, because it's like they have 2 bruises effectively,
like
right?
the Wukong and the Darius.
Okay, so moving into our second game, it's TLJ versus Bears. Looking to try and pick up the second win convincingly if they can. I mean, this is a difficult matchup, or rather, I think a little bit difficult for the Yasuo to clear the wave in. So might need to get a little bit of support to just be able to maintain wave control.
Actually, the level 1 against the Ahri is not too bad. Like, as long as he doesn't get zoned off too much, he should be able to clear the wave and match because of the Steel Tempest. So you can see what's happening here, right? He's merely walking up, throwing the Steel Tempest, absorbing the damage with the shield, and then merely throws out the Whirlwind to clear the wave. So he's actually doing pretty decent. It also helps that a lot of this like lane damage is skill shots, which the closer you move to the Ahri, the easier it is to dodge the all of this.
Right, so at least I think up at the top side, we should be able to see a little bit more action considering the way that both sides are pathing right now, right? The Wukong is going to be the one with a little bit more hot CC earlier on. I mean, won't be able to hit level 5 just off the full clear yet, but it could at least position in the top side, so if there were to be a Graves gang, they could at least try and fight for the 2v2 and maybe try and make something happen, because I think that was kind of how things started snowballing out of control the last time around too.
Charm with damage, he took the electrocute too, so I think he should be pretty happy with that trade. Mid-wise, I don't expect to see a solo kill barring some like huge misplay, right? If someone dies here, it's because they misplay. Top side is going to be the big kind of contest ground deck for contest, because the Darius needs to get to a point where he's okay just bullying out the Garen.
I mean, the Darius is going to be able to maintain pretty solid control as long as the Wukong plays around the top side, and judging by the way things are going, it looks like that's going to be the case. Okay, actually managed to find the trap off and the winner's bite onto this Graves. I'm not sure what's going on, a little bit too aggressive. Really desperate to look for that play there, and ends up giving away first blood.
Now he's going to start snowballing, right? And because the Graves is behind, anytime he comes out to try and, you know, relieve pressure for the Garen in the top lane, he could be fooled as well. Like, it's very likely that he could kill both of them. We saw that happen in the past game, and it's going to happen in this game if he's not careful.
Okay, but Darius in this position here, getting a little bit low, has to be cautious of the Garen, especially with the Ignite, right? Two Ignites on the side of Bears. They have the means to burst out for the most part. I mean, you look at that double electrocute plus double Ignite. You know, there's a good chance they're looking to just burst out anybody they can.
I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about that double Ignite. Like, all it does is refresh the duration. It doesn't add more damage, right? So you still have to take about the same amount of time to add that additional damage in. Graves now already, only level 4. Okay, this is gonna hurt. He doesn't have collateral damage, so you can't really gank the lanes.
Yeah, whereas Wukong, okay, mid lane looking like Yasuo gonna get killed off 1 versus 1. That still has his flash available, but I don't think he expected to be able to survive that even if he had it. Okay, good damage coming in from the Darius. Looking to flash, and he gets it! The dunk from downtown chases him under his turret. And it looks like the Noxians win this one.
Rotation up, he has the
okay,
collateral damage.
Oh, no!
He missed! Now he could actually die, because if Darius manages to get the heal off, he could turn and fight him.
I don't think there's gonna be enough space for that, but it looks like the Darius can just walk away. Knows exactly where the Graves is going to be and can just walk out. That's a lot of information, and not being able to find that kill too. I'm not sure about this. Hungry.
Right now, it's the story of the first game recycled, right? Axis on this Darius is starting to put pressure on the top side, calling the jungle over. Now, if you're Darius, you learn from your mistake. You just sack this lane, and if Darius is gonna, you know, bully your top lane out, so be it. Just don't feed him any more kills. Get to a mid game point where your Tristana has scaled. We're looking at, you know, Infinity Edge, Rapid Fire Cannon, start to get the items up, and then, you know, approach him with caution. This is probably what is the best plan.
Yeah, it's a difficult matchup to be had, especially since, you know, it's whoever gets the jump on the other that is able to win this one out. Mid lane looking pretty decently at this point too. I mean, despite that first solo kill, the Yasuo is maintaining pretty solid control. Wow, 3 members stacked over on the side of Bez here. Looking to try and maybe make a play. It's a 4 versus 4 potentially. They jump on. Nice. Winner's bite used. They should be able to find his first kill. The Yasuo dashes on the wall to follow up with this kill.
Oh, nice.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely massive lockup. They get the kill onto another, and now chasing after Tristana. Tristana managed to pick up some of the honey fruit, but damage coming in. It's a Jinx that finds this kill. It's a double, and they put this marksman on the scholarship.
I don't know if you saw the discipline there from the Yasuo. So the first cyclone up onto Graves, he didn't even pull the trigger on the last breath, because he knew, like, that Graves is dead. What is the next play is the second cyclone or the glacial fissure that knocks up anyone in past the wall, because that allows him to relocate across and continue chasing them down. Very good trigger discipline coming in from Yasuo here, and also, you know, the early death was a mistake for sure. He overextended and died to the Spirit Rush. This time, not gonna happen. He's gonna get full control of the lane now.
Yeah, it's a big difference. It's a far cry from what happened earlier on, right? It was a misplay, but moving into this, they're pretty okay. Oh my goodness, he's level 6. Yep. He's trying to look for this gank here.
Noxian Guillotine is up, right? So he's like, do I really want to go for this gank?
Okay, he picks up 7 and he decides that he wants to go for this play. Meanwhile, the flash comes in, the charm is able to connect over onto the Darius. He flashes out, hunting fruit up. Oh, he wasn't able to find it in time. Now they're chasing after the kill onto this Graves. They are able to find a stun on him first. Now looking for this kill onto the Arya as well. A little bit more damage. Super Mega Death Rocket able to connect. Now they get this double, and they're chasing after the third. The laser comes through, but it's not enough. That's a triple. This Jinx goes massive.
Oh man, dude, look at the KDA 501 rushes the Blade of the Rain King. Has the attack speed, has the damage, has the passive, so he's gonna be building up into even more now that he has the BF sword in his pocket too. I think if ADH into Runan's Hurricane is the next play here, you have decent amount of attack speed and the Runans to amplify the rockets, right? If you build a static shift, you're trolling. I saw that last week, I immediately called it out.
Okay, Abraham not able to connect onto the stun at least. That could have been very disastrous. Mid bottling turret is going to go down, but I think they're content with giving this one away. It's not too concerning, but it is still going to be first turret. Let's see if they can find any kind of counterplay on any other side of the map. It looks like they're holding on to the Rift Herald a little longer.
It's a Mexican standoff, right? The Darius is staring at them saying, how much do you really want this turret? Are you willing to tank through the damage and fight me under it to get it though? And right now, Bears, as they continue pushing up, are showing their resolve. They're stealing themselves, looking to finish off this tier 1.
Okay, looks like they should be able to find this. Gets the Abraham onto the Tristana first. Gets Noxing Galatin gonna be used. Lots of damage onto this Darius. Darius still alive though. Charm connects onto the Wukong. Wukong gets a big cyclone. The last Whisper will not be able to connect onto the enemy team. Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide just barely. They weren't able to find much more. Oh, huge knockup! It's a double tornado. They're looking for another kill here. Flashing away from the Tristana. Yasuo does not have enough sustain and not enough damage. Still gets killed off as 3 on the side of Bears. They find this 2 kills in exchange for 1.
Okay, he did have the last breath. That knockup could have been clutched if he followed up with the last breath. So they get a lot of pressure on the bottom side. And again, this Mexican standoff, right? How much do you want this bot tier 1? Are you willing to fight me for it? Bears, like I said, they steal their resolve and they go in for the fight. They get rewarded immensely. They get a bit more gold. The pressure is taken off, but still, TLJ are not letting off the gas pedal. You can see Haxus now is retaining mid. They want to get mid prio before continuing the side lane push, right? Everyone is just reassigning themselves to different lanes now.
And I'm pretty sure at this point, we look at the way things are going, TLG are not concerned when the Darius dies, when the Wukong dies, because the people that matter are still getting hit. The Jinx is so far ahead of their counterpart right now. In fact, so much further ahead than anybody else in the game, right? So the fact that the Darius dies, it doesn't really impact him very much. He still has a lead over the Garen. He can still 1v1 him effectively. It just comes down to being able to make sure that Yasuo doesn't fall too far behind and being able to synergize well over some of these fights. He goes dominating. Wow, this bot lane is so big right now. Yasuo over to the bot side, uses the wind wall, gets a little bit of safety, finds the catch on to the Graves. He goes into the wrong position, trying to get away, but he just dashes into the enemy team. The Cyclone will be used to clear out the wave. Big double knockup, but he doesn't have to follow up. Coming in for the Yasuo. Yasuo dashes in deep. Swagger Death Rocket gets the execute onto the enemy team. The Garen does manage to find one more kill at least. Trox almost gets taken down by the turret, but the Rift are going to be used in the mid lane. Still just charging down. One more strike should be all they get off of this. They're going to have to back away from this one. The traps buy them some time, and they backed off of this. But it's a big fight.
They go for the Dragon here. They could set this one up. Now, if Bears are silly, they look to contest this, and that is the mistake that they would not make. I hope they don't, at least, because your team does not have prio on vision at all in your jungle. You're walking up. If they start this, oh man, this is very greedy. I think TOJ should have stayed and punished them.
I mean, even if they did go and punish them for this, I don't see them coming out with all too much ahead, considering it looks like they have enough time to bring 5 members on board. So at least, you know, it seems like a disciplined kind of play. You're right to say that I think there could have been a chance to punish them for it, but a disciplined play would definitely have to be reset there.
Yeah, it's the... you're right though, you're playing to win in that situation. You're just not affording any opportunity for Bears to like wipe you there. But at the same time, like, you could see because they have vision control inside the jungle, it could have been an easy contest of them right now.
For sure.
They just hold inside the chokes and like, if you walk in, boom, last breath, you lose. Fighting in the jungle though.
Can they find this? Gets a knockup onto the Graves, won't be able to get the kill just yet though. Jinx Rockets dealing a lot of damage. And a lot of range too.
You can see they're waiting on the Wukong to engage, right? Like, the side of Bears, like, where's Wukong? If Wukong is not visible, we can't fight in these chokes because the Cyclone is probably going to lose them, gonna help them control all of them with the last breath.
Charm connects onto the Wukong and he... Oh, actually, onto the
decoy,
clone. Yeah. Well, oh, that's good, that's good. Pulls away the Charm then. Right, Dude is gonna be used. Dashes in, jumps
There
onto the
you
stun.
go.
That's gonna be the last breath used onto the enemy AD carry. The fight goes wide, but onto both sides. The enemy AD carry cannot join in. Tristana over it under turret, isn't able to find much more. Is able to kill off the Wukong though. Now Darius has to run away with his life. So very low at this point. Jinx looking for one more hit, isn't able to find it. Moving in, it's gonna be the Ahri. He's looking for his kill, but trying to jump for this one. What is happening right now? The Jinx single-handedly fending off 3 members of the enemy team.
She
Gets
gets
the
the reset.
reset, gets the trap off. Now looking for a second
Oh,
kill
no.
on the Ice Man too. Can he actually find this? Now Teleport joining into the fight, and he's still alive. And Tristana joins in. What's going on? Why is this fight over? Yasuo over to the back. Darius joins in. They're gonna kill off the Grace. Not the guillotine available yet. It isn't. It is still unable to find this. The Jinx is playing a horse. Is playing hide and seek, running away from this Tristana. What a messy fight coming in, and TLJ still somehow come ahead.
The name says Bears, but the play says Clown Grannon. I don't know what just happened right there. They got out of the fight scot-free, by the way. They caught one member from TLJ. All 5 of them got out. Then they decided to re-engage. Super messy, wrong target calling. They never found the targets that they wanted. And everyone is just over-chasing for the Jinx, right? You can see everyone's like, Jinx, 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 but they can't kill her off. And that's the misplay.
Running back and forth, and they just... what? 3 people stacked on top. Ahri so desperate to look for the kill that she went into the Jinx auto attack range, died off, gave the reset, stepped on top of the traps. All these things are just... it's insane. This Jinx went massive.
You have to remember, my friend, that it is Blade of the Rain King and Gluttonous Grease on the Jinx. She is life-stealing and she is spell-vamping, right?
Yeah.
So there is no particular reason for you to just be walking up and giving her the chance to steal and sustain himself back to fighting range.
And even on the back, you know, Tristana went for the teleport enchantment just to go for that kill. It's crazy. These fights are crazy. Charm connects onto the Jinx finally. It looks like they have the chance to kill him off. He goes down, but joining in is the Darius. Knocks in guillotine, gonna be connecting onto the first, connects onto the second, looking for the third kill. And the Tristana definitely gonna go down at this point. Darius just joining in for good measure. They're looking for a quadra kill for this Darius. It's a big 4-man kill. They've taken them down. It's an ace. They lost the Jinx, but at what cost? What cost, I tell you?
Scumbag TOJ, they deny the penner, right? Instead of like saying, okay, you can live for a while and we'll give it to Darius. Nope, they kill him off so he never gets the penner. And that is TLJ closing out game 1. You talked about it, granted. The idea behind this composition being like, yes, it's a Yasuo comp, but if Darius gets a hit, if Jinx gets a hit, we have multiple threats. You have to respect this, right? At least Bears spawn in time to pull a mounted defense, but Baron is up. Dragon is going to be spawning soon. TLJ, they're looking to close out this game after those objectives.
Okay, so while they're at least able to harass this Braum a little bit,
Did he just flash into
he
that?
did just flash into that, and now they have to kind of get away. Okay, at least managed to find this one. Might be able to find the Jinx kill again. Tristana just jumps over the wall. Oh my goodness, that's a little bit too aggressive, my friend. So Mega Rock is going to be able to connect. It's a double kill with his Jinx. He gets the reset, goes hyper, joining in. And guess what? The Yasuo's here too. They're looking for more. They're looking for blood. They say, you can't touch my AD carry. Not today, not ever.
I guess cosplaying tactical right now, like just jumping into the fight and hoping he can kill. Like, really, dude? Like, okay, I see the
my
thirst, I
goodness.
see the hunger.
Not like this. Tactical game flamed in another region, in another game. Meanwhile, down the bot lane, Darius almost gets the kill onto the Garrick. He does actually find it. The bleed comes through. He goes legendary. The Darius, who wasn't able to get ahead in lane, finds such a big opportunity to pop a hit as the enemy team, as best, overcommit to find this Jinx in every instance. The Darius says, you have to be concerned about me too, because I am danger.
Yes, Ghost activated. He's looking for this, looking to get to the backline to get the final, or rather the second inhibitor. As you have every right to be fearful of this Darius, right? The moment he pops in, he's running in. They're going in for the fight after him.
You were mentioning how this Braum seems like it just can't die. It is a front line, it is massive. You know, you talked about how the Unbreakable Shield pairs so well with the Wind Wall. I haven't even seen the Wind Wall be used together with it, because you only need one when you're this far ahead.
It's so annoying too, because Bears, all their damage is like projectile based, right? Tristana auto attacks, charms.
Okay, this is it. This is where we go. This is the Graves walking in, dying once again. Probably. Might just happen anytime soon. Garen moves into the backline, looking to try and stall for as much time as possible, but meanwhile, 4 members on the side of TOJ collapse onto him. No flash available. They jump in. The Wukong picks up the kill onto the enemy mid laner. The Ahri goes down. And there's a shutdown. Can they stall for any longer? It looks like they can. TLJ decide they have to reset. They can't go for this push.
The problem is they're very messy, right? So they're fighting these fights, but they don't know what they want to do with the man advantage or the map afterwards. They're not posturing their waves properly either, so they can't really convert, right? What they need to do now is before they take the fights, make sure all the side lanes are pushed up and understand that the moment we decide to handshake a fight, if we lose, they still have to respond to their side waves. If we win though, we can push for the win. So right now you can see that they're making the correct adjustments on the bot side. Top side though, not the same. Big wave pushing up, they need to answer that.
Little bit of downtime as both sides are looking to try and make and set up a play, but mainly it's TLJ who have control of this game. Baron is available, they could go for that, they could just siege out top lane. Top wave is not set up too well right now, so they should be sending someone over, but instead they're just going to start up the Baron first and then make a play up to the top lane.
Please set up the top wave first. Like, if you set up the wave, right, after you pick up Baron, you can just push with it naturally, but now you have no wave. Now it's a big wave collapsing, and you have to start pushing from the river. Like, good luck with that. It's going to be fun.
Are they even going for it right now? Okay, looks like they are. Okay, so at least finally
They
going
have
for
no
it.
wave! They have no wave! They need to wait like another 2 or 3, I think, before they can even get into base.
Right. I mean, it's another 3 waves for like the big one, right? Yeah. So it's gonna be another like
Unlucky.
another minute at least.
And that kind of validates my point. It exhibits why some teams have trouble closing out games. They don't understand how to manipulate wave states and I don't understand how to posture and prep the wave properly.
Bears collapsing into their base in the mid lane. They're stuck in a defensive position, reacting to the enemy team. Death timeline is pretty long at this point, so they managed to find a miracle ace. They could still come back. Cyclone gonna be able to connect onto the enemy team. Gray's looking to go down. The Ignite should be able to take him out surely. Still has the Guardian Angels with the Yasuo, so he can go for an aggressive play, but they don't even need it. They just end the game. Darius just walks right up to the Nexus and says goodbye. This is mine for the taking.
That's the power of the Baron buff with all 3 or at least 2 waves of inhibitors down, right? It escorts the waves in very quickly, and it's like fighting 6 on 5. The wave is another champion that you have to deal with.
An incredible scoreline for the Jinx and for the Darius, right? I think towards the end of the game, Jinx was at 11-1.
Yep.
And for the next 5 or 6 minutes, well, maybe not that long, maybe about three and a half, only picked up 1 kill because Darius was just walking around, cleaning up house, and at that point, there was very little that Bez could do to try and counter them. And it was a tough fought, well fought match. It's a tough one. I think Bez definitely showed some moments of brilliance, but in the end, it came down to TLJ, and they were able to pick up a very strong win.
TLJ on their end, their mastery of draft is quite impressive. I would say like they knew very early on what they wanted to do with the Wukong pick, what they wanted to do with the Braum, and they just drafted accordingly, right? Because you could see the logic in their whole draft process. We go for early Wukong because that's a comfort pick that helps our composition. It also allows us to set up for a Yasuo composition. And then they know Darius isn't broken, don't fix it, just pick it up. Jinx, right now in the pool of ADCs because they banned out Ezreal. Kai'Sa is the next option, so Jinx does well. And they draft, to answer most of their opponent's turns.
Yeah, and that's honestly really comes down to how well they played out their draft phase. That being said, we're going to take a quick look at the match highlights for the past 2 games in this series for this best of 3. We'll be right back. Grizz is in position to get caught out here. Okay, gets the first wave off. Decent damage coming through. Looking to use the ultimate. Does not manage to find the reset with this one, so it could be a very different story. But flashing away, the Corki still dies. And Darius, despite not finding the reason. Mid lane 3 members strong here. Going to jump onto the Corki right away. The Valkyrie not going to be enough. Brings it right in. And now they're jumping onto the Ziggs. It's a double kill. Looking for a triple. Jumps in right on the turret. The blade's going to be enough. A triple for this Darius. And he's going absolutely massive. He's okay, uses the shockwave onto 2, takes a lot of damage though, jumps the barrier, flashes away from the Cataclysm. They flash over the wall, try to chase him. This Nasus can't catch up. The shield coming through, it's gonna be enough. They take them down. The 2 kills heading over to his team. And now up into the top side, they're looking to take down this Corki as well. Gets the first slam dunk, tries to get a second. Find the shield on the second wave of the W is gonna be enough. The blue team picks up the first kill. Vayne is the recipient of that one. Meanwhile, into the back line, this is it. The Darius goes massive as a triple, looking for Quadra. They find it, and it looks like it's going to be game for TLJ.
I think this should be
and onto the Tristana first. Loss in Galatin going to be used. Loss of damage onto this Darius. Darius still alive though. Charm connects onto the Wukong. Wukong gets gets a big cyclone. The last Whisper will not be able to connect onto the enemy team. Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide just barely. They weren't able to find much more. Oh, huge knockup. It's a double tornado. They're looking for another kill here. Flashing away from the Tristana. Yasuo does not have it. That's a stay. It's going to be the Ari. He's looking for this kill, but trying to jump for this one. What is happening right now? The Jinx single-handedly fending off 3 members of the enemy team. Gets the reset, gets the trap off. Now looking for a second kill on the Ice Bear too. Can he actually find this? Now Teleport joining into the fight, and he's still alive. And Tristana joins in. What's going on? Why is this fight over? Yasuo over to the back. Darius joins in. They're going to kill off the Graves. Not the guillotine available yet. It isn't, and he's still unable to find this. The Jinx is playing a horse. Is playing hide and seek, running away from this Tristana. What a messy fight coming in, and TLJ still somehow come ahead. Cyclone gonna be able to connect onto the enemy team. Gray's looking to go down. The Ignite should be able to take him out surely. Still has the Guardian Angels with the Yasuo, so he can go for the aggressive play, but they don't even need it. They just end the game. Darius just walks right up to the Nexus and says goodbye. This is mine for the taking. I think that was 2 quadras.
Yep.
Darius picked up 2 quadras in 2 games.
Scumbag teammates deny the Penta every time. You see him like on a roll, right? He knows he's gonna get the Penta, and then
I mean, the Tristana ran away. I mean, Tristana ran far away. You know,
a good teammate will like, you know, kind of
corral him.
It's like go the other way, buddy.
Like, you know, turn around.
We won't kill you if you go that way, right? See, that's what a teammate would do.
No, I will kill you if you go that way. I just give it to somebody else.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they could have done it for him. They could have done it for him, but it's okay. 2 quadras, not a bad performance at all.
That's some good statistics right now. You know, when you're trading players and you're going like, you know what, Icon series qualifiers 2 quadras.
Yeah.
2 games, 2 quadras.
Like a little baseball cards. But guys, we will be going for a short break. When we come back, we'll have the final best of 3 for today in the upper bracket. It's gonna be YOLO Gaming versus Last Minute. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Look, you got me in a trance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it. Look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me. I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change arrangement?
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust on picks.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
our final best of 3 game. This is going to be Team YOLO Gaming versus Last Minute. I'm giving this up. With me is Hungry. We are going into the Icon Series Singapore qualifiers. Our second qualifiers. The first one was last week. If you guys haven't checked that one out yet, go check that one out because we had Fish come back just for that.
Yep. Guest appearance, right?
Guest appearance. Well, they kept telling me, right? Brandon, why are you here? Why are you here? You made Fish have to come out. What's wrong with that? I think it turned out well.
It was quite a nice treat to be casting with Fish again, right? Like, this guy, you get him out of the retirement home, he's all like old and tired, you know, he's talking about his hair and how he's messy and stuff. I'm like, you know, you gotta come out of the house once in a while, you gotta leave the retirement home once in a while.
That's true, you know.
See the world,
you gotta
breathe
go
some
for a
fresh
walk.
air, exactly, right? See, cast some games, and now he's back in hibernation. If you guys want to go harass him, go find him on social media. Like, Fish, we need you back again. And he's like, nah, probably not.
That being said, you know, this is the final BO3 that we're covering today. Tomorrow, there are a bunch of new games going to be happening, and those are going to be between the teams that are qualifying today, right? So everything carries forward, and then all these teams will be competing for the playoff position, which will be happening over the 28th, 29th, and 30th of May. For a big prize pool, I think 12,500 for the first place team with 5 Secretlab chairs, 8,000 for second place, and then it's like what, like 5-2?
I think it's 2, yeah. So
yeah, right. But you get honestly, that the money aside, right? The main thing, 3 months of 100 plus.
Yep, 3 months of 100 plus, right? And we were like thinking, you know, on our hit theory crafting, how much 100 plus is that really? The answer is a lot. I guess. Like more than a human should be able to consume.
Probably.
Maybe Fish might make an argument about that, but like it's more than enough. And again, thank you to our sponsors 100 plus for keeping us hydrated and allowing us to cast at 100% peak performance, making sure the isotonics, not the what's the other one, hypertonics?
There's hypertonics and hypotonics.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So isotonics are from the 100 plus, keeping us topped up, making sure that we are on form. And of course, if you guys like the stream, do like all the social media channels as well as, you know, social media channels you can see at the bottom here. So we're always going to be bringing you more Icon series and all the way up to playoffs, and hopefully, you know, even the Super Summer Cup. That's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting.
That'll be nice.
All the different regions coming together. I mean, we always had this like old rivalry back from the GPL days, right, where like every region's participant representative will come in and like try to, you know, vie for first. In the past, Singapore has been like okay-ish. This time though, it's our time to shine because I believe in our boys.
We have a good chance. No doubt. I think we have a good chance. But that being said though, the other teams are looking a little bit scary.
Yeah, man.
I'm just saying.
The Philippines qualifiers, they have so many regions there. I was talking to Riku about this. Like, they have so many qualifiers matches to be played. Like, it's crazy. You got like North, South, Luzon, and all the various other regions. Like, dude, that place is stacked, man.
Well, I mean, they're the equivalent of if you go into like a bad neighborhood and you see a bunch of people start crowding around you, you're like, oh no, I shouldn't be here anymore.
Yeah, right.
Like, they go through a lot to get to the place that they are, right? A lot of matches, you know, it's really difficult. There's a lot of players shuffling around too, and it's so competitive to find a team that can synergize well with you and bring you up to that next level, right? So it's so the level of competition, the level of growth there in a lot of these regions is really at a very high level.
You think about how we term this like trial by fire. You have teams like Secret, you know, Next Play, Omega, so many strong teams that you really have to respect. And that region is going to be a big challenge. Of course, this is later on. Right now though, let's take a look at the brackets. I believe we should have them up on your screen. There you go. This is the upper bracket. Unfortunately, Team OK was beat out by Celestial, so they will be dropping into the lower bracket. A bit of a deja vu happened last week as well, so they unfortunately found themselves on their last life, you know, by the end of day 1. So we'll see if they can make it through because their matches will be played later on as well. Meanwhile, we also saw Team Bears go down to TLJ. TLJ advancing forward. We'll be looking to play Celestials tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, and now we have TLM, not to be confused with TLJ, who will be competing against YOLO Gaming for this spot in the semifinals. Yeah, so this team going into this, right, if you look at our quarterfinals up until this point, 2-0, 2-0,
yep,
2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a guy that, you know, believes in numbers, believes in patterns, believes in statistics. That's why I'm a colorcaster, right? Logic dictates that YOLO Gaming versus Team Last Minute. It should be a 2-0, but to which side though remains to be seen.
Well, that's true. I mean, you know, there could be. I mean, I like to think that when you get someone to warm up, you know, TLM versus Chucky Can Fly, you know, they get a little bit of warm up going into this one. They could have a much better set. That being said, though, there is still quite a bit of room for TLM to work with. You know, they could potentially look to try and close this one out early, especially since they kind of have a little bit more information on how TM is going to play. You know, they have this little bit of an advantage. But that being said, I don't think it's all too much considering, you know, a lot of these teams have already played before. You know, we share a common server. A lot of these players are known between each other.
That is true.
Yeah.
YOLO Gaming, I believe this is their first game, right? They're seeded in. So TLM, they've at least reviewed some of their drafts, some of their comfort picks in the game against Chickens Can Fly. So the upper hand belongs to YOLO Gaming, right? They're the ones that can read their opponents and more or less figure out, you know, what they want to play. So they should have the upper hand in the draft as well.
I think that at least with this one, right, we've already seen a couple of matches come through, at least even for today, because I think we are running on the latest patch. You kind of already have the waters tested a little bit. You've figured out more or less what works and what doesn't work. I think that Darius has been a surprise pick that has been very impressive, but that again is on a very small sample size.
Yeah, it's like what, 2 games? I think
about 2 games, right? Whereas we've seen some other things that have been much more popular and much more consistent coming in.
You know what is consistent though? The quality of my Secretlab chair. And I feel like I don't want to show this to like inorganically, right? But I was happy. Remember we were doing. Oh, this must have been last year's event. Was it Valorant C Invitational?
Right.
Yeah, and then you know the people at Secretlab were so nice to send us chairs, right? And I was like,
you got chairs.
Oh, did you not? Were you not at VSI?
I was not at VSI.
Oh, okay, yeah, but I did VSI, right? And then the people at Secretlab were so nice to send us a chair, and that has been like my go-to ever since.
Yeah.
You imagine the salt you get from your family members during Chinese New Year when they call over like,
that's true.
My son got Secretlab chairs.
It is a status symbol.
Yeah.
Secretlab chairs are a status symbol.
It is.
And they get the pick between like these League of Legends versions. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's between the League of Legends versions for the first place teams. They get to pick those.
Okay.
And there are always so many new collaborations
too,
right? And they have such a big presence. And I mean, I don't even know how relevant this is, but I think they're releasing a table. Unless this is some kind of like really weird super late April Fool's joke, I think they're actually releasing a table to use with their chairs.
It makes sense, right? It makes sense. You
Yeah,
have like this.
It's ergonomic together.
What's the term? Like you know, last time they used to have like battle stations. So your full setup, right? Like the RGB lights, everything,
battle
like
stations,
everything, you know, super lit up nicely, and then you have the tables and chairs. I think this is the next evolution.
For sure. I think that, you know, it just goes hand in hand together, especially when you know like the configurations and everything kind of like pair well together.
Yes,
I would go for it.
It's like an ecosystem of products that give you the maximum comfort.
That is actually so true though. Oh my god, I'm going into economics. I'm going to like marketing and brand theory now.
The idea of like all your products fit in together, so by buying one, you incentivize the customers to buy more, and then you get them all into this nice ecosystem.
That's exactly what's happening.
There we go. See, Secretlab, they're on point.
The next thing is like gaming bits.
Oh my goodness! Imagine that.
Power nap into the next game.
Well, that would be pretty insane though. Imagine if you had a whole like, you know,
I don't know how that would work. I don't know how that would work.
This is why we are not designers. We are just casters. We are but mere models.
We're tossing out ideas. You know, you've hit me up. Hit him up.
I think Brandon and I could like do like a sketch drawing for you. Maybe just like a trashy
sure.
pencil.
You want to just
it takes my pen and just draws a rudimentary bit or something.
Yeah. It's just what does it have? RGB, I guess.
I guess. Right.
I guess.
Players are loading into lobby. The game should be up relatively soon. Like we said, YOLO Gaming, first game of the day for them. It has its pros, it has its cons, right? You might not be warmed up, but at the same time, you get a drop on your opponent's strategy, so that gives you advanced information. You know what they want to play. For the most part, today we've seen Akali as one of the priority bans. We've seen Lee Sin as one of the priority bans. Camille has been highly contested, and so has Greg. So those are the things we'll be looking out for in this game, especially coming in fresh. I think the direction for YOLO Gaming is they just go for meta stuff. They go for things that are strong in general. Don't have to give too much away in terms of comfort picks.
Definitely agree with you there, right? We've seen a lot of the Camille, the Akali, the Lee Sin have been prioritized by a lot of these teams, especially when you don't really know as much about them. These are kind of some staple picks that and bans that you want to get rid of. Yep. That being said, we've also seen a surprising number of teams that have been giving away the strong first pick in exchange for 2 picks on the red side, right? And whereas some, I would guess you could say, more conservative teams are not really willing to do that. They're unwilling to give away even that 1 strong pick. So you kind of see that all 4 bans are very strong bans.
I think it's still okay if you do that, but if you give up like say, quote unquote like strong picks, right? And you pick up your own comfort pick.
It's like, what's the point?
Yeah, it's like buying lottery for last year. You're not gonna win, right? So I think when you look at how draft priority sorts out, you do need to secure something for your team, and at this level of play, even if you want your comfort picks, you should still be able to master and use these quote-unquote strong picks still.
Right. And we're looking at the bans right now. We see Galileo, Diana, Ziggs, might potentially be the Braum as well. So far, things are looking pretty good. I would say that last minute are definitely trying to force YOLO to make a decision what they want to go for first pick. Because right now,
Camille, I guess?
Gragas, Camille are open, Akali is also open, so they're kind of forcing them to say, you pick one, we're going to take the other two. And generally looking at how the bans have panned out already, I'm kind of guessing that last minute don't really want to go for like a very aggressive composition. Yeah, so in this position here.
Looking at this though, the Camille is like we talked about, a strong top and jungle flex. It also synergizes with some of the like tier 1 picks now in terms of what you can do for your team. Seraphine is going to be the option here. Every time I see someone highly prioritize Seraphine, right, what this tells me is they might also be opting into the no ADC composition like we talked about,
right?
Where you go double enchanters into like juggernauts and bruisers and just run down your opponent, right? So this still fits in. Seraphine was paired with Sona, Orianna, Olaf, and Camille for their composition.
Right. It looks like it still gives them a lot of flexibility in this position here because, Seraphine, while it has been defaulted down to the bot lane, you could play mid with it too, and it has a pretty good range. And so when you have that as an option, it gives you some space away from the enemy team. Going for this Kai'Sa pickup, I quite like what I'm seeing so far. Gragas, Kai'Sa, two very strong picks early on, and the junglers not really too much in frontal focus right now, so you could still, like, you see the Vi coming in. Now you have this option. You say, okay, Lee Sin here would be a good option, or I could go for Xin Zhao, maybe Ja, but all these things still at the back of your mind. You still have an opportunity to go and counterplay against YOLO Gaming now.
I like Lee Sin here. It kind of forces the Seraphine to be very wary about positioning, right? So think about how you engage these fights. If Lee Sin gets into the flank and kicks the Seraphine into the team, they'll make short work of her, right? But the Gragas could also be flexed into the jungle if they want to do so. Right now, Team Last Minute have a very open composition. Only things that are set in stone right now are Kai'Sa's going to be the ADC. There's potentially, I would say more often than not, it's going to go to the top lane. There's no real flex potential there. So it's the Gragas plus one here that they're locking in. Could be the Lux here. And again, Lux is a flex pick. You can put it in mid, you can put it in support. They haven't shown much of their cards. The last counter pick here is going to be vital for Team Last Minute.
I was confused a little bit by the Lux pick for a second because it didn't seem like it totally fit the composition for a moment. But then, like you mentioned, it started to really click for me when you said that yes, they have those last picks. So whichever you show now, the Seraphine is going to be pretty obvious if it's going to be mid lane or support, and then the Lux just goes to match that lane.
That's the idea, right? You want to match the Seraphine with the Lux because in terms of what they bring to the table, very similar. It's just that Lux trades out the utility for the damage. Lulu being locked in here is a guarantee that Seraphine is going to be the mid lane. However, the composition can still pivot towards what I like to call the no ADC composition.
Yeah, true.
You still have these enchanter style mages that allow you to empower someone to dive the backline. This would seal the deal if they locked in something like Olaf here, or even
a strong damage bruiser, honestly, right? If you see something along those lines.
Any bruiser in general, right? But no, it's going to be Ezreal Lulu bot lane.
Safe pick, good range, good distance. Now the Lulu doesn't have to worry about your ADC, can empower the Malphite, can empower the Vi, especially when the Vi is diving deep into the enemy lines. Generally needs that little bit of help, right?
You need to empower the Vi because what you want to do is assault battery into wild growth, you stack and chain CC. So
not like this.
The Pantheon here, if it's a mid Pantheon, we have jungle Gragas and support Lux. I think the Lux matches the Lulu here.
I don't like
it's not very strong.
The Pantheon pickup, especially if it's going support. I feel like Pantheon support would be really bad. So hopefully it at least goes into the mid lane. Like you mentioned, the Lux would match the Lulu, and then the Pantheon would go against the Seraphine. But I still don't know if I really like this pickup.
It's not very strong because level 1 you get zoned out from. Okay, so they're gonna send. They need to decide. But I'll talk through both options, right? Pantheon mid against Seraphine, you get zoned out, and any chance you get to jump on the Seraphine, you get punished because she's just gonna double root you, heal, and walk away. So you have no kill potential in the mid lane. If you think about roaming in the side lanes, you're also going to get shoved in because Seraphine has very good, consistent wave clear compared to Pantheon. So you don't really have global presence as well. So I think this is a pick in isolation within this draft on both sides is kind of weak. Like, if you want to do this, just do something like Twist of Fate. just definitely matches the wave clear from Seraphine. It gives you more reliable global power, and it also allows you to like have more on-demand CC. Pantheon stun is nothing compared to like Go cards.
I agree. I definitely agree. I feel like Pantheon is just generally not a very good champion in the current meta right now. Even into better matchups for it, I think that Seraphine actually is already considered one of its better matchups. But like you mentioned, you immediately get zoned out level 1. There's so many opportunities for you to get stunned up, to get zoned off the wave, to get ganked by the enemy team, that it just doesn't feel like it has the agency and the kind of approach that they're looking to probably try and go for. That being said though, I could understand if it was meant to find a cheese kill in the mid lane or to alleviate pressure for this Darius top lane. Because if Darius can get ahead, then you know.
The only way I see this working is if the Vi puts a lot of pressure on the mid lane and, you know, oh not Vi, excuse me, the Gragas. Comes in mid early and uses flash like body slam, Seraphine, you know, set up for a kill for the Pantheon so that he has lane prio. Once he gets a kill or two, he's ahead in his lane, he's always going to be shoving up the Seraphine because he knows that he has kill potential. So you need to get the Pantheon early, create kill pressure, allow him to push out the lane, and then go top and help snowball Darius. It's a very convoluted steps of snowballing topside. I'd rather just pick TF wave clear all day and then just TP up when you're level 5.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how things pan out for that, whether or not they're going to be executing this convoluted strategy.
Dude, it's like TF with more steps. I don't like it at all. Like, I'll be honest, I don't like it at all.
Yeah, I didn't like the Pantheon pick when I saw it too, but you know, it's been picked. We'll have to see how they go for it, and it has its good moments, especially against the Ezreal, against the Seraphine. You know, it has its good moments for sure. So we'll have to see how well they play it out. Double ward, the observer really wants us to see this.
Double ward, okay, it's fine. Not very efficient,
that's
but
how
it's
it
okay.
is, you know. Can't change the past, man. You know.
Gragas is going to be starting on blue. Bot lane or Dragon lane rather is helping him out, right? So right now what you need to be doing if you're LMG is just to be standing right in front of your own melee and then just keep pressuring Malphite, Pantheon, because he managed to get the wave clear. He's now able to freeze it and hold the wave there.
So you can't really give the Pantheon what he wants here, because once he gets that stun, you know, it's really easy for him to go and proc off a lot of damage, and from there, you know, you could run the risk of being solo killed, especially since he's running Ignite. That being said, so is Seraphine, and so that begs the question:
Kinda greedy though, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's like Seraphine going for a solo kill. Am I looking at solo kill Seraphine? Oh, but look at that wave control though. It's able to just shove him out of basically on the turret there.
That's the reason why people like Seraphine in lane. She has very reliable, consistent wave clear without exposing herself to like really being ganked in that sense, because the ranges on her Q and her E is pretty solid. Or her first and third skill when thinking about mobile setups.
Alright, so still just being able to zone out the Pantheon pretty well here, control the wave. Gragas now making his way up to the top side for the Scuttle Crab. Gets spotted out by this one. It's really well placed actually. Gets perfect information on where they are, and so this gives Vi a little bit more time to work with. But if they go down to check for this blue buff, they realize it's still there, and the Vi is now in a little bit more precarious position.
Notice that Vi has a delayed clear because she went to clear the full bot side before rotating up, whereas Gragas made sure to leave the Gromp up, so he was able to get to the top Scuttle Crab first, knowing that Darius is going to push up. That Scuttle Crab is very important.
Yeah, definitely. Once you get information around that river, you give so much more space for your Darius, and since your Darius isn't going to be able to find much of a solo kill against this Malphite anyway, it's going to be much more extended trades. It's very precarious and gives a lot of space for the enemy jungler to get a gang. Meanwhile, Vi does find level 5 a little bit earlier than his Gragas, but then, you know, if you're not doing much with it...
That's because he full cleared the jungle, so he was able to get 5, right?
Yeah.
Good note that Darius put a ward in the brush near top river as well, because he knows the only way into this river without getting spotted by the Scuttle Crab is to use the Vault Breaker across the wall for Vi, right? So you ward that, you can tell the more he Vault Breakers over, just walk away, because then he has to wait for the cooldown on that again. They're spawning out the Vi here in the bottom side, so they know that she is doing these Krugs.
Got caught by that Tri-Brush ward. Yeah. Infernal Dragon looks like it's going to be the first one of the game. I think that could potentially be something they want to watch out for. Mid lane. Honestly, this is what I kind of expected. It looks pretty boring if you ask me.
You can't kill her. Like, there's no way you kill her because she root heals and then throws 2 spells and backs off.
So both sides are just kind of stuck in a bit of a stalemate.
Worse is, she actually sets up for kills the moment Vi gets like level 5, because after your shield comes down, she throws the encore at you and you have to walk into her, closes the gap, allows the Vi to come in to kill you off. So now the Pantheon, like Desi, is in kill range. She has to be careful every time he goes in for these trades.
Kai'Sa not opting for the scaling build, as instead Ezreal still is. So we should see a bit more of a power spike for the last minute. Oh, actually, okay, so Seraphine is gonna look to try and scale a bit here.
Here into Lost Chapter, so she wants the mana, she wants to be able to clear the waves and put pressure on Pantheon. What this also means is like their long-term fights, like in terms of them taking fights, it won't be very bursty, it'll be like a bit more delayed. They'll scale front and back and they just want to throw and chuck spells from Seraphine. Eventually she picks up Harmonic Echo and like her and Ezreal just walk together buddy-buddy and hit skill shots.
And right on cue, exactly about 4 minutes. Oh, well, I can't say exactly about to get in the same sentence. Exactly 4 minutes. Dragon spawns, and now they've moved into position to look to try and pick this one up in Volo Dragon. Quite a nice little addition to their little stack of buffs.
Fire
Big
late
Labs
coming
coming in
they
though.
can contest.
Okay, they do manage to pick this one up. Oh my goodness, that's absolutely massive. The charm comes in, unstoppable force as well. Pantheon over on the side gets taken down. Meanwhile, over to the back line, they aren't able to find the Lulu and killing off the Kai'Sa. Now jumps in, looking to kill off the Darius, but the shield from the Lux looks to be enough to keep him alive a little bit longer. Nox and Guillotine going to take him down.
And they should be able to back off here. No more Vault Breakers, please, just back off.
It's a 4 for 2. Both sides happy with what they got. YOLO managed to pick up 2 kills, but last minute picked up 1 and the Dragon.
Actually pretty lucky despite the fight coming in late that they didn't get destroyed, right? And that's because YOLO Gaming pulled the trigger. They dictated the pace of the fight with Malphite out and Wild Growth. So Unstoppable Force into Wild Growth holds last minute in place and Vi is able to rotate down in time. If last minute pulls the trigger with say Pantheon out into Body Slam Flash, like they probably lose that fight.
So that chain of actions honestly made such a huge difference, and the fact that 1 kill went over to the Darius as well gave him enough of a spike. It looks like he's, yeah, there we go, just gonna be able to pick up his Triforce pretty early on. Even up against the Sunfire came from the Malphite, going to make a pretty substantial amount of difference, I would say. That 500 gold, that one item or one component difference is quite substantial. Especially when they have to potentially fight 2v2 or 2v1 up against the Vi as well.
In this matchup, you're not looking to solo kill the Malphite, you're looking for lane pressure. Oh, hold on.
Gets a catch onto the Seraphine for a little bit, but they don't have much more. Can't follow up with this. Just trying to get control around Rift Herald.
They were a bit too early.
Yeah.
They were sitting the river too early, so now the top side is like reset, they push the wave out, and again it's like a game of inches, right? We talked about how Wild Rift is a lot more fast-paced. If you're not careful with the waves, all your setup goes to waste.
Okay, Vault Breaker gonna be used. Gragas might get caught up first, binding onto 2. They managed to get a knockdown onto the Seraphine. Instant kill. It's a 2-man knockup and a 3-man True Shot Barrage. 1 damage coming through on the side of last minute. They are going down pretty low here, but still able to fall through with the fight. And the bind barely connects onto the Ezreal. He flashes away back in the safety of his turret, but 4 members there on the side of YOLO. And how did that happen? They found the engage. They found the fight. But it turns out disastrous for them.
It's a good amount of CC, right? So you saw that they hit this Unstoppable Force into the Wild Growth, but where's the damage coming from? Because Seraphine is dead already. She's like 1/3 of your damage. The next 1/3 comes from the Ezreal, and the next 1/3 comes from the Vi. Vi was unable to collapse on the back line. Ezreal was unable to step up because that choke is so dangerous. They lose that fight, they get wiped at last minute. Now they get control of this area. Rift Herald's taken, they get some decent chip damage onto the top tier 1. And the bot side here, Darius, like I was saying, doesn't want to go for solo kills. He's gonna use the Sheen Spellblade proc to start sieging.
Yeah, just goes straight for the turret, ignores the Malphite entirely. And I think you're absolutely right to say that the damage comes to the Ezreal, and 1/3 of the damage comes to the Ezreal, because the True Shot Barrage honestly looked really good for them for a moment, right? They were able to put them in a really bad position. Last minute, it looked like they could potentially get killed off. I think that but in the mid lane, just catches off the Seraphine once again. It's an easy pickup, forces the flash too. And now using the Rift Herald just to secure this turret.
Flash down is bad. Like, you should have saved the flash. You probably did regardless, right? And
yeah, the laser could have come out, whatever could have happened, you know, like what was the point of the flash at that point?
Seraphine is one of those immobile mages that needs to stay alive. The flash is even more important. They'll probably get tier 1 and fight this.
Gonna be used, the turret's still up, the Rift Herald finally takes it down. Redemption gonna be used, stall for time, they're able to find it, just able to keep him alive for a little bit longer. Ignite to get down to find the Wild Growth will be enough to keep him alive.
Picks.
And Soju keeps his jungler healthy enough to back off, to reset for one more fight.
Still, the damage has been done. They take mid tier 1, they take bot tier 1, and they get top tier 1. So like, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but it reality, they lose a lot more on the map, and when you lose all your tier 1s, now you can't really set up for Dragon, right? Think about how they want to walk up and try to contest Dragon. They have no turrets to fall back to, and last minute can just chase them down if YOLO Gaming overcommit to these fights.
So it's difficult to even look for objectives at this point. I mean, the Dragon, like you mentioned, is not contestable. Topside with Herald is the exact same issue. And on top of that, you know, we've seen what happens when they try and find these choke points. You would think that with the Ezreal, with the Vi, with the Seraphine, you know, they could have pretty good fights around these choke points, but every time they just run out of damage before anybody dies.
It's because last minute are the ones
Okay, are
engaging.
they really jumping in here? They steal away the Dragon. That's the charm. That's the unstoppable force. It's a huge wombo combo on the south last minute. They're all losing their health bars. They manage to trade back against the Vine, but over on the side, they finally take down the Darius. Jumping in with the killer instinct. The Kai'Sa goes down, but he's still able to find one more kill in exchange during that time. They get the binding off onto 2. The Ezreal still chasing in for good measure, looking to try and maybe take down one more. It's a 3 for 2. YOLO Gaming finally get the fight that they want, but even then, they barely come out on top.
So again, it's the idea like whoever pulls the trigger first has control of the fight because they dictate the pace. Over there was YOLO Gaming, they jumped into the backline of the wombo combo. They get the tier 1 for their efforts there, but they have to keep taking these fights like that, right? Even last minute here, past 2 fights you lost the wombo combos, you're like, we're not grouping up anymore. We're just gonna split up. We'll have Darius split push on, you know, the opposite side of the objective. Wait for YOLO Gaming to kind of sub-optimally pull the trigger. Force them to out like 1 or 2 people, and then Darius comes in the cleanup. Because after the wombo combos, they don't really have damage. Like, YOLO Gaming's comp, like we said, it's 1/3 Seraphine, 1/3 Vi, 1/3 Ezreal. If you weather through like each individual portion or you zone them away, damage drops significantly, whereas last minute, everyone does damage.
Darius just going to try and do some chip damage on the enemy side, but the Vi is in position to look for this kill here. The unstoppable force is going to be used. The redemption is not enough. It's a little bit too little too late. The Lux just trying to give a little bit of support to his top laner. The Darius, who was supposed to be the split push threat, gets killed off, and now it's slightly problematic because they're playing a 4v5 again. The advantage they built up is now slowly slipping away.
The mistake was last minute should have been moving to Baron while they converged in the bottom side because the jungler's there and so is the top laner, right? If you want to convert and try to save the Darius, it's only the Pantheon that can arrive in time. So
Right.
the mid support ADC always has to be threatening the Baron.
And they have plenty of damage at this point, right? The Kai'Sa, you know, skipping away from any kind of a scaling build because, like you mentioned, you know, you go for the BF sword, the double long sword into one executioner or something, right? It gives you the upgrade to your Captain Rain. It gives you a lot of flat AD early on.
This is a lot of flat AD, and now completing the Blade of the Rain King. After she gets, she went straight to the IE. I would have liked to see the Runans first because then you get E evolve as well.
Yeah, but regardless, right, still being able to have a lot of flat damage and now pretty decent shred as well should mean that they have good Baron potential. So hopefully we get to see that happen, especially if the Darius is going to continue shoving the side lanes. Take a look at the Darius right now. You know, he went for the Righteous Glory enchant instead of going for a teleport, whereas Malphite, you know, has a teleport, can match a lot of these more explosive fights, more impactful fights.
Actually, tell a lie. I think the Kai'Sa has evolved already because he has the recurve bow and Blade of the Rain King. That should be 60 attack speed for the supercharged evolve. So, yeah, should be in a good place. There you go. Okay. No, doesn't. So, you talked about the difference, right? When it comes down to it, I think the Malphite TP is always going to be the right choice because he wants to get a flank TP
For sure.
into a unstoppable force. Darius is the one that's going to be leading the charge together with the Gragas. So you think about how they're going to be engaging these fights. It's Darius and Gragas leading in front. Gragas wants a body slam flash. Darius wants the Righteous Glory into the middle of the fight.
Okay, 5 people down bot side right now while Baron's up.
No. They didn't read the play right.
Okay, I guess they had no way of knowing that they were all 5 bots, so they could be thinking that it would be a bit of a misplay if they went for it otherwise. Dragon is going to be spawning up in about 10.
The
so
logic
they could
here,
try and trade objectives.
The logic here is Dragon is about to spawn, right? So it's predictable to think that both teams will want to contest this. You can straight up ignore this and just walk to Baron. And then if they show on Dragon, you finish off Baron, right? Right now, both teams are of the same mind. And also, it's because last minute has set the waves right in the top side, so this pulls the ADC away. Free Baron here, free Dragon here because ADC is top side.
I'm quite curious as to what they intended. Okay, never mind. The fight's coming in. Wallbreaker going to be used once again. The Vine looking to get taken down quite low here. Jumping into the back line is going to be the Kai'Sa trying to take down this Vine. Meanwhile, wrecking havoc in the back of last minute is still this Malphite. He's dishing out ton of damage. Knocks a guillotine going to be used. The flash away from the Seraphine. A double kill with this Darius so far. A triple as he finds the bleed to kick down the enemy team. Still chasing after, looking for this catch on the enemy team. Pantheon joins in, gets the stun onto the Ezreal. The heal gonna come through. Apprehend will not be able to connect. The Pantheon finds another kill. Looks like it's the QSS being used by the Ezreal to give him a little bit more speed. And the Gragas in position but isn't able to find much more. They're just going to translate that over for a Dragon instead. You know, I was going to ask what is the purpose of this Pantheon. I haven't seen him use his ultimate this entire time, and then what happens? He uses it.
So it's similar to TF in a sense, right? You split push in a side wave, and once your team commits, you walk over and then you use the Grand Starfall, or in Distant Fate's case, the Destiny to port over. Utilizing globals to exert map pressure and keep a side wave consistently pushed up is the game plan for last minute. Now, I had my doubts because the laning phase is quite brutal, and if you don't get him snowballed, he does fall behind quite a bit, right? 3-2 and 3, he's in a good position compared to the Seraphine, leading in terms of gold. The Seraphine has not had a good run in this game so far. Has been purged out, has been ganked consistently.
So it's going to be a little bit difficult for the Seraphine to find much impact in these fights, especially when you have high priority skills or high damage skills that can effectively chunk you out. And if your Lulu ends up prioritizing you as opposed to, let's say, the Vi as opposed to, say, the Ezreal,
not there, but
you could end up losing a lot of value there. Meanwhile, the Vi is getting caught out and he's bringing his Malphite with him and saying, we're going down together. Malphite just gonna get killed off. The Noxic Guillotine gonna be used. Jumps right in with the Killer Instinct. The Laser Beam going to connect. It's a triple. The Pantheon uses it. It's a quadra for the Darius. Every Darius gets a quadra. You get a quadra. You get a quadra. Everybody gets a quadra.
And now they get the Baron as the cherry on top of the sundae that are the quadra kills, you know. Last minute, they played the fight very well. They understood that Baron was going to be the next objective on the map. They sent the waves right and it forces YOLO Gaming to check, right? Granted, they should have, you know, put a ward down earlier, you know, get a bit more vision in that particular choke, but they walk up, face check, get punished. Last minute, took full advantage of the situation. Items coming in, it's big buys too, as Runenuts is going to be completed by the Kai'Sa here. This is peak Kai'Sa, like, you do the most damage at this point.
Yeah. Having been able to pick all these up, and I think it's just about 700 gold away from being able to pick up the GA2. So that's an extra layer of security, and being able to just dive in without that consequence and leaving some time for your team to be able to follow up with is so big.
Normally what I would do is, like, if I'm like maybe, you know, say 700 away, or I could afford the chain vest, I probably wouldn't even buy the chain vest. I'll just get like Dishonest and Chant, and then try to tie it through like one more set of fights and then get the G after, right?
Nice. Okay, so Greg is looking to get caught out here. 4 members on the side of the enemy team. He flashes towards his team, towards the wall. Now Darius joining in as well. The charm managed to connect on the 2 members. The redemption going to be used. They're still going for some reason. Jumping into the bank is the Vine, but he's caught in between 5 members of the enemy team. The laser going to be used. It's going, killing off the Vine. Is still alive at this point. The Kai'Sa jumps in, gets a double as he takes down the enemy. Ezreal Nyx is the Seraphine, and the Darius picks up another. Goes legendary. And they have the wave shoving in bot, they have a wave shoving in mid. It looks like it's gonna be game on 30-second death timers.
I don't know why they chose to handshake that fight. We saw the Malphite arrive. I was like, yay, Avengers, here he comes. And then he hits the one man out onto the tankiest member on the side of last minute. I'm like, okay, this fight is over. There's no way you come back from this, because you need to be outing, like, if you want to start these fights, remember Granted what I tell you. Yeah. It has to be on your own terms. It has to be on the priority targets. That is how you gain control. When you're outing the tanky members, or you're forced to reactively use the teleport, you lose the fight straight away.
You know, I will say this though, last minute do a very good job of making YOLO Gaming feel like they are the ones initiating the fight, right? Because it looks good for a moment. They say, yeah, you know, you're probably the, you know, say, okay, engage on me, right? So they can't get the catch onto the Gragas. They overextend, expend everything that they have, and then they jump in, and then they suddenly see 5 people walking out the tri-bush, and they go, oh my goodness, this is a misplay. We've overextended, and they get wiped.
The problem too is that composition only allows for, like, you only have one chance to engage. It's Malphite, it's Vi. Once they commit, they're in, they can't leave, they can't re-engage, right? For last minute at least, they have options to just back out and reset, because you think about how Gragas goes in. If he hits the flash body slam, fine. If we want to chase onto this, we'll use the explosive cast, knock him into us, and then we fight from there. If we don't want it, we'll explosive cast him away, and then we'll re-engage afterwards with maybe Pantheon, you know? So there are multiple tools in their draft to like say, okay, if the first engage doesn't go well, we'll just re-engage afterwards. Flash Pantheon stun, Grand Starfall, multiple things that they can like really make use of to choose fights on their own terms.
And although we did say that, okay, the Pantheon was a little bit like a TF minus, right? It wasn't exactly able to have the same strengths as a Twisted Fate. I would say that towards the later end of the game, tail end of the game, we definitely saw where Pantheon had a little bit more presence, was able to show up to fights a little bit better. But I don't want to say that this is a good reason to pick Pantheon because, you know, if the game did not pan out the way that it did, where you had such a strong lead in your other matchups, you could have easily seen the Pantheon being crushed in the mid lane. And,
there are a lot of
hoops.
There are a lot of hoops to jump through, right? In order to make this Pantheon work. First, you need to make sure that you don't die level 1, level 2, or you don't get poked away, harassed out of wave. The second one is you need to get like some sort of kill pressure going. So you need your jungler, you need your support to roam up, and make sure that you have kill threat. Once you get all of that, then you need to snowball side lane and make sure that you can make some pressure on the map or make some, exercise some global pressure, right? So again, a lot of conditions, a lot of hoops, but if it works out and you manage to execute everything, you deserve the pressure from the Pantheon.
For sure, right? So once that pans out, able to activate the Pantheon, they were able to go for a lot of these bigger objectives, bigger team fights. So we do see, at least to some degree, these teams and these players are going for more aggressive plays around these objectives. That the Vi plays were not necessarily bad, but I felt like the way they were going for was so inherently greedy that he wasn't really making a calm response to the enemy Gragas, right? Because the Gragas was given time to just kind of set up control for his team, and they just responded in turn.
In most instances, I do like Camille more than Vi, just because like after she uses her like a solid battery done, they land back, right? They can still flash away. They still have some level of evasion, but for Camille, if you lock them in the Hextech Ultimatum, they are truly like stuck inside. There's no way out, apart from just popping Zhonya's and hoping to wait it out, right? So I always like the Camille more because it guarantees more lockdown, it guarantees more follow-up from your team. It's a lot more easy to coordinate around.
So at least with the Camille, you know, they could have had a little bit more presence with that one. I would feel like and had a little bit better control around some of these fights, and you were able to zone it together. But honestly, I felt like at that point they just didn't have damage.
Of course, yeah.
Right. So you know, the Seraphim pick just went way too. I don't even want to say that they played.
It fell behind.
Yeah, it just fell behind, right? Way too much. And so at that point, just no damage could come out of it. You know, you went Archangels. I get it. You have mana concerns, but you know, you just need another item. Like
The idea is like if you go say something like Leandries, right, you get a lot more damage because you're consistently throwing out spells. If you go Archangels into like Harmonic Echo, you are banking that your ADC and your top laner is able to like fight through with you purely based off your sustain.
And he did do it really well. The Ezreal played really well, did a lot of damage, but I mean at that point you just one Ezreal. You can't shred through the entire enemy team like that.
Yeah, especially when their front lines are pretty big, right? You have a Darius, you have a Gragas just soaking, and Gragas, when you play, you know, in this particular build, in this particular meta, you're building full tank. You saw how long it took him to die in the bot side, even with 4 people ganking him, right?
Yeah, true.
So against an Ezreal, simple matter of just walking out and tanking the skill shots, allowing your Kai'Sa to slowly, you know, hit their tanks as well. Because what you're doing is when you're walking at each other, you're trading, you know, tank line versus tank line, back line versus back line. So it's whose back line kills the tank first.
At least with this one, I think we saw the Kai'Sa was really aggressive with the killer instinct and diving into the back, and so that made a really big difference because, you know, like you said, backline versus backline, the fact that Kai'Sa was able to dive in, you saw in that last fight, I'm not sure if you managed to catch it right, he dived in and was fighting the Ezreal and almost died, but was still able to get the kill, and that was a critical moment to showcase kind of like the difference between the ADCs at that point, right? Being able to take him down and still be able to juggle, I believe, the Lulu there as well at the same time. Really big difference in terms of what the AD carries were capable of doing at that point. So there's just another factor that kind of like highlighted why the game kind of went the way it did.
This is why I think Kai'Sa is a very popular and like highly prioritized pick by a lot of teams. The win rate surprisingly is quite low across the board. It's a negative win rate for most regions, but it's because people don't itemize her properly, right? If you go for the straight Q evolve, you have a lot of presence in fights at like level 5. If the mistake to do is rush something like Play with the Ranking and hope that the core item ties you to the fights, because actually Q Evolve does more damage than Play with the Ranking more consistently more damage.
Yeah, true. Especially when you get the isolated incantation rain off, it's a lot of damage. Okay, so we're going into our second game. This is best of 3. Last minute versus YOLO. Last minute with the 1-0 so far. I'm looking forward to see what they have in store in terms of the pick and bans, because the last time around we saw things like Ziggs getting banned out and all. You know, we also saw a little bit more priority towards stuff like the. Help me jog my mind a little bit.
I think if YOLO Gaming goes for the Gragas ban here, that wouldn't be a bad decision, right?
We also saw this, like a little bit more priority. I think it was like a middle pick going for the Darius and stuff.
Banned.
Yeah, Galio was definitely
we saw
banned.
Braum being banned out as well.
Yes. So
yeah,
it was
Braum is important because
right.
their composition is like we don't want someone that can peel, especially if they're going to run this particular style like Darius, Gragas that wants to dive at you, right? Wants to run at you. Ziggs was
yes,
banned.
Ziggs was banned by them as well. Okay, so at least going for this one. I'm curious to see whether or not Darius will make its way through. It's surprisingly just been so strong, apparently. I don't understand how it's been this strong, but it has been.
Gragas is the choice here. It's a big problem. You can see in the last game he was just too tanky, right? And he was the one starting fights. If you realize, every fight was him body slamming forward and either flashing or catching like a tank, and then forcing the enemy team to respond. When you do these like kind of aggressive jumps, the enemy has to make a split-second decision. Do we want to turn and fight, or do we want to sack the guy that's getting caught?
Yeah. I think for the most part, you know, they had to make the decision the second. What's the last ban?
It's a Diana here and a Braum on the other side.
Oh, okay, it's a Diana. Yeah. I see it. Okay, so Diana getting rid of that. These are a couple of options available. I don't think Darius is high priority. Definitely not. Camille is up. That could be something that they want to try and flex into the jungle, especially since the Drag is getting rid of.
Oh, okay. So they're the ones that want to play the Seraphine now. Interesting.
Okay. Are they going to play a boost comp or are they going to play in mid lane?
Right.
Because that's a big difference.
My question here is like, because you're on blue side, if you don't ban Galio or you don't take Camille, you leave that open for like R1, R2. Right? YOLO
They
Gaming
could go for both right now, right? Yeah.
YOLO Gaming can just shoot for both now, and that shuts down the Seraphine because she doesn't have space and fights to navigate the moment Camille jumps on her together with Galio. Like, it's, if I'm not wrong, 6.5 seconds of 8.5 seconds of CC between Hextech Ultimatum into Taunt into Knockout. Yeah.
I mean, they could even go for something like a Kali or a Java Galio right now, right? Like just play a little bit more open-handed and just show like, okay, we're going for the Java. And
good Kai'Sa pick away, but the Malphite signals to me that there might be some champion pool problems right now.
Yeah, could potentially be the case.
Because you don't open with Malphite unless you have like a champion pool problem or you have a Yasuo composition in mind.
Yeah, and when we say champion pool problem, we don't necessarily mean with the Malphite itself. It could be with the others, and they are not comfortable with blind picking a wide variety of champions, right? So
basically, their draft is like limited by a specific pool of champions.
Yeah, I think it's very possible here.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Malphite,
yeah,
right?
You pick theirs.
It worked the last time around. You just go for it again.
Yeah.
And the matchup is not bad at all.
It's actually really good with Seraphine too, because you can like
boost it
everyone
up,
you can boost him. Yeah. What you want to do is like make sure he's always in the thick of the fight, and then have your heals on him, and have the root just behind whoever he grabs. Yeah.
And you get the Jarvan. Okay.
This is good. This is
pretty good. This is really good.
Because the Jarvan deals with the Kai'Sa early on. In a sense that it forces her to use Killer Instinct in very like suboptimal positions.
I mean, I would think that when I was looking at YOLO Gaming's like first 2 picks, I was thinking that you could probably even go for something like the Jarvan early on just to be able to pull that one away. Oh, okay. You know what? Shyvana actually does a lot of damage, and so I could kind of understand if this kind of supplements things, and they play more of a supportive type mid laner, something that can boost things up, and then like maybe a tankier support.
Oh, okay, I like this. I like this draft now.
Yeah.
Very good control, allows for Kai'Sa to really get the ball going. So my point about Jarvan is like, yes, it deals with Kai'Sa to a certain extent, right? It keeps her trapped, it forces her to kill instinct out or duel you 1v1. This lane right now, Kai'Sa Alistar is set up to dominate the lane. If she gets a hit and you Cataclysm her, right, you are locking yourself into your own death. Like, you are trapped inside the Kai'Sa now.
Yeah, she's not trapped with you. You are trapped with her.
And then you die, and she
resets off you, and kill instincts to your AD carry, and then your AD carry dies, and then
exactly.
Right, so in this position here, I think we have to see something that synergizes well with the Cataclysm, whether there's something like the Galio or something with AoE damage.
I would like Ziggs is banned. Yeah, I was about to say Ziggs.
Ziggs could have been interesting for sure.
Corki is subpar against this matchup. Like, you have mobility to get. Oh yeah, Galio was open. Okay, yeah, this is good so far. So you do Corki Galio. Seraphine needs to go, I think. So
Well,
Seraphine should be
yeah,
mid.
yeah. I definitely think so.
And then Seraphine has to build like she has to rush.
Well,
AP
we'll see.
here.
We'll see what they intend to go with in their last pick, because I think that you know, the Seraphine could potentially go bot, but then you would get pretty hard countered by the Alistar anyway.
That's the idea.
Right? So if you see the matchup, but sometimes the mid matchup could be so bad that you can't go. But in this case, Orianna should be a pretty decent matchup for the Seraphine here.
You have very good setup too with the Jarvan. So if Jarvan comes in like say in level 3, level 4, even in level 5 he does a full clear, right? Hits the Cataclysm, it forces the flash on the Ori. If she doesn't flash quickly enough, you can hit her with the root and then charm her after. So actually decent setup, whereas the Shyvana, she doesn't have the on-demand CC, it's not very reliable. I think this pick, like you said, has damage, scales decently, takes dragons quickly, but damn dude, like they have no way to lock down anyone apart from Malphite, Alistar.
Damn, yeah, this is a bit of an issue for sure. But at the same time, you know, if they're able to play well into this one, you know, it could be a pretty flashy win.
Yep.
Yeah, in all honesty, like Shyvana, there is a reason why Shyvana hasn't been as much of a priority, despite the fact that she can output ridiculous amounts of damage, right? Is because you just can't deny the hard CC that the Vine, the Lee Sin provide, and the Jarvan that they can provide. It's just way too much. You know.
I don't know if you remember, like way back in the day, I think season 4, season 5, when St. Vicious was jungling, right? So he used to play jungle Shyvana. They set up these compositions where it's Shyvana Orianna. So your Dragon's Descent drags people with you to the end spot.
Was that the Razor Blade Shyvana time?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So what you do is you go AD Shyvana, you go like maybe Triforce or
I think it was attack speed,
Yeah,
right?
attack speed,
the yellow enchantment, right? Okay, yellow enchantment.
So what you do is like you would combo Shyvana and Orianna together, basically hit a Dragon's Descent onto like core members, drag them together, and then you shockwave them, right? You would also go like tanky second, third item as well.
Right. Yeah, I mean in general, I think that it was especially because I think at that point, Titanic Hydra was a thing.
Yeah.
So you had tankiness, you had damage, you had everything.
And that was the period where top laners also like just played tanks in general. Like no one would play like those duelist 1v1 me bro kind of top laners. Everyone just play tank like Malphite, Mundo, Maokai. Yeah, Maokai was big back then. So you have like your jungler used to do DPS, right?
Alright, so match point here for last minute. You know, you mentioned it yourself, you said it, right? Every quarterfinal match so far has been a 2-0. So are we gonna see a 2-0 here? Statistically, I think statistically it's actually supposed to be a 2-1 because we've already seen 3.
Also true.
But the odds are not that bad to see a 2-0.
The thing is, I look at last minute play, they look a lot cleaner than YOLO Gaming. So that 2-0 might be a very real possibility.
Yeah.
A betting man would say something like 65%. 65-70%. Now Malphite's getting zoned out. This is tough for him. He also doesn't want to proc Grasp up Nian Dai against the Darius, because in these trades, right? In these trades, it's like kind of awful when you're trading auto for auto, because he lands bleed on you, right? He gets more AD, so it's like,
and your
do you really want to? Yeah.
Your shield doesn't reset, you know. That being said, okay, so I want to talk about something. So Yihong going for the Shyvana pickup was actually pretty nice for him, I would say, because he wants to go for these full clears, and that actually feeds in really well with the playstyle Shyvana has, as opposed to something like a Java, which would, you know, is basically saying like, yeah, I'm going to end up being slightly behind in farm and EXP because I need to have a bigger impact on the map. Now, but the Shyvana goes, yeah, I'm going to go and play the game that I want to play. I'm going to go AFK, PvE gameplay, right? I'll come back in a few minutes and you can see me be an absolute monster, right? We do see a bit of a maybe skirmish happening over in the river. Now it just looks like the Shyvana is being relegated, forced away. Her crabs on both sides being picked up right now, and so that's definitely not something that they want to see.
It's because she full cleared the top side. So when you full clear top side, you don't take the buff, you don't get level 4.
Okay, they're looking for this one. The Orianna hiding in the brush. They might have vision of this coming in. Should be able to get the smite off. They do manage to pick the one up.
Oh,
they get the
double root,
so yeah, double root, but they don't have the follow up from the Galio. Was stuck in the mid lane. Was a good call, but the Galio did not have priority mid lane, and so they lost that one away.
Yep. Again, this is the nature of the range versus melee matchup a bit, right? You play Galio, you're bound to get pushed out until you have a couple items a bit more AP to be able to counter the wave clear coming in. And just the nature of walking up and having to auto and last hit puts you in a position to get punished. The Orianna is always going to be chipping you down. She went for Ignite this time, so very greedy. Would have liked to see a barrier or perhaps even exhaust to answer the Darius in the late game, but it's okay.
I mean, honestly, if you look at the composition, I mean, there's no straightforward assassin tank type or like, assassin type thing. So, you know, I could maybe understand why you go for the ignite, you know,
Oh,
just
bot lane.
have a little bit more pressure. Yeah, now bot side. Okay, comes in with the Dragon
There you
Descent
go.
to pull them in the other way. Seraphine taking a lot of damage here. The heal gonna come through, looking to stay alive a little bit longer. Forces the heal from the other side, does it? Yeah, from Soju as well.
Good flash coming in from the Seraphine to dodge out from hit, but Pulverize, a bit of a mis-execute from YOLO Gaming, right? This bot lane, if you look at how they execute, like 9 out of 10 times you hit those combos with the Dragon's Descent into headbutt Pulverize, but in fact they expended a couple more summoner spells that they wanted to set that one up.
For sure. I think that they should have led first with the Dragon's Descent, especially if they were willing to go and expand the flash to go and use that. If you had spent that first, the headbutt Pulverize won't have missed. Like, you cannot miss. So might be able to have some executional issues, especially since I don't think that these teams really necessarily practice a lot with Shyvana and think like, oh yeah, I'm going to go Shyvana in this game, right? Yeah, so it
It's
might
like one of
just...
those like, oh, this might be a decent Shyvana game.
Exactly, right? And so that these kind of like specific interactions might not be so inherently clear to these players. Dragon is going to be coming up pretty soon. It's another Inferno, and we know how these two teams like to play around their dragons, that I say really aggressively.
Need to base, recall, buy items here, and then, yep, there you go. Test this Inferno. Now, top side is pushed out, right? So you can see Malphite is stuck under his tier 1. Theirs is always going to be pressuring him, so he can get the first drop on this rotation. No kills, just want to pressure.
Yeah, but it is still definitely a really big advantage there. As even look at his HP right now, it looks slightly lower. The fact that he's able to interrupt the way that the Malphite wants to play this matchup, and now they're in control to go for the Dragon first, because the Darius is going to make this recall earlier.
Exactly.
He's going to be able to walk over earlier too.
Buys the Triforce too, so once he gets to this fight, it's a big power spike. With Meow Malphite, I don't think he's bought just yet, so when he joins in, he's going to be at a lower power level. Might not have the value that they want. You don't flag and drag in, buddy. Now you don't have the escape out. You should just walk in.
Well, but that being said, this is they are pulling the trigger here in this position. Dragon Descent gonna be used. That's a shockwave coming in too. Should be able to find this one pretty soon. Gets a 3-man shockwave over to the back. The Galio gets his ultimate off, but his team has already been killed off. 2 members dead, and they just don't have the means to take them down. YOLO also managed to find the Dragon, and so now they are running down the remaining members on the south last minute. They managed to take down the Corki as well, and now it's down to just the Galio. They get a clean sweep 5 minutes into the game.
So, first mistake as the Jarvan using your flag and drag in, right? The moment they see that, you're like, this guy's locked in the pit with no escapes. There's no way you're getting out, there's no way you're re-engaging for a team. That's the first issue. The second is being stuck in a pit with Malphite, Orianna, and Shyvana. It's like a nightmare. It's like my worst dream come true, right?
I mean, that was so terrifying, just waiting on the moment that that shockwave was coming through, you know, it was just waiting with bated breath. Whereas on the side of last minute, you know, they had no real good response to that. Everybody died so quickly, the Seraphine died so quickly, the Java died so quickly, and then you see the Galio, he uses his ult, but he lands on the wrong side, over on the back. Corki can't output any damage at that point, you know, so last minute do end up giving away the Dragon to start this one off in YOLO. They got the lead that they wanted. This is as good of an early game as you can get, a full team ace and the Dragon just 6 minutes into the game.
I don't know if they're doing this consciously, but they know they're behind by quite a margin, so they're sticking to the bottom side and looking to dive.
Okay, gets the knockup onto him first. The Corki is tanking the turret for some reason. Forces the Malphite ultimate away, so now should be able to pick up this turret quickly.
So, like I said, I don't know if it's a conscious decision, but they know they shouldn't be contesting with Repair because they are behind by some margin. They decide to make the play onto the Malphite bot side and get the bot tier 1. All the while, YOLO Gaming was unable to set up for a Repair, so now they're late. If last minute recalls and runs over, there is every potential for them to interrupt, but it seems like YOLO should be able to finish this one off here.
Referral is going to be picked up pretty easily by YOLO. They could potentially use it up top side and try and maybe break that one open, or into the mid lane. Galio is dishing out a little bit of damage onto this turret. It looks to drop down just a little bit under 1k.
Yeah, macro play is in a better spot compared to their opponents. Like, last minute understands where to give up fights and where to contest. The Jarvan, however, needs to clean up the engages. It's a bit sloppy at the moment, right? So you need to layer flag and drag into Cataclysm with the heroic entrance, not the other way around.
Okay, so making his way up
Kai'Sa.
the side.
No, not like this.
Goes on the Blade of the Rune King first.
He's 3-0-2, he rushes Blade of the Rune King, so he doesn't have evolved Q. He only has the evolved E, I think.
I mean, that's the thing though. Like, you could make the argument that yeah, he's so far ahead, so it doesn't matter. He could still go for it. Yeah, that does look like it's wait, does it not? Okay, well,
He's
either
supposed
way.
to turn invisible, but stats-wise, yes, it's evolved.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. But you know, you could think you can make the argument that yeah, he's supposed to look like he's really far ahead. Should be able to find the go for a greedier build at least. Oh my goodness.
They don't want him with a bruiser and a. I mean, they get the 1-for-1, but still,
Yeah,
I
it's a
think
1-for-1, but it's not good. You know, and you put the Kaisa even further ahead.
That's the thing, right? You jump on him as Alistair being tanky, being able to pop out. You're not gonna kill him in time before teammates come. Bit of a misplay macro-wise, even though I've been praising
But
that.
I think that was actually the Darius. What was it? The Darius going for it?
Darius going for the Alistair.
Yeah.
You don't kill him in time. Like the
Right.
moment he pops Unbreakable Will, it's like, yeah, this guy's running away.
You're right. It is a
pretty
mistake
sure.
because you're not. Yeah. And you set up for the killer instinct and everything. Yeah. Okay, and let's see if they can pick up this milling turret, try and open up the map a little bit for themselves. You know, you can just see YOLO just hovering on the sides, potentially trying to get a catch on the enemy team.
Good
Last
push on the
minute.
bot from Galio, so he's gonna get bot lane prio and we'll be able to join into this fight. Now one person is gonna have to answer this bot wave push, which is a window that they can start the dragon if they wanted to.
Darius up in the top lane could actually get this catch on this Orianna, and Orianna's left alone right now, and
Ooh,
this
yeah.
is actually a really smart play from them. If they know that they're going to look to try and secure this dragon, then he can go and make a play up top side. Going to be able to start things off. Meanwhile, over by the Baron pit, the Dragon's Descent going to be used, gets good damage off. Now the Gallo coming in, gets a 3-man knock up. Nice! The Kaisa goes down right away, the damage loss is gone. Now Malphite flashes through the wall, flashing over as well is the job and looking to try and follow up with the fight. Forcing them away, rerouting the enemy team. They managed to pick that one away, and they kill the Orianna to boot. Icy Bang up in the top side, pulls his weight. I mean, YOLO.
Carries his team a little bit, right? You look at that fight. Remember how they won the previous one? It was Dragon's Descent into Shockwave. They don't have the layer of CC on top, so it's just like Kaisa running in, hoping to kill them off, but because you have heroic entrance and decent zoning tools on your composition, you're able to deflect most of the aggression, right? YOLO Gaming, they overreach just a little bit, they get punished because they're unable to kill off the prime targets. Corki was alive the whole period of that fight. Gold is a bit more even, in fact, leaning towards last minute now. So they understand how to conduct these fights. So far, very impressive, even though they do make some like tiny micro mistakes here and there. It's not the worst thing in the world.
It's definitely not, and they have, I mean, like you mentioned, they have a pretty clear idea of what they need to do, you know, to get things done. At this point, though, right, you know, the Darius has been a try and tested way of just kind of winning the game, right?
Yep.
So, like, even if you're not necessarily super far ahead, the Darius is able to just keep shoving in these side lanes and, like, forcing out the enemy team, especially when you know that they're going to be sending, like, some priority members to try and clear the wave. Because at some point, it goes, alright, I send the Malphite down, right? But then I realized that Malphite is actually a very pivotal and critical point of my team fight. So I can't send Malphite, okay? So who do I send, alright? I send my Orianna dies. If I send anybody else, that person dies. So now you have to send Malphite.
Problem is Malphite, yeah, exactly that, right? And Malphite is the only one with like TP enchant, so he has to sit bottom side just in case last minute attempts to like fake out Baron or
Okay,
look to
let's
start
see.
Baron.
We should be able to get the Kaisa here. The Flying Dragon won't be able to connect. The flash away from Kaisa immediately gets him away. Uses the ultimate on the Alistar, trying to survive a little bit longer, but
This
still
is
gets
Baron
killed
here.
off. Is executed away. Yeah, but Darius goes down too. Now we have to see. You should be looking for a fast recall and teleport back.
There's a ward
in.
inside. Oh no.
Has a ward inside. They have some vision. They could look to try and teleport, but the the Baron's already down under 7,000, and the Galio's in right position to go and provide some support. Teleport in. They don't want to cluster in. They could get caught out. This could be a massive fight coming in. Dragon's Descent comes out.
No.
They steal away the Baron. Now they manage to take down one. Looking for a potential second. The Shyvana gets taken down. The knockout onto the Kaisa. Kaisa doesn't have flash with the last fight, but the last engage. They're looking to try and take him down too. Orianna over on the side doesn't have the shockwave. Cannot get this one out. And a killing spree for the Galio. They're still looking for more. They're still looking for more. But they're going to be content with that one. They lose the Baron, but they still manage to find a big fight.
Alistair doesn't have Baron, right? So the
No, he
only
does not.
buff
It's
is
on
on
Orianna.
Orianna. So I think that's decent tact. Like, yeah, they steal the Baron, they overcommit a little bit, so Ori is the only one on the buff, but still, you get a lot of gold from that play, right? Them committing to try and steal the Baron is just a massive overextension on the YOLO Gaming side. Last minute, they pulled the trigger at the right moment. That was very smart. The perfect scenario there is you get Baron, and you kill them off. Mismite, it's usually a 50-50 when people jump in to try and steal, so you take what you can get, right? Last minute, they played the map very well.
I cannot imagine having to 50-50 with my boomer thumbs.
Yeah.
Well, on Baron and a critical team fight, and then I
just gonna smite a hero or something,
Yeah, he's
right?
gonna smite Shyvana. Like, it's like, oh, you want to smite the neutral? I thought it was Dragon. Is this Shyvana a Dragon?
Exactly, right? That's the thing you have to account for as well in Wild Rift.
And then somebody's gonna like drop a comment and say like, nah, you can just use like the minion targeting and then use the smite. Wait,
To be
you can't-
fair-
I don't know, can you? I don't know.
To be fair, Riot has done a very good job like setting target prio, right? So if you press the attack button and you mouse over like Baron, all your spells will
Oh, is this an insta kill?
Oh, dude.
Oh, my
dude.
goodness. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, if it's one person coming for him, he will kill whoever comes. They had to send 3 before.
And when they send 3, they lost Barons, right? You send 1 or 2 here, he's gonna flash away. He might just get this with the redemption.
Wait a minute. He heals up. He's still alive. He almost gets the kill. The bleed coming in. Do they have enough to look for this?
The bottom side of the map, they should just be pushing here. Like, this is a misplay. The team overextended into helping Darius when they should be pushing mid. Should have been pushing mid, they should have been pushing bot.
Right. I mean, it looked like they were indecisive for a second there. Did he have barrier at that point? I can't tell.
So it's definitely a small
Either way,
mistake.
I don't know whether the barrier would have made a very critical difference anyway. I kind of
Yeah, it would have.
Yeah, was it?
It wouldn't
Yeah,
have.
it wouldn't have. Yeah. Well, I guess I can understand why they didn't push out the mid wave. They're just gonna go for the dragon anyway. So, just picking up a couple of objectives, the Darius is honestly alleviating so much pressure right now.
The problem doesn't go away though. Like, yes, you kill him, but it's also because you got a one-on-one for your Shyvana earlier and you had to hard commit to try and kill him. The next time that play happens last minute, you need to understand that, okay, since they're committing so hard on Darius, we're gonna play opposite from him on the other side of the map, set up all the waves first, so the moment they show up and try to kill Darius, we push the wave in. All your waves have to be set up if you want Darius to be still pushing.
Yeah, that's true, and the waves have to be moving together at the same time, and I think that's something that's so overlooked. Like you see in this position here, Darius is in front of where his teammates are. His teammates are not causing equal amount of pressure, so he's constantly going to be the kind of priority target for the enemy team.
Items completed on the 80 carries here. We see Infinity Edge, Rapid Fire Cannon, Triforce or Corki, very good strong point. He's going for another pickup here. I think the next crit item is unnecessary. You just go GA here or maybe even finish up your boots first, buddy. Yeah. So this would be nice.
This Corki build is what I imagine would be much more orthodox compared to the one we saw before where it was a mana mute, right? And that was so delayed, and it does a lot of damage, but you can see that Corki is not about that hyper late. You know, he's more so just about being able to spike up with the 2 and 3 items. Just fighting around the rip-up right now. I'm not quite sure this is the fight to go for. Alistar has to expand his flash. Darius is going to be teleporting back in.
Oh, good Cataclysm.
3-man charm into the 3-man knockout for the Galio. Shockwave on the 2 with the backline, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. The Valkyrie going to be used to dodge away from the Malphite, and they execute down members of YOLO Gaming. Now, just going to walk right over to Baron. It's an easy pickup. No jungler available for the side of YOLO Gaming to come and contest this. Went back to base. They don't have anybody to contest this. Surely they can't get stolen this time around.
Thematically, like this game's draft was similar to previous games, right? They have many options for secondary and tertiary engage. Like, they can pull the trigger to fight if they want, usually in the form of the Jarvan Cataclysm. But the secondary options come in the form of the Galio and the Seraphine. If we decide we still want to fight, we're gonna use Heroic Entrance, we're gonna use the Encore to pull them back in and re-engage. And YOLO Gaming are like stuck between a rock and a hard place every time they choose to fight, because the Malphite will use Unstoppable Force, but no one else can really follow up because they're scared of the secondary engage.
Darius in a bad position, caught between 3 people and doesn't even know it. Has the look to try and get away from this. I mean, are they caught with him? Oh.
He's walking up. He's walking.
Yeah, they are terrified of him right now. Look at this, just running away the second they can.
Shyvana's looking for a Hail Mary play. She wants to come in with the flank, using Dragon's Descent and Shockwave to at least take off some of the Baron Empowered members.
One package available on the Corki, so you have to be aware that you maybe try and use that on him. You can get away most times.
All they need to do now is just sit mid. Just sit mid and power the waves and wait for Jarvan to take bot tier 2 while top side is being sieged by Darius. Now, you don't fight bot side, you let Darius take top inhibitor.
Yeah, you talked about it, they got bot side and they're not fighting, they just want to escort the wave in. Double cannon minions just gonna start chipping away at this one. I think that was quick. Smart kids, playing this right. Okay, now they're looking for mid lane as well. All 3 are going down. might just be the last stand coming in, or they could just, you know, walk in and try and end it slowly.
Yep. All they have to do now is just reset, right? Because Baron's probably going to be running on like 20 seconds.
Such discipline. Such discipline.
Baron runs out in like 20 seconds. They go back, they buy up all their items. Where's the GA? No GA? Okay, they go static shift instead. They're a bit greedy, but no, I'll be fine with it. Zhonya's... Okay, see, no need GA because he has the Zhonya's enchantment. That's the the max value play. You finish up your stat items, you leave a spot open for what is possibly a Phantom Dancer next? I don't know, man. I think it's a bit too much. Like the second crit item, I'm okay. The third one, granted, I would not buy. Bad.
Triple Zeal items. Never ending. More critical chance.
A couple of years ago, it would have been quadruple with the Triforce.
That's true.
Yeah.
We didn't have that for a while. Those were good times. I was attacking greedy first. Alright, should be able to pick up this dragon real quick. Elder's dragon, Elder Ocean especially. Wow, the damage! Gets the Encore off. Shockwave does not connect onto anybody. Now Galio coming in, gets the knockup onto a couple members. The Dragon's onslaught will go into the back line, but going golden, he goes into stasis. The Corki will not die today. And now they chase onto the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa gets taken down. The Elsta drops down to this little bit of HP, cannot get anything done here.
They're gonna run in, they're gonna close out the game. TP in for additional support too. Once this bot wave comes in, they're looking to pad their stats just a little bit more, but eventually the Nexus will be taken down. It's a clean 2-0 from last minute, and statistically, what did I say, Grannon? What did I say? All the quarterfinals have been 2-0s, and last minute really earned it with this game. I think when I look at them play, I'm pretty impressed when it comes down to their macro decisions. They do fumble here and there once in a while, but overall, you could see the strategy was sound.
I mean, 4 games of 2-0s, right? I think it's starting to prove a trend here. That being said, I mean, that was looking good for a moment for YOLO Gaming, right? They managed to get some good fights. They got a really strong early teammates. You can kind of see the goal difference. A little bit over 4,000 at that earlier point of the game is honestly as much as you can ask for, but you can see that it started to diminish bit by bit, and over time it started handing over to last minute, who was just able to close out the game so well. They knew what exactly they had to go for. I mean, despite the Baron steal, it just wasn't enough.
Yep, and let's take a look at the highlights of that series.
Knock up and a 3-man true shot barrage. 1 damage coming through on the side of last minute. They are going down pretty low here, but still able to follow through with the fight. And the bind barely connects onto the Ezreal. He flashes away back in the safety as to what they intended. Okay, never mind. The fight's coming in. Wallbreaker going to be used once again. The bind looking to get taken down quite low here. Jumping into the back line is going to be the Kai'Sa trying to take down this bind. Meanwhile, wrecking havoc in the back of last minute is still the spell fight. He's dishing out a ton of damage. Noxus Guillotine going to be used. The flash away from the Seraphine. A double kill with Darius so far. A triple as he finds the bleed to take down the enemy team. Still chasing after, looking for this catch on the enemy team. Pantheon joins in, gets the stun onto the Ezreal. The heal gonna come through. Abraham will not be able to connect. Malphite with him and saying, we're going down together. Malphite just gonna get killed off. The Noxus Guillotine gonna be used. Jumps right in with the killer instinct. The laser beam going to connect. It's a triple. The Pantheon uses it. It's a quadra for the Darius. Every Darius gets a quadra. You get a quadra. You get a quadra. Everybody gets a quadra. And now 5 members of the enemy team. The laser gonna be used. It's going, killing off the Vine. Is still alive at this point. The Kai'Sa jumps in, gets a double as he takes down the enemy. Ezreal Nyx is the Seraphine, and the Darius picks up another. Goes legendary. And they have the wave shoving in bot, they have a wave shoving in mid. It looks like
okay, this fight is over. There's no way you come back from this, because you need to be outing, like, if you want to start these fights, remember Grandin what I tell you?
Yeah.
It has to be on your own terms. It has
to in, they don't want to cluster in, they could get caught out. This could be a massive fight coming in. Dragon's Descent comes out, they steal away the Baron. Now they manage to take down 1, looking for a potential second. The Shyvana gets taken down, the knockup onto the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa doesn't have flash with the last fight, but the last engage. They're looking to try and take him down too. Orianna over on the side, doesn't have his shockwave, cannot get this one out. And a killing spree for the Galio. They're still looking for more. They're still looking for more. The Encore off. Shockwave does not connect onto anybody. Now Galio coming in, gets the knockup onto a couple members. The Dragon's onslaught will go into the back line, but going golden, he goes into stasis. The Corki will not die today. And now they chase on.
Will be taken down. It's a clean 2-0 from last minute. And statistically, what did I say, Grannon?
What did you say?
Statistically, all the quarterfinals will go to 2-0. And ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of run for the upper bracket, but we will be visiting the lower bracket after a short break. I believe we'll have 2 rapid fire BO1s between Crown 7 versus Artisan and Chickens Can Fly versus Team OK. That's going to be coming up after the short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Look, you got me. No chance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it, look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me, I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change, arrange me?
Come on, you! Let's dance!
I'm on it, Black Shoe!
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gents, for our final 2 games in the Icon Series Qualifier 2 stage. I'm Kim and with me is Dara. We're looking at the lower brackets BO1 games between Crown 7 versus Arson and Chicken Can Fly versus OK. Chicken Can Fly and it's an interesting name. I think we saw both, right? We saw Chicken Can Fly.
No, we saw
did
Team OK.
Yeah, we saw Team OK. We saw Chicken Can Fly last week.
Yep, they were known as SGW, right? And then because of Matthew and his I wouldn't say viral, but like hilarious pronunciation on the what is it? Why can't chickens fly in like Mandarin? I can't remember the name exactly off the top of my head, right? But like I think people call it
something like that. Something like that. Yeah, actually, if you look at the name together, it becomes Chicken Can Fly, okay?
Yeah, I mean, can they technically though?
It's pretty close, you look at if you put the names side by side with one another, right? If you read it real quick, I can see somebody reading it like that.
If you Google "can chickens fly," what is the answer? Like, is it yes
chickens
or
fly?
Yeah.
No, they cannot sustain flight. They can do short distance, but short distance can still be over like several meters. Right. They can get like several meters of height.
So technically, they can go airborne, right? It's just
fly.
that they can't fly far.
Yeah. So it depends on what your definition of flight is. Right. They can definitely fly more than like what we could in that sense, right? Like if you say like jump and then you flap my arms.
Technically
that's not
it's flying, but technically you're also wrong.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So it kind of depends, I guess. But that.
I mean, I'm just talking about the mechanics of this, right? Because there was a question I had in my mind.
This is what casters do. Like if you have a question, it's like you need to find out. It's like, does this play work? Can chickens fly?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But our first match is going to be between Crown 7 and Artisan. All this has been brought to you guys by our great sponsors. You have Secretlab as well as our drink sponsor. We have
official drink sponsor.
I'm gonna grab some
thanks.
right now.
Okay.
You said you wanted some original, right?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Some good stuff. Here we go.
There you go. Oh, it's actually. Oh my!
It's
goodness,
really
so cold.
Right.
It's so cold. All right.
Cheers.
Yeah, hold on. I'm a bit like rusty. There we go.
With opening a bottle?
Yeah, because I'm a guy that like drinks in cans.
Someone opens it for you.
Yeah. No. Yeah, these peasants. Look at them opening bottles. That's not going to clip well, by the way.
ASMR stream, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like
you want some like I can get some like crinkling of the.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's get the. We have fun, don't we, Grant? We have fun here. We have fun here on the Icon series. And again, the idea that we were talking about with Matthew, like the whole 100+ tide is just so nice because every time we cast, we always have to like either put the bottles aside or like make sure we drink off stream and like no one sees it. But now that the fact that 100+ is so generously come on as the official drink partner, we are able to talk about the drink and have it on the table.
No longer taboo.
It's no longer like
I can talk
that's
about
an unspoken rule, right? As casters, you're like, okay, drink off screen. Don't show that you're.
I've had some friends say like, oh, the way to deal with these kind of sponsor issues is you take like black tape and you slap it on everything that is in frame, right? So like the fact that you can just go, all right, I can just put this here.
Exactly, it's so nice, and like
we have a drink to just.
Exactly, right? So thank you again for making our life and everyone's life here a lot better, 100+, and not to mention the players' life, because the top 3 of Icon series is gonna go home with 3 months worth of 100+. We're doing the math. That is a lot of 100+. Is it enough to shower or bathe in? You put it in Google, maybe you can answer that.
No, definitely. I imagine definitely.
Yeah, definitely, right?
Yeah.
Your Google search history, if I ask you all these questions, you actually Google, it would be quite weird. Like, can chickens fly? Is 3 months worth of 100+ enough to bathe in?
I have definitely asked, can chickens fly before?
Okay.
Yeah,
I feel like everyone does, right? At a certain age. It's just one of those questions.
Yeah, probably.
It is one of those questions, right?
Critical thinking questions. Can chickens fly?
They don't teach you that in primary school, They don't.
Fair enough. You start adding some new like modules in class.
Yeah.
It's like,
like in 5 years down the road, your like nieces and nephews like, why are they teaching us this? Like they clip this MOE. See that? Never educate them.
Terrible.
All right, lower brackets, last life on the line for these 4 teams: Crown 7 versus Artisan, and Chickens Can Fly versus Team OK. Now, I think one of the big things that we've been talking about, at least in this broadcast, looking at the lower brackets right now, is the difference, I would say, between some of the teams when it comes to macro play, because mechanically on a solo level, everyone's about the same. There's no real like full standout player just dominating his lane opponent. But when it comes down to map play, that's where we separate the good from the great.
I think macro gameplay has really been that key deciding factor for a lot of these matches because honestly, it looks like in terms of skill, there hasn't been enough time for things to really develop on a greater level,
Yes.
right? You know, things are still relatively contained. There's still a rather close level in terms of how much you can get done within this time. I think we're still only on season 2,
It's pretty
right?
early. It's pretty
Yeah,
early.
we're still only in season 2 of Wild Rift. They haven't had the time necessary to really develop much more beyond that.
Also, commiserations to needlessly small rods. They have been eliminated from the running, so they dropped the game to $1 lighters, who will be progressing on to play YOLO Gaming tomorrow, I believe. That is going to be the matches that we have set up. So right now we're staring down Team Artisan versus Crown 7, and we also have Chickens Can Fly versus OK. I'm not sure if the matches we play concurrently off stream or if they'll be playing tomorrow. I will have to check in on that. I believe they will be played concurrently actually, so we'll find out. All that said and done though, lower brackets are always very dicey because I was talking to Matt about this and I feel like you share the same view. Do you still want to, hold some cards close to your chest and not give everything away, or do you just risk it all on the line and hope to, make your way back up into the fight? All in?
All in.
All in.
All in.
Just make sure that you have, aces instead of, twos.
I don't need anything. I'm playing like 3-4 offsuit. All in.
Oh, okay. And that is why you are not invited to poker night.
That should be why I've been invited to poker night.
Maybe. We'll see, right?
Still, that being said, I really genuinely think that, at this level of competition, at this level of gameplay, there's no point in holding on to your secrets or trying to really hide away from things because, frankly speaking, you're at a level where you should just be playing as orthodox as possible and getting good at that. Or, you could take down the alternative route, play like FunPlus, and play the way that you want to play.
That's
and
true.
if
That's
you
true.
decide that is going to be a strategy from day one, all props to you. Like, that is good for you.
It's the idea
Right.
of do you pick comfort, do you pick meta? For some teams like FunPlus, comfort always means Doinby doesn't care about meta,
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense. Like, these picks still make sense, definitely. And he practices so much with them and understands how they work so well, right? So if you're gonna go for these kind of decisions, you have to follow through and you have to believe and understand why it works exactly.
Oh, dude. Ari ban is new, the Oriana ban is too, so there's a lot of focus being shown towards the mid pool that has been thinned out just a little bit, but we still have our Kali, we still have our Ziggs in for this game as well.
Yeah, still seeing a couple of high priority mid laners available despite the focus that's been going into the mid lane. Even could potentially see, we haven't really seen many AD type mid laners apart from the Yasuo, right? So, but we also see the Yasuo compositions
Pantheon
are possible,
game,
right?
but it's not the marksman mid lane that we see so much in PC, right? Our last ban here is gonna be Diana, so
That's really mid lane heavy.
yeah, dude. Still, this leaves Gragas, Galio, Camille open. Lee Sin is available too, and so is Akali. So a lot of the tier 1s, quote-unquote strong picks are up for grabs. Kai'Sa, though, is going to be the choice here for Crown 7. Their opponents, they know what's up. They're like, you want to take Kai'Sa? Sure, man. I'm going to do Gragas, Seraphine here.
And that's interesting, right? The fact that you banned out so many mid lane champs and then you still don't pick up the priority, because at this point the number of options you have available to you are kind of limited. So if you're not gonna go for it, like why put so much emphasis?
You say that, there's still Akali, there's still Ziggs, right? So those are
fair
options
enough.
that you can use, and Galio
I guess
as
you
well.
still at least have that alternative, right? The one, like you can do like the 1-for-1. Yeah.
If anything, this ban phase is telling us, if there's anything this ban phase is telling us, is they're removing assassins and potentially like strong wave clear challengers, right? So if you're gonna play the Galio into this matchup, like you generally are kind of wary about getting bullied out by Oriana, or if you want to play a mage like Ziggs into Diana, well, we saw how that worked out last week, right? So it thins out the pool, it makes it more open, but okay, you talked about comfort picks, you talked about unorthodox. Garen is going to be locked in here.
I mean, Garen has seen some play in some of these matches. It's been used as a counter pick to Diana. It's been up against Darius, all these pickups, but again, I don't necessarily see the value in a Garen, especially when Darius is open and Camille is open. These picks are
Katarina. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Raven, popular. I wouldn't say popularized, but showed the true value of this pick last week.
Yeah, I mean, I think Raven can approve of this pickup, but still.
Problem is, they don't have the setup. They don't have, if I saw a Katarina early, I would have liked to see, maybe a Jarvan Camille before that, right? Something to create the zone control for the Katarina. to get the full Death Lotus channel off. Like, granted, she can still move during Death Lotus, but
Barely.
it's not like she's
Yeah.
actually moving.
No.
She's just like turtling away.
Here's the thing for me. I'm looking at the composition roster right now. 3 out of 3 champions all have crowd control,
Yes.
right? And any of them can easily deny against the Katarina. Of course, naturally, I don't think Ezreal has any crowd control.
I mean, he can still proc the stun from the Braum,
From
so
the
I'll
Braum,
give
yeah.
him a minor mention, right?
yeah. So I don't quite see any way for the Katarina to really go jump onto this priority target.
The thing is, I said the same about like Raven's Katarina. I was like, oh yeah, there's so much lockdown. Him picking this is an ego challenge. He's looking to own his opponents, and true enough, he gets pentakill. I'm like, okay, as long as you know how to navigate the fights with your team, right? And I think the main point here is you need to be able to have someone else go in for you and do damage first.
Yeah.
And the Kai'Sa kind of fits that profile, right? You need someone to be the primary engage to really like force CC out so that there's a window for you to come in and clean up.
Okay, so looking to see what they have with the last 2 picks. Jungler is going to be the Xin Zhao, and now they're looking to maybe try and pick up the support here. It's a Janna, very fast lock-in.
Yep. A bit of anti-synergy here because you're going to be, separating the fight with Janna and Xin Zhao, but it also allows for Kai'Sa to fly in and just isolate whoever's been separated, right? So think about how they're going to conduct these fights. Anyone that gets separated by Janna or Xin Zhao is going to be picked off by Garen and Kai'Sa. Meanwhile, Katarina is there to just come in and clean up if they can get the reset. If you get the reset, you're golden.
I'm kind of seeing it now. This composition from Crown looks a little bit like if the fight is super messy and nobody knows what's going on, my Katarina can jump in.
Yep.
Right, so with that kind of displacement idea, it looks pretty interesting. Okay, gonna probably see Seraphine mid, and then put the Gragas up to the top side. Let's see how things pan out. I mean, the Vi should have a pretty good start against the Xin Zhao. Hopefully a little bit less greedy, doesn't go for that full clear, instead just opts to start things strong early. We've been seeing a lot of emphasis to go and pick up both Scuttle Crabs by some of these teams, that they have that macro play in place. Yeah, so this should be a pretty good matchup coming in. I would just say the one thing that really I have to watch out for is that Katarina versus Seraphine, because Katarina could potentially kill off the Seraphine, but at the same time, if the Katarina doesn't pick up a lead, then Seraphine is, and rather the entire team has crowd control. 4 champions on the side.
Katarina takes Ignite here, Seraphine takes Barrier, avoids dying in lane. The moment you die, I think the lane is over, man, and you have to respect the fact that, you might not hit all your skill shots, because Katarina might be very mobile. However, what you do have over Katarina level 1 is range and poke. If you lower her health substantially, she'll be less confident jumping in on you, so as long as you keep your arms length away from Katarina and keep her health low, you should be fine. Bot lane is probably the deciding factor for me in this matchup, because Kai'Sa Janna is actually decent against Ezreal Braum when it comes to keeping staving away aggression as well as poking down the Braum, right? Janna has always been an annoying range support to deal with if you're melee, because not only does her Eye of the Storm give bonus AD, throwing her Zephyr at you also slows you down while making you take damage. So it's very frustrating to lane against if you're melee.
I mean, we've seen for so many iterations where stuff like Zephyr Max was the thing to go, right? And you're able to just effectively deal with a lot of these melee supports. But that being said, with how flexible Wild Rift has been, you can see oftentimes the supports can easily roam out to the mid lane, and when you have that frostbite tossed at the Katarina, Katarina has to jump away. Immediately, mobility spell expanded doesn't have that again. Just gonna have to wait it out. So you can just rinse and repeat, bring in the jungler and constantly force away this mobility spells. If the Katarina has no mobility, cannot pose a threat to your Seraphine.
I like that you mentioned bring the jungle down, because if Vi wants to make a journey to bot lane and their opponents don't respect the space in the lane, they overextend past the river, right? Braum can set up the ganks very quickly.
Yeah.
You jump forward with the stand behind me, auto, first skill, auto. Get three stacks on, all Ezreal needs to do is hit another auto, and then you're stunned, right? You stun your opponents up, allow for the Vi to come in and really just, go to town with the Vault Breaker. So as long as Vault Breaker hits the targets, that's gonna be the core of their engage.
And it's kind of like the moral of the story, right? If your thing hits, you win.
Yes, if your skill shots hit, you win the fight.
Yes, really big brain.
Korean advice. Reduce their health bars. You will kill them.
Low key though, I think that's actual Korean advice. Like when Koreans tell each other how to get better at the game, it's just hit the spell.
Just don't miss.
Yeah, just hit the spell, man.
Oh no, mid lane Cat is already just walking up and pressuring the Seraphine, so she's lost a lot of the like early game pressure that she would have had. This is not good.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of an issue, but I want to kind of take a look towards where the junglers are starting right now, because you take a look, they're both kind of mirroring the map, and if they move over to try and pick up the Scuttle Crab from this position, they won't really have the support of their bot lanes. Instead, it's going to be down to the top lane side, and with the way that the Gragas is being shoved in right now, you know, it looks like a pretty obvious one-for-one exchange. Now the question is, who actually comes ahead in that situation? Like,
Oh, Cheesecake.
Oh, whoa. Okay, moving up to the top side,
Body
for a
slam?
potential catch onto this one. Yeah, still holding out on that first. The ball breaker comes in first. Looking maybe body slam. Is able to connect. The flash was already expanded, so he's not going to be able to get away from this one. And the first blood over the Artisan.
Very, very rare to see like level 2, level 3 ganks in Wild Rift, just purely because it's more efficient to farm full clear and try to get level 5 so you can start things with your ult. But that was a very good setup, right? Level 2, you have body slam and you have the slow from the barrel. They layered all the CC perfectly, especially because she had just, and Levi had just taken a rip buff, so the debuff and the slow is there. Good early start by Artisan. Now moving to clear the bottom half. Should be looking to contest the bottom scuttle. Even if Xin Zhao is here, I think they should be able to be okay. No, bot lane is probably
bot lane is probably over to Crown 7 side, so it looks like they lose double crab in this position. Okay, Seraphine comes in, but the Janna is in position, so they're just going to be content picking up the blue buff here.
Yes.
That being said, oh my goodness, we didn't take some decent amount of damage. Ball breaker was being charged up almost. Looked like they were considering almost level 5 on both junglers here. They could be potentially looking for a bot side play. Ezreal is still pretty strong. They haven't had that first base yet, so before the Ezreal buys that tier, has a little bit more impact than the Kai'Sa would have.
Oh, actually coming
just in on the minute. Might be able to find this, but the Honey Fruit is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Isn't going to be enough.
Yep. Good flash engage there. Actually blowing the Ignite to guarantee that they get the kill. Ignite does give does cause previous runes in this game, right? So the healing from the Honey Fruit was cut down as well. Artisan, they lose the mid laner, and Katarina getting online is a very scary notion here.
Definitely don't want to see that happen once the Katarina gets a couple of her items. I wouldn't even say too many, just maybe 1 or 2. Should be able to start, be able to take down the Seraphine, take down the Ezreal. But a lot of crowd control can easily deny the Katarina in this position here.
Yeah, because she got the kill earlier and she knows that she has the all-in potential on the Seraphine, she's just playing super aggressive. Like, challenging Seraphine to take the 1v1 trade. There you can see, exactly like that.
It's so straightforward. You jump in, dish out some damage, and you jump back out. The only problem comes about once the Vi's in position to try and counter gain, to grab the Katarina once she's dashed back, and then once the on-call lands and all the damage lands. Okay, bot lane looking for a fight. They might be able to find a catch out of this one. This red team picks up the kill. It's going to be the Braum that ends up executing this Kai'Sa.
He even used the heal to get the kill there, to try and escape there, but no, Artisan. They lock it down and make sure that it's an easy conversion. Truffles and Zero Arrow just holding their own on the bot side. All in coming in the mid lane. They're probably going to get this one. Yep. Again, like I said, challenging the Seraphine to try and take those 1v1s.
Wow, just not enough damage. Look at that. What's that? 100, 200 damage max?
Xin Zhao's here. He's going to walk back in. Oh no.
Yeah, I should be able to find this one if he goes back in. Instead, it looks like the Braum was in position to spot out the Xin Zhao at least. So it didn't overextend for engage. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. Seraphine, I did not have barrier, that was for sure. But could have maybe used her ultimate to try.
I think she read that she'd be dead regardless, because there was one more Shumpo available for the Katarina. So regardless, she would have been like dead there.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, bit of a dragon start. Bit of a dragon call coming in. There's a big fight coming as they break out. Looking to try and pick up this one. The Katarina jumps into the enemy back line. Wow, so much damage over on the Arsenal's side. The Katarina gets the resets. Looking to just kill them all one by one, dashing back and forth. Might be able to find this one under the turret, but isn't able to. Doesn't have enough HP to get the next reset off.
They don't have to dive it because their original goal is just to shove them away from the dragon. Right now, if they recontest, actually, Kai'Sa can still lead the charge.
This might not be it. Yeah, there we go. The Katarina was going to be using the killer instinct. Just going to top things up overall. And maybe looking for one more, but they aren't going to be able to get this dive off.
And the reason why I said Kai'Sa can lead the charge is because she still has, you know, her ultimate available, which we saw that killer instinct being used. And also, a lot of damage coming in from the Catherine Ray isolated. So if you walk into the Kai'Sa here, you probably get punished together with the full combo with the Void Seeker. So Artisan there, they had no business just being that far up.
Calling for the dragon in that position was a little bit strange, especially since they know they haven't been having the best early game, and despite not having information where the enemy team was or having information on just what they had available to them, they went for an aggressive call. Ezreal had at that point already made his first recall along with the Kai'Sa, and so that means Kai'Sa was slightly ahead at that point, right? Kai'Sa was able to pick up a couple more for damage items. If I'm not mistaken, at this point has now enough, probably, or should have enough soon to pick up the upgrade for the Catherine Ray.
We will see the items later. Right now, Rip Herald is going to be contested. I say contested, it's been started already by the Zinja.
That's enough.
Yep,
That's definitely enough, yeah.
That is definitely enough. Has upgraded Catherine Ray. 401 right now. Infinity completed for this carry.
He's gonna catch
You
the
can't fight
fight
this
here,
here.
looking for a good fight. He's gonna use the ultimate into the backlines to try and get a catch onto the Janna, but it's an immediate kill for the Katarina. It goes unstoppable and might be able to find the reset over onto the Ezreal. Gets Killer Instinct, a little bit of support from his AD carry. Crown 7 dive in, begs a triple kill, and they just sweep up the enemy team. Artisan did not stand a chance against that fight.
The reason why I said you can't fight this here is because if you're retreating, you only have two ways, right? You walk back through lane, which is a further distance away from your turret, or you walk back via Tribush, and Tribush is such a bad choke against the likes of the Katarina, against the likes of the Kai'Sa who wants to put you in that choke to throw out the Catherine Raid. Very greedy there for Artisan to contest. I think they should just give them out and play for the bottom side. And even losing bot tier 1 2 in addition to top tier 1 and Rip Herald, I don't want to call it too early, but I think this is game over.
I mean, at 10,000, at 9, at 7, it does feel a little bit that way. That being said, don't want to entirely discount them out just yet, because looking at their composition, they do have a couple of tools that do seem quite effective. But 702, thank you, Observer, for showing me this. This is quite a terrifying thing. This looks like every AD carry's nightmare. I'm not gonna lie.
Infinity Orb is such a great item on Katarina too, because you think about how it functions. If they're below a certain threshold of health, your spells can crit. All her daggers are going to continue doing crit damage the moment you're low. I think it's 35 or 40% health, right? So that's insane. Like, you can't fight the moment you're 50% health.
Okay. Are they looking for a catch on this Kai'Sa? Because I don't think they're gonna be able to find it.
Look at the pings in mid.
Should be able to get the damage in. Just gonna jump in with the Killer Instinct, and now Xin Zhao joining in onto the fight, looking to get a catch onto the Ezreal too. Gets a knockout. One more unpack should be enough. The Unbreakable going to give him a little bit more safety for a little longer. But jumping in with the slam dunk, they find that one. Now they're onto the Dragons. It's an easy pickup. And the Katarina jumping back and forth with the string pulls, the easy resets. And now, with this Rip Herald, with the Ace, just gonna bash down mid lane.
I think they get an inhibitor here in mid lane, although the respawn timers are very low, right? So they should get another charge off and look to defend this now. No Death Lotus on the Katarina.
Not sure they want to be there.
Now she has it.
Gonna get executed off by the Catherine Rain.
There was a moment there where like Katarina doesn't have out, you maybe can fight, but once you give the kill over the assist or the reset, her out is gonna be up, and now they're gonna be taking this fight. If you walk in this bush, they'll probably fight you.
Thankfully, maybe. I don't know who I'm rooting for at this point. Like, do I hope that that Crown 7 just gets like a really good, like, because it's kind of painful for Artisan at this point to watch them have to suffer like this.
The big problem is granted they're not like target calling who's gonna CC the Katarina, right? The moment she jumps in, everyone does the same thing that happens even in our pre-made games. They just shout Katarina, but no one's like, I'm gonna CC him, right? They're just like, be careful of this guy jumping in, and that's the big problem. You need to target call who's gonna control and remove him from the fight.
Well, just like I said at the end, when I saw the full composition, when they finally picked up the Xin Zhao, when they finally picked up the Janna, I understood that, you know, this composition is one that works well with chaos. When the enemy team cannot fully comprehend what is happening with the Katarina, they're so focused on keeping alive from the other threats that the Katarina is just able to effectively wipe them all off.
That's a very good point, because compared to PC, this version of Katarina, this iteration of Katarina is a lot more mobile.
Yeah.
It's a lot more mobile in terms of how it can navigate fights, right? So the more you pick up a dagger, you have your Shrimpo instantly up. Whereas in PC, I think you have to wait at least
minimum
2 seconds. Yeah, 2 seconds.
I think it drops down to like 1.7.
But it's like after you level everything up.
Yeah, exactly. That's max level.
But at this level, like level 11, you're probably still looking at like 1.5 to 1 second at least.
Red team lost
For sure,
their
for sure.
turret.
So she's so much more mobile, and the way she enters fights also hedges on that. The way she throws her daggers and the way she positions Death Lotus, it's quite punishing. Right now they could look to just force Baron, and I say force, they don't have to start it, they don't have to finish it, they just need Artisan to walk up and check so they can handshake this fight and just jump on them. There you go, walking up check, immediately they jump on them.
Should be able to get this one, or at least zone them out. Okay, the Katarina dishes out pretty good damage.
Oh my.
Pulls him all the way into the Baron pit. He flashes out, but isn't able to get the safety. Ends up dead anyway. Now the Katarina uses his ultimate, trying to survive a little bit longer. Still gets killed off in the end. They manage to pick up Baron, but they lose 2. But now the Kai'Sa's joining into the fight. Is going to get rooted up, but isn't going to make much of a difference.
Still, they get the Baron on the members that matter, right? The Kai'Sa needs it, and I guess the Kai'Sa at this point is the only one that needs it, right? It would have been nice if the Garen didn't die there to hold on to the Baron buff to split push, but like I said, maybe they're so far ahead they don't really care about fighting the fights properly. They know that their goal lead is enough for them to speed their opponents down, but they didn't have to take the Baron. All they needed was to handshake that fight.
Yeah. Either way, they are still going to be content with that one. Okay, by coming in with the Vault Breaker, should be able to see the Kai'Sa just walk away and gets the empowered move speed. Empowered move speed for that one.
The audio cue came out for the Assault and Battery, but I think because Kai'Sa was invisible, she wasn't able to complete the cast animation.
Right. Yeah.
Oh no, it went on reset, so it went on cooldown for 5 seconds, sorry.
Yeah.
But basically you cancel anyway.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
It's absolutely terrible.
If she didn't go invisible, I think you lock her down and kill her there, but a good use of the supercharge.
Okay, so 2 items completed on the side of Seraphine, right? That is definitely something. You know, the fact that you have the...
It is.
It definitely is something. And the Seraphine, might be 4k go down right now. Honestly, at this point, it should still have some utility. But it doesn't matter if your jungler just dies there.
You have to defend inside the base. There's no reason to be walking out. You defend the inhibitor instead.
Yeah.
These chokes are just bad. Just plain bad to fight it.
Okay, jumping onto the Ezreal. All damage comes through. The Ezreal has to flash away right away. Uses both the Sunder spells. And now over onto the side, Xin Zhao joining in. So is the Gragas. They're looking to try and pick up the win here. Looking at the second inhibitor turret over in the bot lane.
Now we just fight front to back.
Ezreal trying to jump in for this, but the Katarina is just saying, no, you can't come in here. Zoning them out, and they just cannot deny Crown 7 from picking up everything in their base.
So Artisan, some good steps there, right? You saw them cancel the Death Lotus. That's like a big chunk of damage immediately removed from the team fight. The problem now is that the Ezreal isn't at a point where they can fight front and back and just zone the Katarina away. He needed that. He needs to be like at 3 items right now, maybe 3.5, in order to pose a threat towards the Katarina. Doesn't help that they also have Ocean Dragon buff in their pockets, so
Ocean Dragon and Mountain Dragon,
right? So they're life stealing, they're spell vamping these fights consistently, which means long-term fights are not.
Are they just going to go for this fight? I mean, they have 5 men trying to come in for this right now, right? Okay, they're committing in. The Assault Battery going to be used. Katarina just going to be jumping into the back line, trying to lifesteal as long as he can. He goes golden, stasis, survives a little bit longer. Ezreal almost takes him down. He tries to jump back in, but the Kai'Sa's waiting for him. He goes for the kill, goes unstoppable, takes him down, and the Encore going to be used. But the Garrett survives so long, despite that the Ignite won't even be enough. Flashing in for the Canyon Rain, gets the Q off, gets the kill, it goes dominating, and pick up this win.
That's the spell vamp, and that's the lifesteal coming in. An ace for Crown 7 as they push in for the final push on the side of to get the victory here. And again, like these cat compositions, right? Every time I think it's an ego challenge, the players just come out and like style on the opponents. I said the same thing about Ken. I was like, yeah, this is a horrible Katarina game. He's gonna get caught in all sorts of fights. And like, no, they come in and they get an early snowball.
On the bright side, at least you called it in advance. Right, this time around you at least called in advance, then it could be the case. It could be the case Katarina could just pop off here. But unfortunately, I think at this point Arsenal just didn't have enough to come back from this anymore. I think they were a little bit gated by the fact that they didn't have the resources to really be able to match this. The fact that you're running the Seraphine, yeah, you have pretty decent lane control in the early game, but I felt like he kind of missed out on that opportunity there. Not entirely to the Seraphine's fault as well, because there was quite a decent amount of jungle pressure.
I don't like this core trio of like Vi, Seraphine, Ezreal, right? Even though they are like the main DPS sources for their team, they fall off very hard or they take too long to come online, and that's the big problem. Like, they always seem so... I don't know, they have no impact in fights. It just looks like they have no impact in fights.
I mean, when you're 4k go behind, of course you're gonna look like you have no impact in fights.
Even when they were even, right? It's just like, I need to hit so many things in order to really kill someone. It's too many hoops to jump.
That's true. That's true.
Like,
But-
oh, look, I have to hit 3 mystic shots. I need to hit my ult. I need to hit the empowered Q on the Seraphine. It's just kind of awful, though.
Yeah, that is kind of true. That is kind of true. But that being said, is when you do hit those, that your damage can be like uncapped compared to some of these other champions, right?
Agreed.
But Kai'Sa is just such a stable option in so many situations, and is so consistent with the damage output that it kind of makes sense why they're going to go for this every single time.
And
the Ezreal pick, like you said, is a little bit greedier, and if you go for this kind of decisions, it's you kind of have to expect these kind of things to happen.
Big props to Strange for playing the Kai'Sa and building it like towards the Q evolve and then allowing for the Katarina to take over fights too. Because in any other situation, say you don't get Q evolve, you don't get the maximum amount of damage from your Cat in raid to lure people to the threshold, Katarina doesn't get to execute, the snowball stops there, right? So a very large onus of the DPS early on is on the Katarina is on the Kai'Sa to make sure they can take members low enough so that Katarina can get the reset. Oh man, look at the mountain. Alright, let's take a look at the highlights of that best of 1 between Crown 7 and Artisan.
Okay, so the first game between the two, Crown 7 and Artisan, right? Crown 7 pick up that win.
The first and last game.
Yeah, the first and last game, right? So now we're going into the second and last game.
Yeah.
Second and really last game. You know when they always say like, give me one good one. This is the real last
最后
one.
一次.
Yeah, Chicken Can Fly versus Team OK are going to be playing out the final lower brackets game for today. Before we have, we're going to have our next set of games tomorrow, and then the playoffs on the 28th, 29th, and 30th of May. And if you guys missed out the chance to play in this qualifiers, there's always the future one. I'm not exactly sure the dates of that when that's going to be, but
if you wanna make sure or at least keep updated to what's going on right now, I believe the website you can hit to is iconseries.sg.versusasia.com to find out more, and all the information will be put there. I believe we might have some stuff coming up in the future as well. So very, very interesting pages to keep note of. That being said, our final best of 1 between Chickens Can Fly versus Team OK. Both teams that we saw last week. I'm a bit partial to both because on one side, you do have people we know. On the other side, it's a very interesting story so far.
No, for sure. And I think that at least going into this one, there is a pretty comparable level of skill on both sides. So we should be able to see a pretty good game. I would say that Team OK has definitely played differently compared to a lot of the other teams that we've seen, because they are a team that has largely, by and part, ignored most of the neutral objectives, instead going for more along the lines of just getting control. Like you said, it's about the handshake. You don't actually have to pick up the objective. You just have to force them to come in, you pick up 2 or 3 kills, and then you just find objective something else, right? Whether that's a turret, whether that's just more control, more vision, those are all things to be gained as well. They're not so clear-cut like a neutral objective, but they are still very tangible benefits.
I do like when they use the map to their advantage, right? So what usually happens in games with Team OK is that Mayo gets a hit, usually from a gank from the jungler or a team fight kill, right? And then what they do is they play to their strengths. They play to forcing people to go in gank her, and then they play for the Baron after that. So it's a very classic like split push style that this team excels in. We'll see if they do it this time successfully against Chickens Can Fly, who has, in themselves, undergone a bit of a roster swap. So you guys saw, I believe it was $1 lighter play earlier today, right?
Yeah.
Some members of Chickens Can Fly used to be from Wonderlighter. Some members of Wonderlighter used to be from Chickens Can Fly. So I think it used to be called SGW.
Yeah.
And then Hiri, Sabo, and Jungle get leaked. So that's the tricky part, right? Now they have to find fill up a new roster, and they face challenges of their own because every time you play with like a new squad, the shot calling and everything tends to be a bit iffy. At least that's what I found.
I mean, that's for sure. I mean, that's kind of like one of the most critical points in any team, right? Communication and how things are kind of going, and that's why you oftentimes are willing to spend so much to pick up a shot caller on your team,
right?
Even if it's not necessarily the best player in the world, right? Just having that shot caller can make such a big difference.
Oh, tell a lie, sorry. So it was Sabo and Jungle Get left memories, right? So it was Hiri alone that left SGW. So
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bit of a crossfires because we saw both of them play each other as well last
right.
week. Yeah. I look at this team. I think when I was speaking to the captain, who was the captain of SGW, Chickens Can Fly, whatever you want to call them,
Sure.
right? His idea for this team was just to raise like local talent, to pick up players who have potential and nurture them and put them in an environment where they can make mistakes and they can learn. And the captain of this is Haki, actually, Delvin, who used to be the mid laner for Team Sequence in preseason.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, that's always a nice initiative, right? Trying to raise the level of gameplay here. Because, frankly speaking, if we didn't have that kind of mindset, we're always going to be stuck and content where we are.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not something that we want to see. We want to see our guys compete at the highest level.
Of course. And, like, there is a bar right now that's being set by some of the established teams with, ex-pros, current pros, so on and so forth, that I think people will try to rise up to and contest. But there's a gap in between, right? It takes organizations like teams like Chickens Can Fly to really, raise the bar and get people to a level comparable to the one set already.
It's gonna be a slow process, probably. Probably, right? It could
Rome
happen
wasn't built
overnight.
overnight. I mean, come on, man.
But maybe, who knows? But that being said, it is going to definitely take a little bit of time. We don't know when, but hopefully to try and raise the level of the competition. I think regardless whether or not you came from being an ex-league pro or whether you just started Wild Rift and you have picked up the skills very quickly and are playing professionally or like semi-professionally now, right? Whether or not that's the case, I think that there's still so much to be explored. There's so much to be explored. There's so many new ideas and there's so many new things that we can get to learn from. As people that pre-existed and people that are joining in now.
As the game adds new champions and shifts away from the original League of Legends identity, we're starting to see some of that already, right? The game pivots on a whole other angle. So consider this up till the Galio release. I think this was the patch before Galio, where the way people play mid lane was like control mages, we're just gonna push and then team fight. Now that Galio is part of the equation, we're starting to see things like Camille Galio compositions, where side laning is more prevalent. And teams are starting to pick up on macro play, building up their macro. Of course, it was always existent before. It always existed before this, right? But more so now, when it's so accessible.
Just not in my games.
Yeah, of course, not in my games either, right? Not in my games either. It's just a guy gets filled as support. I like support E. Oh, okay, here we go. This is how it's gonna turn out, right?
That's right. Big macro. Big macro. He uses his Highlander to run from top to bottom.
But still, the evolution comes. It comes at a progressive stage. It comes from playing against opponents who are probably better than you and learning from mistakes. This is the last chance though for Chickens Can Fly to kind of continue learning. If they lose here, they will be eliminated from Icon series, and they'll have to wait a while to kind of try their luck against other teams in the future. But of course, there will be tournaments, right? They need to take full advantage of every game that they ended playing.
Okay. Yeah, so at least that, I mean, they have had that little bit of experience, so like you mentioned, if they can make use of it, could make a big difference. I think with Team OK, you were mentioning that they were actually looking at some potential subs as well, like before coming into this competition, but it looks like they're by and large sticking to their main roster.
Originally, the jungler wasn't lustreless. In fact, it was a solo player from FSL signups called Mei. And they recently just swapped her out and they put Lustrous back in. I feel like that's really helped the shot calling and overall direction for the team, right? The jungler, as most people would testify, dictates the early pace of the game as well as the objective control. The way the jungle plays dictates how the lane should play, because the jungler has to help it and cover the lanes. Now that Lustrous is back in, they look a lot cleaner, they look a lot more unified, but they also have experienced subs in the form of Soul and if you guys remember him, I think it's and Ennui. This is his current IG.
Ennui.
Ennui, yeah. Ennui.
Yeah, something like
Before that, he used to go by
ENNUI.
Ataraxia, right?
Yeah,
Ataraxia.
Anorexic?
Yeah. Ataraxia was his OIG, and then now he's known as Ennui. He's also a sub for Team OK together with Soul. It's
Right.
funny because we never come there, just like, this guy's going, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so at least we're going to this one. Look at that icon. Look at that logo.
Ooh.
What is
They
that?
actually spent a lot of work, like...
To make this is a real meme now.
Yeah, that's a real meme.
This is a
now.
real meme.
Okay, cool.
Chicken really can't fly.
And on the other side, you just have like a tiny, cute little Rammus. Okay.
Okay.
I dig this.
I did this. Let's see what they want to try and get banned out, because I think so far, at least with Team OK, we've seen a lot of emphasis around the Camille and around the Galio, but we've
Diana
also
as
seen Gragas. Yeah, Diana has definitely been a big pick, but then the question is whether or not you feel like you can deal with the Diana pick by herself, because admittedly in the game that we did see, I felt like that the Orianna didn't necessarily know how to deal with the Diana very well and was mispositioning and got caught out.
Sure.
A little bit too often, whereas I think if you knew exactly how to deal with the Diana, you could have a lot more free space and you could give away that pick, because if they're going to prioritize it, then you can go for some other high value one.
That was the game when the Orianna took Ignite, right?
Yes, that's
and
right.
then it just got like face stomped. Yep.
Yeah, you mentioned that a lot.
This the problem. Like, if you know the matchup, sure, just pick into it. You can punish relatively well, but I think for draft's sake, to simplify things, you ban out like Camille Diana here. And then you force Team OK to ban out Lee Sin Gragas, maybe Lee Sin Akali.
Yeah.
And then you get first pick Gragas, which neutralizes a lot of the threats. It also only gives like Galio over, so you get Lee Sin for Galio, you get Akali for Galio. Pretty decent value.
Yeah, sounds like a reasonable bet here. Going to ban away the Ziggs first, maybe? Okay, yeah. So far we've been seeing a lot of Ziggs bans. I think it's just generally been, it has a lot of pressure into the lane. You can help your siege really well, you know, good wave clear, strong ultimate, you know.
Candy Burn also played a lot of Ziggs last week. So this is just a respect ban saying like, she's pretty good on the champion, let's just remove it, but they also need to respect ban the Diana. That's the big one, guys. You gotta keep
So
your eyes
both?
up.
Ban both?
I feel like you ban both. Then you force
Okay.
her into playing. Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
I think you force her into playing something like Orianna now, maybe even Corki.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I mean, it feels like at this point, you know, maybe you take the Orianna and you go into a Kali matchup, or I actually, first pick, I definitely wouldn't pick, I don't think I would pick my mid laner just yet. I'd probably go for something like, I think Galio could be pretty okay. Maybe
Yeah.
Gragas first pick here?
Candy Burn can probably play Galio too. So, good ban on the
Camille one,
yeah,
right?
Because,
Yeah.
because you kind of estimate, like, if you leave Camille open, they probably want to take that away from Mayo, and then they can set up, like, potentially a Camille Galio, because you're stuck picking Orianna for
Yeah,
Candy
and
Burn.
maybe not even, like, yeah, Gragas first pick. And maybe not even first rotation, right? Because even if you let the Camille go through, you know, you have two picks, and I don't think that you would pick the Camille anyway. You have so many other high priority picks you have to go for first. Okay, at least going for Kai'Sa, so getting the early AD on the table,
I think you do
taking that one away.
Kai'Sa Ori here, or Kai'Sa Alistar, if you don't want to give away your mid lane matchups. If you want to secure jungle,
I maybe go for the Jarvan.
Jarvan as well
Yeah,
works, yeah.
Jarvan could be a good pickup here. Galleon is still available. Could be a flex for
actually, you know
support.
what? Yeah. Oh, hold on. Garen? okay.
All right,
The Camille ban out,
interesting.
she's gonna pick up the Garen.
That's interesting though, because you know we were thinking like Alistar's for support maybe, right? So Galio could be a pretty good flex for
I
that
would
as
like
well.
Galio there because you can flex in mid and support.
Yeah,
and it
right.
also allows like Candy Burn to play something other than Orianna.
Okay, but going for the Braum instead, going for Braum on the south, Chicken can fly. Honestly, looks like a pretty good pickup for that side, because you know once you're able to set up a lot of this wave and AOE kind of pressure, you know, it's make it very difficult for the Kai'Sa to get in.
Yep.
The Tristana just going to
Tristana
help out.
Braum.
Going to help out a little bit more as well.
This is actually decent. Like if you want to cosplay tactical now and you jump in on Tristana, at least the Braum can come in and like cover you a little bit. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and you can play a lot more aggressive on a short range Tristana with a Braum in front of your face, right? So there's always that much. Okay,
This puzzles me, because if they were gonna do Alistar anyway, why show the Garen open,
Yeah,
right?
why show the
Garen and then like put him in a weird matchup? I think they're betting that it's gonna be Garen versus Gragas here, because Gragas is traditionally either jungle or top, more likely top, right? So they kind of hedge their bets and say, yeah, it's probably going to be top Gragas, we'll pick Garen, and then we'll leave the mid lane for final pick so we can get a counter pick here.
unless you say, oh no, I can't lose this matchup. If I play Garen, I can't lose any matchup,
Maybe,
right?
yeah.
It could be a possible
It's a
thing.
comfort pick. Like again,
Yeah.
if you say like, yes, I can play Garen and beat Faker in his own game, you're sure, you know, by all means, picking Garen, man.
If that's the case, sure.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, Orianna going to be the pickup. Okay, so like you mentioned, this is a pretty straightforward composition for this side. You know, nothing too crazy. We've been playing something like this very frequently. You know,
I'm surprised that Haki didn't just take away the Orianna and deny that from Team OK, but I suppose they would have defaulted down to the Galio as well, and that would have been another set of problems.
At least with this one, alright. So going for the Seraphine here, we haven't really seen all too much success with Seraphine.
It's been like, I think, negative with maybe?
I think they've lost every round, no?
Yeah, I think
like
it's
that we've seen today at least, right? Like the Seraphine just has...
Mid-lane Seraphine.
Mid-lane Seraphine.
Support Seraphine, I think, still...
Support Seraphine has
used,
definitely...
My read on it is like, well, if you put Seraphine in the mid lane, you want to go like full DPS, like maybe Ludens and just like wave clear, like
yeah, it's
like
supposed
no support,
as opposed to being greedy to stack the Archangels, right? Like that might be a little bit too greedy, right? So going for this one of these, I can see where this is going and see kind of like the direction they're looking to move towards, and because you have so much crowd control with this one, the Seraphine just fits in so well because it just adds an additional layer. You don't even have to be primary engaged, you just have to kind of like top up for the team at this point.
I think the Encore here is a peel tactic for her team, because you expect Team OK to be jumping you, at least for the most part jumping you with Alistar Vi. So if they overcommit and they want to back out, you use the Encore to like re-engage, right? To provide that cover fire for your team. You don't really want to use it when Jarvan or Gragas are jumping in. I feel like that is it might be a bit too much CC layered down. You always need like something up your sleeve to just, you know, allow you to back out if you need to.
You know, that's interesting, right? Because you mentioned if you're a Seraphine, mid Seraphine, you kind of just want to go DPS. I want to ask, where's the damage in this comp?
Hopefully Tristana, I mean...
Yeah, it's like kind of like putting like a wing and a prayer, right? Yeah. Like it's like Tristana needs to pop off. If it doesn't...
I don't like Tristana at all.
Like even on a Seraphine that's gone even, right? Maybe I'll give you like maybe realistic scenario, Seraphine gets 1 kill from like a jungle gank, right? That Seraphine I really don't feel like has enough damage to cause enough of a stir or a ruckus within OK's composition, especially considering what we're looking at so far.
I would say the split here is like 60% Tristana damage, and then you have like 25% on Seraphine and the remainder on Gragas, right? Everyone else is there to just facilitate this. You don't expect them to do damage, but hopefully they do contribute, right? So
yeah, right. Like you see, like you hope like Jarvan gets like a massive crit.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you can't fault him if he doesn't, but ideally, right? Alright, right now in this lane, Orianna is gonna get the early push. Of course she is, because she's Orianna, her autos are coming in.
Interesting start from the jungler, from the Vi on this one. So starting the rip buff by herself
You have to play for bot.
Yeah, wants to go and play for bot side, right? Which kind of indicates that they expect top lane to be able to get some control and then contest with the Scuttle Crab early on. But this also kind of means that the Jarvan is going to have a little bit more, just a faster clear and have a little bit more control to be able to try and match the timings coming into this.
You can tell she's playing for bot because all she did was rip buff and then immediately path towards the bottom half of the map. And her laners are pushing up, so they want to get this wave into turret range so that it bounces back to neutral by the time that Lustreless can go to the bottom lane. Good chunk.
Matchup going pretty well. The Alistar is going to get a little bit of control. I mean, this has kind of been the kind of the story so far in every one of these games, right? We occasionally see teams try to sneak away double Scuttle Crab, but for the most part, it has just been the single Scuttle, and a lot of pressure coming in from the supports as well. Honestly, Alistar can make such a big play just going over to the mid lane, right? Being able to effectively find a quick knock-up onto the Seraphine could be the start of of a downfall for the Seraphine.
Oh, because he didn't clear his Raptors, it's gonna be taken away by the Jarvan. He could get level 5 here. No, he needs 1 more camp or 2 more camps.
Okay, so not sure what they're gonna go for this one. Go for here. Okay, charging out the Vault Breaker, looking to try to get this one away. Level 5 from the Seraphine could have been really disastrous if they managed to get the Encore in turret range.
I think Mayo might die here. You can see the Jarvan waiting in Tribush, overextending past the river. They're coming in for the gank.
Looking for the catch onto the top side. Flashes right past the flying drag, so that's gonna be a nice little escape there.
And review where the Jarvan is, they burn the summoner spell, so the counterplay needs to come out right now. Lustreless needs to make something happen on the map. The first gank, unsuccessful. She's behind in terms of EXP as well. You can see Jarvan has level 5, but Lustreless is only level 4.
I think you can take a look over at Candyburn as well, because when Candyburn, when Hockey hit 5, Candyburn was still 4, and that was a big reason why the gank mid lane didn't work out. So missing out on those like critical moments to hit the next level.
Top lane again?
Right. Top lane looking like it's a big play. They come in, joins in with the Vault
Oh,
Breaker,
no.
delays for some time. Mayo might just get taken down first. Lustreless will not be able to equalize in time. Still looking to try and find a catch where he can, or where she can, but it's going to be difficult. Vault Breaker available, might be able to flash away with that one as well. Nice use of the body slam, anticipating a potential dash in.
Repeat gank this time works out because Mayo does not have the flash, like you mentioned, and so can get the advantage for Whisper Sibon Fei. He's going to be pushing up and getting some more gold, pick some boots. We saw the late game problems of like the Dragons, right? When he gets to a point where he's like 2-3 items in, you can't really kill him. That becomes really frustrating.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be problematic for them, especially when you're running the Garen. And you know, Garen generally is able to shred down most of his opponents in lane, given enough time. But Gragas is just one with so much CC, and then there's also the natural passive healing up for a lot of these instances.
Even if Kai'Sa builds Split of the Rain King, I don't know if you can really shred down the Gragas given the damage reduction. She's going for the Q Evolve right now, so she's picked up BF, Vim Scepter, and Longsword, so she will have a Cathian Rain upgraded now.
A lot more consistent damage with that one. The Mountain Drag is spawned. Not sure if that's actually going to make a big difference for either of these teams. Chicken is going to just maintain the pressure in the lanes as is, considering they already have a bit of an advantage. You can see the 1,000 gold difference. I mean, that's not really just from the kill. A lot of it's just been from the lanes and how well they've been doing. So they know that they can just keep the pressure going and should be able to find a slow and steady lead.
Blue buff should be transferred to Candyburn here. Needs to push out the wave and prep for this dragon. Now, if I was Team OK here, I set up the bot lane gank. I know that I have flash on Alistar. I know that I can chain CC onto either Tristana or Braum, right? You just need to select the target and lock them down via flash hit, but pulverize plus Vault Breaker and Assault and Battery. So there are tools here for them to actually, you know, lock down this bot lane and then transition over to dragon, or even mid lane, right? You can use the Vi and Alistar roam to lock down mid lane. Instead, they're just content farming their waves.
I think from both sides, they recognize that, you know, they could still scale up a lot more, and maybe taking the fight here is a little bit too risky for them. They don't really have the risk appetite here. But I think, like you mentioned, I think OK generally are more inclined to find a fight here and find a pickup here.
The difference is Kai'Sa has Q Evolve, like Tristana has nothing, right? So at this point, the Kai'Sa is infinitely stronger than the Tristana when it comes to like 2v2 fights or even 1v1 fights.
Whoa, what is this? Gragas makes his way down to the bot side too. They're looking to 5-man for this dragon, starting things up early. Eagle just gonna try and zone out for this one. Lustreless over on the side with the orb. Might be able to get this one. Okay, jumps in with the Vault Breaker. The orb not in position just yet. Shockwave finally gonna come through, looking for decent damage. The Encore comes out. Cannibal gets knocked all the way to the other end of the map. Claria gets taken down very quickly now. Mayo almost gets killed off, is able to trade back for a little bit more. Haki in a good position, has lots of HP against Candyburn and Aya. They lose out on the dragon, but are able to at least peel back 2 for 2.
Yep, there was a bad engage on the side of Team OK. They pulled the trigger a little too late, like Clara had a flank angle. She goes in with the hip-up pulverize there, sets up for the shockwave, they win that. But they pulled the trigger like half a second too late, and Haki was able to counter-engage with the Encore, which is exactly what we're talking about, right? You expect Vi and Alistar to be engaging first. Sit yourself in the back of the fight. The moment they come in, the moment they appear, you throw out the Encore.
Haya still has a killer instinct, so could actually look for another fight here, joining in with the teammates if she was so inclined, but instead decides not to, so they're just gonna expend most of the spells. Look at how little damage they were able to do to the Gragas. The Gragas barely took 200, 300 HP in damage off of an entire combo from both the Vi and the Alistar.
Haki goes for early locket upgrade. I don't think you go double locket here, you go like redemption locket. Okay, yeah. That's fine. He cancelled his purchase.
Yeah, man realizes. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
And then Braum here, I think, I mean, maybe Zeke's upgrade is better. Like, you don't need double lock it either. So, it's valuable, but like Zeke is better for Braum because you're always immobilizing someone, and that makes Tristana's attacks better.
Alright, Mayo gonna make her way down to the bot side again, and they're just gonna deal with the Dragons. And they switched lanes so they're more in position to try and pick up this Rift Herald, and it looks like Chicken are just able to effectively pick up the objectives coming in here. Okay, Redemption gonna be used. With a bit more sustain, they are able to pick this one up. Okay, so now Tristana, along with the rest of the team, 4 members strong, looking to get a chase onto the Kai'Sa, flashes away from the Glacial Fissure.
This was the problem I identified Team OK having last week, where sometimes the objective is like they shouldn't contest it, right? But they stand and watch it get taken, and then they overstay and they get caught. And have to force flash and do stuff to get out. Yeah. What they should be doing here is just like splitting attention, right? Maybe 1 or 2 people watch them do the Herald and entice them into chasing. Everyone else pushes down mid or bot.
Okay, gets the charm onto 2, Cataclysm onto 2, everything onto these 2. They're just going to go down. Lustrous drop down to this dot of HP. Looking to try and maybe take down the Alistar as well. 1 more hour attack is going to be enough. Now they're chasing in. Aya surely going to get killed off here. Is not able to survive despite positioning against it. The flash, flag, and drag from the Giant just too effective to take them down.
You gotta ask yourself, like, the Herald coming in, all 5 members are there. How much do you want to really commit to protect the top tier 1? Is it even worth protecting top tier 1? Can you guys even take a fight after that? Is the big question, right? I think Team OK over committing again, you know, the same carnal sins that we called them out for last week. Just overstaying when objectives should be given away and they should be playing cross map instead.
I think the moment when they saw Candyburn recall, they should have acknowledged that they probably couldn't defend that turret anymore, because you lose out on the Shockwave, which is honestly such a massive tool to be used to defend against the enemy team trying to dive you. Yep. It's a bit concerning so far the way that the game has been panned out, because the lead is starting to develop, it has been developing towards Chicken, and Chicken is a composition that skills. You know, our biggest criticism for running the Tristana and running the Seraphine has been scaling up to a strong point, and the fact that they've been allowed to scale, you know, is really concerning.
Seraphine has double nearly large rod, so he's moving towards the Death Cap next. So this is the build I like.
Yeah,
right?
this is the damage build. Finally, they're playing mid lane Seraphine like it's meant to be, damage Seraphine.
You do Ludens because your wave clear actually like beats Orianna at range. You don't have to use so many spells. With nearly large rod, you clear the wave out so quickly, right? So you also empower your team with the heal and the AP scaling on the W. Now, Team OK, they're stuck in a ditch. They're 7k down and they're in a very bad position, right? Nashor spawning right now means that like there's every opportunity for Chicken to just play cross-map and then take the objective for themselves. So you can see they're sending multiple members to the bot side for Team OK's side to start sieging. They want to take bot tier 1, but they might be overcommitting here in the mid side.
Oh no, Candyburn getting caught out of position, just jumping in from the Tristana. Reverse with an easy pickup there. Now Dragon is in the sights of Chicken. They have a very easy decision to make, just going for this call. You can see Mayo up in the top side. Cannot contest this, doesn't have TP. And the rest of the team are just not able to contest with this.
The good call from Mayo here is actually to stay on top tier 1 and just continue sieging, right? If she makes the move down and she doesn't get anything while her team dies and loses Dragon, that is a big loss. So she actually doesn't even finish off top tier 1. She's so afraid, even though she sees 4 members in the bottom side. Doesn't really come off to finish off the structure. One more, okay. Nice, minions.
Calculated.
Yeah, calculated. So that would have been a lot worse if she didn't get the top tier 1. At least they get some gold back. Still, gold deficit is 7,500 in favor of Chickens here on the... Hold on. Why are they grouping mid? There's no objective to be fighting.
I like how you were so confused by the grouping mid that you start rambling off. It's like Chihuahua boy 8 that.
I see like all 5 members grouping mid. I'm like, wait, hold on, what is going on?
Yo, they're playing ARAM.
Like,
you know what Rift has ARAM now, right?
I'm so angry. Look at the map. There's a big wave at the bottom side. No one's taking it.
Okay, to be fair, if I were OK, I'd be very scared to go for that wave because I could get caught out and there's Baron available. So I don't know whether I could actually make that decision to go out there.
This is where you kind of need to get the teleport enchantment, right? And put it on someone that's like hard, doesn't really die. So most likely Garen.
Okay, Clara taking decent amount of damage. She might actually be able to find a catch onto Tristana, but instead backs off at the wrong moment. There we go, Lushless should get taken down. The locket comes out, but it's not going to be enough. Over to the back line, the Java takes a lot of damage, but still has the Guardian Angel. Things are actually turning out in the favor of Team OK, though. They managed to take down one. They're looking for a second. The Guardian's Angel is going to already be used. Flashing forward, the Encore will not be able to connect. A little bit of anti-synergy between the team. teammates there. Decent damage from Haki, almost manages to take down the enemy team. Cannibird loses most of her health bar, and she's forced to back away to relegate as the enemy team has regained control of the mid lane, but at least with 2 kills.
There's a 2-for-1 trade and they burn the teleport enchant. So now if Gragas goes to the bot side, he will not be able to contribute to a Baron contest. You can see that Mayo now is the one that's sent to the bottom side. Yes, please push out this wave.
Right now they can push this out because, you know, the wave isn't crashing into them in like the middle of
I
nowhere.
want to see, like, ideally you commit to bot tier 1 while the rest of your team sets up top mid wave and moves towards Baron. So Mayo can't extend past the river here until her team pushes the waves past river.
So they need to get a little bit of control into the mid side, but they don't have enough vision up towards the Baron, around the Baron. So now they kind of have to just smooth and inch their way forward because they weren't able to capitalize much more off of the fact that they were able to pick 2 kills off that previous fight.
And again, like, every time I see teams A-ramming for a reason, right, you need to have at least like 1% of the side lane. So this is fine for Team OK. They're holding and defending mid prio while giving the farm over to Aya on the top.
Still giving Garen some free space to clear the bot wave when the time comes for it. Have to be very concerned for Candyburn though. She has been the subject to a number of really big catches. Is that the ultimate being used from Candyburn?
no.
Because that's going to be the encore being used. That's the Cataclysm. They've locked down the enemy team. Claria goes down. Candyburn goes down. And you can't just use your ultimate like that because Chicken are ready to punish you at a moment's notice.
Actually, really good pressure being put down. The offensive push coming from Chicken onto the mid tier 1. They like throw down the challenge, right? Okay, is Team OK really gonna defend this? How much are they gonna commit to keeping mid tier 1 alive? If you guys are gonna stay, we're gonna pull the trigger, we're gonna fight you.
Aya over on the side looking for this steal. Lushness jumps into the pit, is not able to pick this one up. Aya is not able to join in as well. Mayo just gonna sit at the side and watch as the Gragas gets away. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, but I don't think they have the means to try to pick this one up because looking at how the game is turning out. Oh my.
Okay, this is a very fed Seraphine mid, right? You have your Death Cap, you have Griever's Runes picked up too in the form of the Morello Nomicon, so all the healing, everything that you're looking to throw at Chicken for these sustained fights don't work out. They need to look for the wombo combo, whereas Chicken, all they need to do is just take the objectives and play the side. We know how obnoxiously tanky the Gragas is right now. So you just send it to the side lane with the Baron buff and keep the wave pushed in.
10k gold difference is definitely quite a reasonable amount, but looking at the gold that's kind of accumulated, thankfully, I suppose a lot of the gold has been from neutral objectives and from the turrets as well. So this means that when we look at the overall gold difference, okay, but let's take a look at this fight at the bot side first because I don't think that the Vi is able to find too much off of it. Instead, just going to get locked up by the Seraphine, and you can just see the Javelin joining in. Gives them the kill, goes on the killing spree. They might be able to find a Glacial Fissure off of this. Forces.
Oh, the turret.
Wait, what? It travels so far. The Cataclysm gets the execute, kills off Aya, and now they're chasing after. Flashes under Tara, uses the ultimate just to push and force Candybird up against the wall and want to do a Friskin search, but Candybird still gets away with that one.
XCP actually played that bottom side engage very well. He stopped the Vi from being able to Vault Breaker away, and Team OK, they should have cut their losses there, right? But they overstay and they get picked off by the extremely long range of the Encore. Even I was surprised they managed to tag down Aya.
I was gonna say like 10k is still reasonable to come back from because you know the gold difference was like also partly on the support and stuff.
18k, my friend.
And I'm looking at it now, I was like, oh, all right. Well, I guess this is game.
Pushing in, bot inhibitor's down already. Mid has also fallen down. The final inhibitor left on the map. It's gonna be the top one, and well, Chicken are gonna make quick work of that as they push in last few touches as they look to engage.
Yeah, jumping back in, looking to try and find the game-winning push here. Gets one, kills off the Alistar, jumps in. The flying drag won't be able to find too much more, but the Cataclysm is still going to be able to lock them in. It's a blue team double kill as the Tristana has come online, gone on a rampage, taking down the Kai'Sa as well. The Nexus is under attack.
No waves.
They don't have a wave here though. The Greg, wait, what? Jumps back in, is still looking for a fight here. I'm not sure you want to go for that. Instead, they turn back around and overextending when they could have just helped the base.
That is gonna be GG, and Chickens can fly. We'll be progressing forward. Commiserations to Team OK as they are eliminated from Icon Series Summer Qualifiers 2. I was looking at the draft, I was like, okay, maybe the Seraphine in the mid lane, if she goes damage, we have a chance, right?
Yeah.
The Tristana actually didn't do... I feel like I want to say she didn't do all too much, but I was able to free hit from a distance in most of these fights. So the idea here is like, I guess it's not super ideal, but like if you have a composition built around it, it works.
Yeah, I mean, they had an idea and they executed it well. Let's take a quick look at the highlights on how this game panned out, and we can talk about it after. Okay, jumps in with the Vault Breaker. The Orb not in position just yet. Shockwave finally gonna come through, looking for decent damage. The Encore comes out. Cannibal gets knocked all the way to the other end of the map. Claria gets taken down very quickly now. Mayo almost gets killed off, is able to trade back for a little bit more. Haki in a good position, has lots of HP against Candyburn and Aya.
Do the Herald and ties them to chasing. Everyone else pushes down mid or bot.
Okay, gets the charm onto two, Cataclysm onto two, everything onto these two. They're just going to go down. Lustrous drop down to this dot of HP, looking to try and maybe take down the Alistar as well. One more hour attack is going to be enough. Now they're chasing in. Aya surely going to get killed off here. Is not able to survive despite positioning against it. The flash, flag, and drag from the Giant just too effective to take them down. The subject to a number of really big catches. Is that the ultimate being used from Candyburn? Because that's going to be the Encore being used. That's the Cataclysm. They've locked down the enemy team. Claria goes down. Candyburn goes down. And you can't just use your ultimate like that. It goes on a killing spree. They might be able to find a Glacial Fissure off of this. Forces.
Oh, the charm.
Wait, what? It travels so far. The Cataclysm gets the execute. Kills off Aya. And now they're chasing after. Flashes under Tara. Uses the ultimate just to push and force Candyburn up against the wall. And once off the Alistar jumps in. The flag and drag won't be able to find too much more. But the Cataclysm is still going to be able to lock them in. It's a blue team double kill as the Tristana has come online. Gone on a rampage. Taking down the Kai'Sa as well. The Nexus is under attack.
No way, chickens can fly. We'll be progressing forward. Commiserations to Team OKS. They are eliminated.
I guess chickens can't fly.
Yeah. They probably can when you see Tristana jump in like that. Yeah. I love just watching, like, every time she jumps in with the Buster Shot, she's not killing anyone. She's pushing them away from her team, right? One in the bottom lane, one in the fountain. I was just like, okay.
Look, she was pushing them towards the wall. Wants to make sure there's nowhere to run, you know? You know,
just trying to corner them
yeah,
in,
back against the wall, corral the chickens, the alpha chicken, the chicken T-pose to get big game dominance.
Alright, and you know, that game in itself, I looked at Chickens Can Fly, and they don't seem like an uncoordinated team, right? You know, from last week, they filled up the roster with some new additions, but overall, they look pretty solid.
I would say that they definitely had a lot of good moments, right? And the fact that, you know, they went down into the lower brackets also is a testament to how good the guys on top are as well right now, right? And the fact that we have seen so many games from them so far. Today, all quarterfinal games have been 2-0, right? Then we come down to our lower brackets, and then we see some of these games, and they are a lot closer, you know. And you can also see some of them have a pretty decent skill gap.
True.
And so this is just how wide overall the player experience is in a lot of these matches and a lot of these teams, you know. And they move back and forth and they exchange ideas. It's gonna be quite exciting to see how they do tomorrow.
Yep, tomorrow's gonna be another day of exciting Wild Rift action here at the Icon Series Singapore Summer Season Qualifiers. It's a bit of a mouthful, but you know, tomorrow we'll be taking a look at the upper brackets first, I believe, as we see who progress on in to
tomorrow should be Crown 7.
So lower brackets first tomorrow. Yeah,
lower bracket qualifiers tomorrow first, which should be Crown 7 versus one of the lighters.
Yeah, God bless production for saving me, because I completely slipped my mind for a second. But yes, we will be looking at the lower bracket quarterfinals first. It's 2 best of ones moving in. Excuse me, rather 3 best of ones moving in. 2 best of ones.
2 best of ones. Yeah, and then we will have Chicken Can Fly versus Memories, and then we have
Fun Times.
Our semifinals. TLJ versus Celestials.
And Celestials actually putting on a clinic today. They've gone, I think, undefeated the whole day. Granted, they were seeded in, so no, they were seeded. Yeah, 202 all the way. Yeah. Good stuff on their side, and a lot of improvement from last week.
Definitely, it's something to look forward to. I think that given some experience, given some time to get better, they definitely should be able to prove themselves. The real question is also, how well will they do in playoffs when we go up against the top 4 teams, right? Because we're looking for 4 teams at the end of this set, this weekend, before we look at the top 8 teams in the playoffs,
and you think about like the 4 teams today and tomorrow that we're looking for already. They have to, you know, stack up to the likes of like Alliance and Purity, right? That is a tall order. That is a tall order.
It is, definitely is, and the fact that you're up against these big names, but you also have to remember that they are in similar positions to you too.
True,
They are just humans like us. With I mean, maybe I have some inhuman reactions every once in a while, but. But at the end of it all, we are all looking to see the growth of the region and the growth of all the teams and the players in this space together with us, right? And I think that the Icon series has just been a good way for things to progress forward. And for that, we have to be really thankful to all the organizations and the sponsors for making all this possible.
Once again, shout out to 100 Plus and Secretlab for making this event so awesome and keeping us hydrated and comfortable throughout the day. Of course, we will be here at the same time tomorrow, 1 p.m. I believe is when the matches go live, but the stream will begin at 12:30. Again, I am HungryCast. Alongside me was Gaminism. On behalf of production, our sponsors, as well as all the players, teams, thank you so much for tuning in to today's matches. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Look, you got me. No chance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it, look at my path. Do you need anything? You can use me, I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change arrangement?
Let's dance!
I'm on it, Black Shoe!
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.